What's up, guys, and welcome to the new week of your life and a pretty annoying heat wave. I can already feel it coming. Welcome. Something special about today's stream, which I know many of you already know, is that I'm for the first time also live on YouTube. So we're gonna try to do this together, you know? Just like you helped me get into Twitch streaming step by step. You're also gonna be able to kind of help me get into understanding how everything works when I'm live in two places. But as always, thanks for being here for the start of the stream. Welcome. The chat looks very weird because for me, both chats are together. I know that if you're watching this on Twitch, you only see Twitch chat. So occasionally you'll be like, what the hell is that guy talking about? Who is he answering? Because I see also messages on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, then you will also see the Twitch chat on screen. By the way, if you're watching this on YouTube and you have not tuned into my streams it's been over a month since I started streaming on Twitch, then welcome. Unfortunately, I cannot put the YouTube chat in the actual picture of the stream, like you see above my face. Above the nice shiny forehead, you see the Twitch chat. My 15 minutes of Googling told me that Twitch doesn't allow me to put any other chats there. Otherwise, I would put YouTube chat up here as well, but Twitch is going to be very mad. What's up, Voodoo? With almost a week apart, but keeping the streak alive of being the first message. Glad to see you back. Hope the fever wasn't too bad. It was weird. I never, like last week, if you don't know, I didn't stream because I was a bit sick. I say a bit because it was weird. I usually, my approach to being sick is to go like fully, like get full sick, not take any meds and just try to get through the sickness like in just 2 days quickly and then continue. Instead of like keeping myself kind of okay. But this was weird. I'll talk about it more. Anyway, I'm back. Show us what's hard. Hamster. It didn't take long for you to find an opportunity. We are gonna probably do mostly blasting today until unless I get really tired of it. We'll see. Good to see you back after 6 years. What's up, Tosha? Yep. Has it been that long? No vid for so long. What's up, guys from YouTube? Hello. Thanks for being. It's the first time my stream is also on YouTube, and you can now choose. I know that I've gotten several comments and messages when I announced that I'm going to start streaming over a month ago. Several people said, please also stream on YouTube because for whatever reason, it can be more convenient. So now hopefully my internet is going to manage it. It should be good, and everything else as well. But if you're seeing this on YouTube and you thought, what the fuck, this guy is streaming, then yes, I have been doing that for about a month on Twitch as well. And if you come to Twitch, you can, of course, sub, you can get emotes, you can do all kinds of regular Twitch stuff. So do that. So what's up, guys from YouTube? I see Anlan, no vid for so long. Yes, I am trying to be better. I also feel a bit guilty for not putting what we're doing on Twitch into a video for so long. Hello, Muddies. Welcome back, Sets Otherworldly. Thank you. Long time no see. Yes, Yagis. What's up, man? My actual Twitch chat crashed, but I know it's still like the combined chat still works. By the way, I mean, I know most of you have seen me. But if you're new here, when I'm looking there, this is where you are. I know the camera is there, but you as in chat messages are there. So if I'm looking there, I'm reading what's happening. And if I'm looking here, I am trying to beat my opponent in an intense 1v1. What's up, Chan? Yo. It's hot as balls, absolutely. I don't know what happened. I mean, maybe it's because of the rain. I don't know. I'm not very well versed in meteorology, but it is suddenly very, very hot here today as well. I'm here for today since I want to chat, but in the future I'll probably watch your YouTube streams, VODs, a whole lot and lurk. Okay. I mean, that's why they're gonna be saved. I hope I don't have to do anything special. We'll see, but all the VODs should be on Twitch, should automatically be on YouTube, and you are gonna help me step by step also become better at putting this into actual YouTube videos or like some sort of summaries, but we'll see when we get there. Quality is better here than YouTube. I don't know, Sparrow. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I've heard it both ways from different people. Definitely the chat and the kind of the social function on Twitch is much more advanced, but I think the video itself should be equal. I don't know. How do you feel? I feel very good as it. It's weirdly enough, I never got a really bad fever. It was just like a little bit, like 1 degree higher than it should be, which is already pretty much for a human, right? But still. But I did sleep like half a day. I was sleeping like a baby. And you know, when they say sleep like a baby, then usually they mean like sleeping well. But in reality, most babies sleep like 4 hours, then they wake up screaming, and then they sleep another couple hours. So I was sleeping like the actual baby. Like half a day I was sleeping, but then I was waking up every couple hours. It was weird. What's the go-to build for nowadays? Crossbows? Yes, AO and DeAndre? Absolutely. I mean, I don't really have a go-to. We're gonna change back and forth. I had amazing fun with Grove Keeper, but we're gonna start with Arclight Blasters. Let's see if I can get them. Let's do a couple lower level Corrupteds, and then we'll see. I really want to get to 1 million Infamy. So we'll start with a couple of these, and then we'll go obviously for actual Slayer level Corrupteds. I mean, if I do want to improve and actually get good at Corrupteds, I am gonna have to be able to face days like when I'm getting put against the best players, game after game after game, which happened one of the days I was learning Corrupteds last week. Not last week, but you know, the week before that. So we're gonna have to go with that, and I'm gonna have to make it work. But we'll start with lower level Corrupteds, and then I'll see, maybe go to the Mist later. 1 million Infamy isn't really a very big goal, to be honest. But it is gonna require me to actually play around with Corrupted, like the mechanics as well. Because if you were here when I was learning, I mean, I know how Corrupteds work, but to actually get into the meta and understanding even how to skip, when to kite, like a bit of the specifics of the fight that only happen when you're actually in the Corrupted dungeon, that part is a bit more difficult. And the challenge today, usually on Mondays we do like very stupid challenges, like playing without a mount, constantly changing items, stuff like that. I couldn't really come up with a good one for today, so the challenge is to make it work on 2 platforms. I mean, I was also thinking to stream until I have 1 mil fame, but I think, wait, where is it? 1 mil Infamy, I mean. But I think it would be more sustainable to just have a 7-hour stream today and continue tomorrow. Let's see what I missed. YouTube is good since your subscribers will get the stream notification. Yep, Madis, you're right. But I mean, it's already been like almost a month or so on Twitch, so there's a lot of people. And obviously, if you're in Discord, you get also notifications for every stream. I hope it works. And sometimes it makes a bit of a mistake, but yeah, it worked. Nice. Haven't seen you for years. What's up? Stokesabane. I'm gonna see a lot of actual names on YouTube, right? Because I mean, I'm not saying that's your real name, but for many people, some of the YouTube users use their real name, so I'm gonna have to pronounce a lot of interesting things for sure. Let's see if I missed. Okay, so we also have a lot more chat now, and I have to get used to the way that the combined chat looks. As you know, always, if I ignore something you write, just write it again, no? If I don't want to answer something, I will tell you, but really, you know, I don't think there's been any questions really that I don't want to answer so far on stream. By the way, thanks for following, guys. I think, let me see, Sparrowco and Camdown, welcome and thank you for your follows. And Yagis, yippee! Glad to see you join the elite club of 2-month subscribers. Once you get to 3 months, your spear will upgrade itself in front of your name. Hello, Broccoli. What's up? Monday, fun day, absolutely. You seem so in your zone now while streaming. I haven't been here for a while. Well, the streaming part is easy, honestly. I've much more struggling with actually putting this stuff into, like, for disciplining myself to actually look through what's happened on stream and put it into a video, which, yeah, a couple people have already pointed out. Videos have not been out there as much as before, for sure. And I'm gonna gradually also add functions to see if the computer, internet, everything, I mean, it should be good enough to manage this, but just gradually. So as you know, in the stream we often also watch replays, so I also am gonna make sure we record some of the fights so we can analyze them right after they happen. Let's see if there's something else. Hello, Fishy, what's up? Hey, Nazirul, man, I'm glad to see like a bunch of YouTube chat also in between. And as I said, if you were not here at the very start, first stream today, both on Twitch and YouTube. Unfortunately, only Twitch chat will appear above my head on the actual stream. So YouTube, if you're watching YouTube, you will see Twitch chat comments. But if you're watching on Twitch, then you will occasionally think like, what the hell, that guy answering? Then just assume that I'm answering something that happened on YouTube. Why do you buy a horse for Corrupted Dungeons? Good question, Madis. It's just out of habit. There's really no reason to do this. But since I'm on a horse already, whatever. Let it be. But you're absolutely right. There's no reason to. I remember this also last time I learned how easy it is to just go in and out, in and out, in and out after every fight. Glad to see you back in sound. Yeah, I feel, in some ways, like, I don't feel like this after being sick kind of downtime. It's kind of the opposite, because I really slept like crazy during this time. No. I mean, it wasn't like good quality sleep. You know, like when you're sick and it's kind of, especially the way, like, as I said, it was like 2 hours of sleep, then I woke up, then I kind of turned the other side, put something on you. I watched like, no, I wouldn't even say I watched like talk shows on YouTube. I just had them in the background, you know, as I was like half asleep. But you know, it's not like really good quality sleep. But after like almost 5 days of being in a weird limbo like that, I actually feel pretty well rested. Hello Vic, how is your health now? Yeah, as I was saying, yeah, health feels pretty good, but thank you for asking, Seven. Okay, we need to get into the rhythm. Also, I mean, this is like 5 or 6 days that it's not just about the build right now. It's also about actually playing Albion, which I also have not been doing all this time. So I need to get some of the muscle memory back. Why is the game is kind of quieter for me than it usually is. Okay, maybe something happening in my head. What is the zone? You can go... Yeah, I guess you can... So the big update was... I mean, now it's like 2 weeks ago, actually, but... you can actually... No, together with the depths, they added Corrupteds and Hellgate's entrance right from the city. There's like... inside the wall, there's a hole. There's a hole in the wall which takes you to the Antiquariat's Den, where you can go straight into Corrupteds. So definitely a lot easier to just... I mean, to do... That also means a lot more people are actually playing Corrupteds, which is awesome. I mean, I already discovered this last week when I played, or actually the week before that mostly. I'm gonna say last week a lot for things that happened the last week of streaming, because, well, I essentially skipped a week, right? It's like 6 days I didn't stream. What's your personal game of the year this year? Not... I don't know. I'm not like... I don't play like the last trends. Usually, there's very few games that I played when they came out. But I do have like games on my radar. Like, for example, Expedition 33. I 100% know I'm gonna play it at some point. But I'm not feeling like the urge to go and play it right now quickly, you know, since it's new. So, kind of difficult to say. Because, I don't know. Did I play any new games at all? I mean, I guess Delta Force is kind of new, but I definitely wouldn't put it like in a game of the year type of thing. But I have been playing a decent amount of Delta Force, which is like an extraction shooter. That has given me a lot of fun, and I think that is kind of new. I'm not sure. I started a month ago or so, but I think it's older than that. Other than that, interesting. There's a hole in the wall, and if you enter it, you go to prison. Yeah, well. Antiquariat's Den. You also have the standing now, if you didn't know. Together with Brazilian smugglers, there's also Antiquariat standing, so you can... I think you can craft demon caves with it. Not that much. How are you? Good, I hope. Yeah, Crimson, what's up? Yeah, I am. I'm feeling fantastic. Like, maybe it's gonna be different towards the end of the day, but I'm actually feeling like I've... The only thing is that I very clearly didn't move for a week, you know? I went outside today and it felt like, you know, like almost this meme, like, where am I? What is this light? So I was kind of passive. I mean, obviously, since I was half the time sleeping and the other half the time feeling kind of sick. But other than that, I'm feeling very good. Bro, I was off screen for a bit, wondering how could you enter Corrupted Dungeon so fast? Yeah, it's from the new Antiquariat's Den. After I die or kill and go out to get the loot, you will see it. Okay, time to get back into Albion. Like, 5 days is enough to actually, you know, require a little bit to get back in. I felt this a lot before. And I've definitely... Okay, what are we dealing with? A Great Fire with Inferno. Can I just full send it? I mean, I think we're gonna try to just full send it, right? I don't probably need the boots. Okay, we got an easy one to start it off. Not too much there. Okay, and by the way, the loot has also been buffed a lot, which is one of the reasons also why a lot of more people are playing Corrupted. And when there's more people playing, it's more fun for everyone, because it's not just the same meta builds. Although when we go later, I mean, quite soon, as soon as I feel like I'm warmed up, we're gonna go to Slayer level, and it's definitely gonna be a lot of meta builds. But you see, like guys like this with Great Fire can come and have fun, and part of it is because the demon loot also was buffed quite a bit. So it's not just easier to enter and easier to exit, in case you didn't play last 2 weeks, right? It's been exactly 2 weeks from update, I think. It's also that the demon loot, which is the chest at the end, which I don't open, but it is also the loot, like for example this bag. This wasn't from the player I killed, right? This was like the demon adding loot. Are there any new items in the update? Yeah, there's like, there were a couple new weapons. Actually, I played the Crystal Hammer for a while, solo in the depths in the new dungeon. Like solo versus duos and solo versus trios, and it was really awesome. The new hammer is the only one I tried. I didn't try the Cobra. There's also like a new shapeshifter, which turns you into a Cobra. And yeah, you can come out, as you see, you can come out anytime. We can even drop a horse here, whatever. And then we can go right back in. You can enter the new dungeon from here if you haven't seen, like this whole hub. The only problem with this hub is there's no bank, so whenever I need new potions or to buy new items, I need to go out of here into the main city and buy stuff there. But everything else, you can enter into the new dungeon, you can enter Corrupted, and also Hellgates. Slayer has already died down a lot. Yeah, but I think, yeah, I understand. Hopefully I will still have some opponents that are not just you and the fate of Kong Hamster, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm also itching to go back to the Mists, honestly. But something about Corrupted got me, like when I played it a week ago, started playing it like more actively, something about it was also addictive because I can feel my improvement a bit more clearly, you know? In Mists or in open world, it's more of an adventure. And if you want to see your improvement, obviously you're going to feel it in fights, but it's still going to take like a lot of situations to understand what's happening and how you're getting better. In Corrupted, it's a bit more manageable to see, okay, I had like 10 fights ago, I was clearly worse than I am right now. Stuff like that. Mikatox, thank you for both following and subbing with Prime. Guys, raise your spears. I don't know if this chat that I have, the combined chat, you can also probably notice that I'm not noticing as many messages as usually I answer everything. Partly is because there's more action today also in chat, but partly is because I'm getting used to the interface of having two chats together. But those of you who have spears, I can see Voodoo already starting off. Greet the newest subscriber of the channel. Thank you, Mikatox, for hyping me up. And don't forget to share your spear also, which should be in front of your name now. Do you plan to move to EU? There is much more content there. I am, Amland, I am playing on EU, yeah? I kind of moved when the server opened, to be honest. I mean, okay, originally I wasn't sure. Originally I just made a new character on EU because it's so fun to start things like this together with a lot of people, you know? So it wasn't like, I wasn't sure what's gonna happen, but I very quickly realized how important ping is. And yeah, and then it was very clear to me that I'm not really going back. Although I did still go back like out of nostalgia just to play occasionally on NA, but like serious gaming for me now is just a new, and it's pretty much, it's just the ping. There is nothing else. It's just that the having 60 ping instead of 160 is a huge difference in like competitive PvP. Which is, I mean, in some ways kind of sad, you know. I like the feeling of everyone playing together on one server, as I think many people did. If we could somehow all play on good ping on the same server, that would be amazing. But yeah. There is a bank. Sorry, did I say there's no bank? I meant there's no auction house or no market. Yes, Layer. If I said there's no bank, so if you don't know about the new antiquarians, then if I accidentally said earlier that there's no bank and that's a problem, there is a bank, yeah, but there is no. So there's no market. So I need to either buy a bunch of stuff in advance, or I mean, I kind of prefer going and buying for every time, and that's what happens. Love your content, bro. You taught me a lot. Best of luck on stream. Thanks, Bentore. Thank you, man. Yeah, it is. I mean, streaming. I don't even know if it's fair to say I'm new to streaming anymore because it's been over a month. I mean, there's already a couple guys, including Yagis, who just extended his sub a couple minutes ago. There's already a group of guys who are 2-month subscribers, right? So it's been more than a month since I got affiliate even. So maybe it's like Not right for me to say I'm new to streaming, but obviously YouTube part is new. Okay, he's not using mobility Q and W, so I'm feeling kind of okay not changing my boots as well. I have double Q when he comes out. Hopefully he's gonna be okay. I still have my other potion as well. Now he has no boots, so not much really he can do. Could have still double queued in the end, but hey. And you see, again, so this is what I mean. Look at this. 209k total. I loot what I got from him, and majority of it is this is the demon loot, you know, which I said it was buffed. So you get, I mean, also if I clear the dungeon to get the chest, I would get more items, obviously. But so far it feels like it's not really worth it. And a lot of people who are more worried about money, or you don't want to be kind of effective with your time and how much silver you make, you can do this, what I'm doing right now. I mean, obviously in the grand scheme of things, the 300k doesn't matter that much, or however much I'm getting out of here. But it's so easy, you know. I pretty much I'm using like 10 seconds. So corrupteds are definitely much, like the quality of life of enjoying corrupteds is definitely much higher. I can drop all this stuff here, and I'm ready to go again. Very, very quickly. Thanks for Spear, guys. Very happy, Slayer, to have you. I mean, I used to say, like, I'm happy to see you here from YouTube. I'm used to saying that, but now it's not even doesn't make sense there, because you're not here from YouTube. You're actually on YouTube, which is a bit new to me. Why did you full send it? Because of his weapon and armor. We are talking about the previous guy. Yeah. If we're talking about the Great Fire, yeah. No real. I mean, I think both fights were kind of. I mean, the second fight I can definitely die if he hits everything. Where is it? I can definitely die here. Remember, this is like we are also IP capped. I mean, I'm also actually tier 6, so we are both tier 6, even with the cap. But the second the first guy, I don't know. I don't really think he can do anything if I just go full YOLO. I just have so much more damage, even if he hits everything. If he was in Q1, it would be a bit. If he was artillery at Q1, I would be in a bit more trouble. By the way, I just realized I actually have the wrong helmet. When I go Slayer level corrupted, I'm gonna do the hamster thing and change to Cowl of Purity. Since every helmet now has a very useful defensive spell, it's a pretty big thing that Cowl of Purity will allow me to interrupt cultist strobes and artilleries and stuff like that. How you doing, Mr. Heyo? My favorite long hair peer streamer. What's up, Milo? Hey. My first time streaming on both platforms, and I am doing very well. Although I feel like last week I kind of lost, but you know I don't feel like it's a bad thing, you know. I don't have this feeling of rushing, you know, in general in life. I don't have this. I'm not one of those productivity gurus. So I don't mean in that sense that I lost the week, like, you know, like my enemies are getting stronger, you know. I don't mean in that sense. But I do feel like last week I didn't really do that much of anything. It was mostly just sleeping, but it was kind of fun. I watched a British show called Would I Lie to You, which I felt was... I mean, I watched it before, but I watched some episodes. Or I had them in the background as I was sleeping. I was kind of... I like the show. Maybe in 10 years the internet speed will be fast enough for single server games to be viable. Yeah, I don't know if it's internet speed. I mean, obviously, yeah, it has to do with that, but then... I mean, all it would take is some sort of, like, big infrastructure across the Atlantic, right? That would solve, like, a big part of this. I know that there's people from other parts of the world who are thinking, like, what the fuck, you know? Then you would have one big server for EU and NA, and everyone else, what are we gonna do, you know? So, yeah. I mean, it's not really gonna feel like we're all together, but if you look also in Albion, like, you know, Asian server, or Eastern server has also less activity in terms of PvP. So it would be a big part of the community would get kind of united that way. Was he on Invis actually? Do I need to change my... I mean, do I change my helmet? And by the way, he's a bow, right? Bow's an annoying matchup, but I changed to a Frost Shield because I don't think there's anything I'm gonna purge from him anyway. And I'd rather use it just to get closer to him. Okay, he's actually on Inferno, so never mind what I just said. And you know what? I'm gonna do this. Since he's not on Invis, I'd rather have the shield ready. I'm gonna charge up my boots and run into him. I kind of messed up there with my double Q. Gonna be close. I messed up with double Q and almost paid for it, but I mean, I could have kept my boots on green actually. Now that I realized he wasn't using frost shot, because usually against me, most bows want to go very, very kite heavy, which means keeping themselves on invis, frost shot. But since he wasn't on invis, I kept myself on purge to remove inferno, as you saw, and also boots because I kind of expected him to change to frost shot, which he did not. But other than that, it was still pretty close. I mean, he does a lot of damage. I had to drink both potions because I messed up my Q, and I used my E just to get close to him, so... Still a bit sloppy, but it's gonna be sloppy for a while. Need to warm up as always, and even after I do warm up, one thing I really love about this build... By the way, we're gonna go next dungeon. It's 100Ks, whatever. One thing I really love about this build is I feel it challenges me a bit more than most builds. Like, many other builds I've played are really fun, like I played recently, but with this one I felt much more like I have to be engaged and make correct decisions. I wish I could go back to NA, but bro, how good ping feels. Yeah, in Asia plus East server premium cost makes me cry. So, but you are playing on East, right? So that was like the ending of your message, 7, was that it makes you cry, but you don't really have a choice, right? You are in the kind of in the same situation. I mean, I'm happy to be an EU because it's an active server, so I mean, very active server. I mean, so I'm not saying it in that sense the same, but the same situation that I feel that I don't really have a choice which server to play on because the ping matters too much. Yeah. Smuggler cape is OP. Yeah, for 1v1 fights, yeah, pretty much. Unless you have very specific build where maybe Carleon cape can be very good, like one-shot death givers, hammers occasionally, you know, with the little jump Q. Other than a couple like builds like that, maybe keeper cape here and there for some one-shot type builds like brawler gloves. But for everything else, smugglers is just stronger. But remember this guy we just fought against, he actually didn't have any cape, right? So it's not just he had the worst cape. He didn't, like, he was using a regular cape, which didn't give him anything. And yeah, generally both should be a pretty difficult matchup, but it's, in my experience, usually like it's because they kite, because it's my job to close the distance, to get close, and my build doesn't really work that well if it's my role entirely to get close to the enemy, you know? It's much easier to fight, like, for example, melee enemies when it's their job to get close. But, yeah, this build is playing a bit differently. You seem so comfortable with streaming compared to the last stream I watched. It's awesome. Okay, yeah. I think I read about that. It's not about the internet only, it's the limit of the hardware. Yeah, fishy, but I think it's... okay, well, I shouldn't talk about it too much, because it's not like I know much about it. But I imagine that it's the quality of the cable we have in the sea, right? Primarily. So it's, I mean, the biggest time will... Everything else, I don't know. I mean, probably it also matters a lot, but I imagine that the biggest struggle of why we can't all play on the same server is the kind of cable we have under the ocean. Or like a couple oceans, to be honest. But, you know, mostly probably NA and on the Atlantic, I mean. I gotta read the patch notes. I wish you had a YouTube going over them, not gonna lie. Maybe we should do that. I mean, it is kind of late, but we definitely on stream have talked about patch notes for a while, but that was before they actually dropped, because a lot of things, it's still not entirely clear, but a lot of things, I mean, if I played more last week, I would maybe know the details, but it is like, it's still being figured out mostly. And I mean things like the glove changes, which actually turned out to be... It seemed like they are less of a huge nerf than it seemed on paper. We have the sword change, which is kind of interesting for open world type of content, like Mists and open world itself. Will you go on streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I mean, as long as everything works, yeah. There's no reason... I don't see any reason not to. Like, as I said before, there are some things I unfortunately can't do, at least from my current understanding. is that, for example, I cannot put the YouTube chat on the actual stream, you know, because Twitch will get mad. But other than that, there's no... Is multi-streaming allowed on Twitch? Man, your name is the same color as the chat background. Mima. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I don't know. You obviously don't see what it looks like for me. But I'm getting used to the new way the chat looks. Yes, multi-streaming is allowed, but there are some limitations. Like, you can go against the rules. And as I said, I can't... I mean, if there's something that I'm offering to other platforms, which is not in my Twitch stream, that's not allowed. So everything, like, it has to... Like, you have to get the full experience on Twitch. Then there's the thing that I said, like, pretty much I can't put the YouTube chat on the screen. There's some other things, like if I was telling you, yo guys, you know, go and watch me on another platform, that would also be like a no-no. So there are limitations, but I don't know. But so yeah, you're definitely right, Nima. They don't like it when I stream. I mean, when people stream on multiple platforms, but it's not banned. It's just there's some limits. I know multiple streamers who have both chats on screen. Well, I don't know. Maybe one day I will feel bold enough to risk it for the biscuit and see. But I've read the interpretation of some of the rules, which say that you shouldn't, like, it's not allowed. So, but as I said, this was like 15 minutes of me googling. What build should I play with Bloodletter in Corrupted Dungeons? Kind of feel this mod is too much bow. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of bow, and mostly fire staffs. Man, I have to go too far. What? Oh, okay, I wasn't online for 5 days. It's showing only a couple deaths. I'm not gonna find it. I died to Bloodlet. Okay, I was actually like, I died to Bloodlet because I followed him through fire after like winning the first brawl. So maybe it's a bad way to take that as an example. But there was a Bloodletter who was just playing just a very brawl heavy build with Inferno Shield and that, I think, was it Stalker Hood? I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of people are just using the defensive shield anyway. So I'm not sure. That's also every offensive helmet, whether it's the Duskweaver for mobility, things like Stalker Hood, which I have right now, Call of Purity, all of them got buffed a lot by the fact that you now have alternative defense, very good defensive spell. This is not a meme. This is not like the stone skin on plate helmets where, okay, if I really have nothing else to do with my life, with my spell, I will take stone skill. This is a legit, very good low cooldown spell, which will also keep your energy problems away, you know? So it's a lot of helmets that were more one-dimensionally offensive now got considerably better because of it. Now he changed, okay. And this is a problem now since I don't have the helmet. Usually I would use helmet to interrupt it. He changed to artillery. So I don't know if I want to give him my items or not. He also changed to frost on his armor. I mean, if I dodge his E, I can still kind of full YOLO into him, but it's not a very attractive proposition. Yeah, if I am actually gonna take the goal seriously of trying to get to a million infamy, I probably need, first of all, I need to take the correct helmet. Secondly, I probably need to consider, you know, learning how to actually skip. Last time I was playing Corrupted, I think I skipped maybe once for like over the course of a day and a half, because it's not really in my nature. But you know, if I want to get to a million infamy, I probably need to start skipping builds that I mean, it's a low risk, low reward, high risk situation. Ping is very good for PvP, yeah, absolutely. Interesting, I feel. Yeah. Okay, I hope that the chat is... okay, he's breaking a crystal. My actual stream chat, like the one that I usually use in the background, isn't working today. Okay, but I think everything is working fine. It's just that chat is not always as active. There's a lot of stuff. If there's something you said, even if it was just a hello, and I did not answer, then feel free to come back with another hello. Because, you know, I've already gotten so used to the way my chat looked earlier, then, you know, right now it takes a bit more, how to say, mental effort for me to understand every message. Yeah, okay, so he's still an artillery and a bunch of defensive, so it's and even Gigpot, so I don't think it's but if I break crystals I can't leave, that's the problem. And I mean, we can give it a good old try just to start out, and then I can't really start with boots though. Unfortunately. Now this is like if you're asking like why did I YOLO before? This guy I can't YOLO because if I just run into him, he's gonna just keep pushing every defensive he has, and unfortunately, I am not gonna win that battle. And the big problem is that I have the, I mean, as I said, for Slayer I'm gonna use the hamster strategy to actually use Call of Purity, which is gonna allow me to at least play against this sort of build a bit better, because I can cancel his artillery, you know? Like, artillery cooldown is still lower than Call of Purity, but at least he doesn't take 1.5 bars before I even start the fight, you know? Like he did before. Anyway. We get the... This is what I learned, and it's unfortunate, you know, but this is one of the things I learned last time, is to not just not just give my items away for free, and be ready to occasionally break crystals. So no, I still don't really do this, but there's also a skill I need to warm up. Good evening here, PvP Duel Padayon player, what's up? Hello. Welcome. This is the first time my stream is also available on YouTube. Wait, can I? Oh, okay, it will take me home. Just want to say thank you for the tutorial and the video. Thank you for being here and giving me that good energy. Yes, I am very happy to also now hopefully see that actually everything, like my internet is good enough, my computer is handling it. I mean, the computer side should be the same as always, because the stream is being streamed to the specific plugin from where it then streams to both platforms. So it shouldn't be harder on the computer. But anyway, I'm happy to also be on YouTube now. Man, it is really hot in here. I don't want to have my window open while I'm streaming. Not that it matters too much, but you know, I'm gonna be essentially streaming also to people outside in the street, you know. I don't live like very high up from the street where people couldn't hear it. It's very close to anyone passing by, which is honestly doesn't matter that much, but yeah, I can feel it. I can feel the heat. Oh, heavy crossbow is for people who have. Have you met heavy crossbows yet? I met a lot of them. I saw a couple. I died to like a heavy crossbow twice in the mist, like over last month or so, and both of them were really aggressive, which made me think that they were actually good players. Although, I mean, the last time I think I had like a gear disadvantage also, but one time I think I was actually I thought I was stronger. But anyway, yeah. But in Corrupted, I don't remember seeing any heavy crossbows during my couple of days I played. But yeah. I mean, heavy crossbow can kind of function a bit similarly to these crystal crossbows in some sense, you know. So you're also working with your double Q passive. But I feel like oftentimes you can kind of be in a bit of a situation like a warbow, you know, where you have to figure out it's kind of your job to keep kiting and keep the distance, you know. It's a bit more difficult to be in your face type of player than for example with Darklight Blasters, with regular crossbow. And if you are far away from your enemy, at some point when you finally decide like, you know what, I want to kill him now, it's also a bit more difficult. Okay, I'm gonna kill the demon to see if he gives me giga good loot. Normally don't really go for this, but since I broke the last crystal, I could not just go next dungeon. It's 39 degrees here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would do if it was 39. I mean, I know one thing I will do is just absolutely crazy sweating. No matter what I'm doing, I would be sweating a lot. But I don't know, it's difficult. I kind of like to think that you know, the thing is like I'm a little bit out of shape, and that's why I'm like less resistant to heat, you know, and more sensitive, like, oh, it's way too hot outside. I like to think that that's the case, but being honest with myself, I kind of already know, like, even when I was, when I felt much better in terms of, you know, physical activity, and when I had a good gym rhythm, by the way, very much hoping that I find a way back into that. I kind of remember still struggling when it's really hot. Like when I was living in Spain for like half a year, it was very, very difficult. Like any kind of productive task, which, like any sort of work, anything was almost impossible, I feel like. So yeah, man, maybe I should open the window. I'll think about it. 96k, okay. I mean, it wasn't worth it, but at least it's not nothing. Definitely decent loot for the fact that we're playing Stalker, right? So I'm not really risking much. I mean, the build costs almost a mil, so I'm risking much more than I should. But in theory, in Stalker, you can come with a pretty cheap tier 6 build. Vic, I was also playing Corrupted recently. I was using Dagger Pair with Avalonian, yeah, okay, so Call of Purity, Assassin Jacket, Assassin Shoes, and normal cape. I noticed I was not having good defensive. What do you suggest I take a cape and change my headpiece? Okay, so first of all, as I said, if you feel like you need a defensive, don't forget that you now have the shield on every helmet. So that's not really a problem, although I don't know. I mean, Call of Purity for your build could kind of be the same, like serve a similar function than on my build would be, like on this build, yeah, the way Hamster is playing it. In the sense that you have an offensive if you are just hoping to if it's like a DPS check, you feel like you just need to do a lot of damage. You have damage, plus you have an interrupt, which is really, really valuable against cultist ropes and fire artilleries, and you still have a defensive, so don't forget that, right? 7. Other than that, I mean, the build, everything about it makes sense. You charge up, you go in with Assassin Shoes, your Q. With 3 Qs, you do the big E, and then you have Assassin Jacket to kite until you're ready again, right? Makes sense. Definitely, I mean, if upgrading Cape is a kind of a no-brainer way to become stronger, you're gonna probably use 2 poisons, I'm guessing. I mean, you don't want long fights with with Dagger Pair. Yeah, okay, I see at the end of the message also that, yeah, playing Avalon, like, if you feel like you need a defensive, sure. But, I mean, you don't really want to focus too much on defensives with Dagger Pair. But there's obviously some builds that you know you won't be able to just kill with your first, like, ideally you want to do 1 big E, then kite a little bit, and then kill them with the 2nd big E. But, you know, if they have a very good defensive, like if they have a cleric robe and they time it correctly, or something else that they might have time to react even. I don't know. Although if you're on Shadow Edge, then they might never have time to react, right? Because they're still stunned. Nothing seems wrong about your build. The only problem I see is that, you know, just like I just broke crystals against the Wildfire, who is just stacking a bunch of defensives, and his whole point is just come at me, bro, right? He's like standing in one place and just out-brawling anyone who comes close. And plus he does damage from far as well. So if you're fighting something like that, I mean, on Dagger Pair, you're gonna struggle, and you probably just need to break crystals as well. There's really, like, the build you described, you have no way to really outplay some of the fire staffs, I think. And fire staffs are a pretty big part of the population in Corrupteds. So that you kind of need to think about that. Although the more meta fire staff option, the Flame Walker, usually does not play by stacking a lot of defensives, but instead focuses on maybe even Leather Jacket with Inferno, and then being a very strong brawler, and also being like focusing more on doing quick damage themselves. Hey everyone, says Yarge or Harke, I don't know. What's top 2-3 meta weapons in Slayer rank nowadays? That's an interesting question. I hope someone already answered you a little bit, but definitely Flame Walker, no doubt about it. Probably Flame Walker. You could say Arclight Blasters, like 2 weeks ago you could say no. I mean, it's not Arclight Blasters that are meta; it's just Hamster who is meta. But I think they have spread quite a lot. That's the. I mean, okay, it's Monday actually. What is this? Ooh, look at this Corrupted Dungeon win. By the way, this looks like Stalker level. This is crazy. Anyway, I would say Flamewalker. I think Arclight Blasters are also it's kind of fair to say that they are top 3 weapons now already. And then you have probably Quarterstaff. I feel like. Oh, never mind. Life Touch. No, before you get to Quarterstaff, of course. Yeah. Life Touch after the update is really, really strong. And yeah. There's a lot of Life Touch wins a lot of matchups, kind of a priori. Like without actually playing, you already know that the fight is won. If the enemy doesn't have big burst of damage, I mean, you pretty much win, or at least you never lose. But then there are matchups who can kill you, like the build that I'm playing. Yeah. So it is, and a lot of people, like I'm also doing, will bring Hellfires as a swap, which also helps a lot against Life Touch. Man, I was hoping to see Life Touch here. That was kind of cool, though. I mean, that was definitely... he definitely had a chance. I like the fact... You see, this is... I know that some patches, like sometimes SBI nerfs and buffs a little bit too much at once. But the patches to like the way that glove skews have been changed, we can see people like opening up other builds for all gloves, you know, other opportunities are kind of opened by the fact that it's no longer mandatory to use Q3 just because it's so much stronger than everything else. So I like the fact that he tried something else. What's up, Spear Lord? What's up, Teteng? Welcome to the first time ever that the stream is also available on YouTube. I'm gonna keep saying that, so get used to that, guys. I'm gonna keep repeating that whenever I see someone writing in the chat on YouTube. By the way, I don't know how the ads. I think YouTube will run actually ads randomly. On Twitch, I'm pretty bad at running ads manually, but I'm gonna do it every now and again whenever we are not in the dungeon. You probably already know it. I try to not have any automatic ads on Twitch because I don't want them to pop up during the fight, but I need to get better at running some of the ads. Obviously, if you have ad blocker, it doesn't really affect you, but some of the ads when we are in the city, like right now. But for anyone on YouTube, you might, I don't know exactly whether YouTube knows that I'm in the action or not. I'm pretty sure they actually don't. So they might have an ad at some random time, but okay, today is just testing first, to make sure that it actually works on both platforms at once, and in the future I'll figure out things like can you actually, for example, become channel member or do something like that to not have ads on YouTube. For the moment, just enjoy. Let's see if there's something else I missed. Vic, any idea for Bloodletter CD? Yeah, I think kind of the same that seems to work decently well outside, which is to be pretty brawl heavy, but probably go for Stalker Hood. So you are you can't just out brawl your enemy, but you are usually going to use Rose Snapper, Inferno Shield, and pretty much try to dodge some of your enemy's spells. Or against some matchups, you can even full out go Chain Slash. Against many, you probably want Dash for extra mobility and just to kite them around for a while. And then you have Stalker Hood. So when you get them under 40% HP, especially on Dash Stalker Hood E hopefully is going to be enough to kill someone who has same IP as you once they get into like 35% HP range. And against Fire Staffs, you definitely also want to have the Dash, because you don't want to full commit, right? And you have chances to like run around. Like I said, I saw one Bloodletter and he killed me, but it was more like I won the first brawl. He attacked me and I won it by so much, just because, you know, I do a lot more damage when I use all my spells and use double Q correctly. It wasn't like giga outplay, it was just my build doing a lot better in a brawl than him. And then he started running away and I followed him for way too much and ran into a fire trap and then got myself in trouble. So that was the only kind of clear experience I had, but Bloodletter doesn't seem to be very popular for Croptids at all. I'm doing Corrupt with Death Givers, Assassin Shoes, Mage Robe, and Stalker Hood. Very, very good. Yeah. Definitely works. The one-shot Death Giver is definitely good. The only problem is that there are some Fire Staffs that will potentially counter you if they are using Cleric Robe, maybe Gig Potions, maybe even the Firewall, you know, because then you have... I mean, you still have Shadow Edge, which is fine, but some of your damage is lost there, and it's... Oh, by the way, the Bloodletter that I fought, that I said I was like won the first brawl, but then ran after him for too much, and he killed me. He was using the throwing blades, so he wasn't actually doing the dash Stalker Hood. He was doing throwing blades Stalker Hoodie. So for extra damage buff. Thanks for following, Romulos. Welcome. First Q and fourth W against all, or fifth Q against high mobility enemies. Like, yep. Absolutely makes sense. No, I mean, that's one of the... Death Givers have been super strong for solo PvP for a long time, and as I've always, like I've said several times, I love the fact that they are not just strong, but they're also really fun to play and versatile. So it's they kind of been like the representatives of meta, like the good kind of meta, you know? Like Carving was way too strong for 2 years. It was annoying for a lot of people. Hypermobility was annoying. Currently, like playing Flamewalker, it's kind of annoying, right, for everyone else. But Death Givers, even though they have remained in S tier for solo PvP for almost the entire time, from back in the Corrupted days to the Mists, to like, there's very few patches where Death Givers are not S tier, but they're not that annoying. They're good, but they're still kind of difficult, and they give a lot of versatility. And like your strategy, Romulus, that you pointed out, it's one of the most popular ones right now, the kind of one-shot Death Givers. Not really one-shot in the regular meaning of the word, but it is like a quick burst Death Giver, I guess would be a good way to put it. Now I play Corrupted with Great Fire Staff, off meta, good vibes. Yeah, you get a lot of plus karma. DX, or DIX, or Die. Anyway, you're gonna get a lot of positive karma for playing something off meta like Great Fire. 3 wins and 0 loss. Okay, nice. I mean, Stalker, presumably, right? Slayer level, you're gonna get punished a lot more for off meta. There's still options you can play, but Slayers, you're gonna be a bit more limited to what you can actually play. I see. Thanks for suggestions. I left the game years ago due to my weapon got killed in Corrupted. Nature Staff. I don't think he's here right now, but Nicole is a very like successful Corrupted dungeon player who is playing, I think, mostly Druidic. Let's see, this week. Let's go last week, I think. So, him. He's often in chat as well. He's playing like this. This is his build, and he's like, as you can see, also, it's last week top 5 in not Infamy, but PvP Fame in Corrupted Dungeons. So some nature staffs are still, and also the new Forge Bark, I think you can make it work interestingly. But it will take like a special kind of attitude from you, you know? I mean, obviously you say it was your favorite weapon, so you kind of have that attitude. Is this the same guy I skipped earlier? I still haven't died. Whenever I die, I'm gonna buy the actual helmet that I need. Yeah, he changed to artillery again. Man, it sucks. I don't want to skip, but it's the same guy, you know? He's changing his spell correctly, but I can't run into him and go crazy. And also, I cannot interrupt artillery, so that's like essentially 1.5 bars of my HP gone kind of for free, you know? And that's one of the reasons why Hamster started playing the Cowl of Purity for this building Corrupted, which is what I did last time I played, but I took like an older version of the build when I bought it at the market. At least adblock works well on YouTube. I don't know. I mean, it depends on adblocks. I have kind of given up the adblock war on YouTube because they kept updating, and so many times I got the black screen, like with different adblocks, and I don't want to change my browser, but with different adblocks I got the black screen, like YouTube figured out, and they said like, essentially, get rid of your adblock or you won't be able to watch the video. And I kind of accepted ads, to be honest. But yeah, it is. If you have one that works, maybe that's better. I don't know. For me, it's been the other way around. Like I was watching like Twitch streamers. Obviously, I haven't watched that much lately because I'm streaming myself when I'm feeling like playing Albion. but I was watching a lot more earlier. I mean, used to watch a lot more, and I was surprised at some point to find out that Twitch even has ads, because I was used to not getting any of them. I feel kind of bad for, you know, skipping it. I don't know, how many fights have I had? Like, let's see, this was last time, this was last fight, yeah, this was last time I played. This is today, so we have 4 kills and 1 skip already. So this is like 6th fight, and the 2nd time I'm skipping. But this is the important part for me to learn. You know, to kind of understand some matchups and just not run into everyone. If I do want to make it to 1 million infamy at least, and I'm definitely interested in having some sort of corrupted dungeon go. At least it gives me more time to talk about life with you. By the way, if you're on YouTube, enjoy. But if you want to come over to Twitch, and I'm not trying to make any ads for Twitch here, but since you have channel points there, you have some options to, you know, do stuff which you can't do on YouTube. And one way you can use channel points is to actually make me play any random build for half an hour. Now I'm gonna go into the mists with it, or open world, but you can. This has been redeemed a couple times, and I've had a lot of random fun already. But I'm gonna keep telling this story. Party Killer redeemed for me to play Grove Keeper, and I played it for half an hour in mists, and it turned out it's not completely a mean build, and it was really fun. It was so fun that then the next day I played it, and the next day after that, so I ended up playing like 2 full streams of it, because I really ended up enjoying Grove Keeper. So just as an idea, I don't know. And there's other things also. You can also redeem instant wisdom about any topic. So, I hope the new combined chat thing, I will actually see the redemptions. Man, I'm really sweating for just because of the weather. I mean, I expect to sweat when I am playing like 8.3, you know, and there's like an intense fight, or my pride is on the line, but I don't expect to sweat when killing the demon in the corrupted dungeon. Hello Vic, make spear build for solo depth in duo depth. Good idea, Famozak, but I will need to play a lot more depths. I played 2.5 days of depths, I think, and I played a bit of spear at the beginning, and it definitely seemed viable. But the problem is there's so many healers, and spear doesn't offer you anything. Like, you can kite, like it's a very good weapon to kite around and feel kind of safe when there's duos around you, sometimes in the middle of a fight. But you're never gonna kill a healer duo with a spear. Like, I killed one healer duo with the hammer, and even that was difficult, but hammer was much better. So I changed to true bolt hammer. I played like spear for 2 hours and then changed to try out the next the new weapon. But I mean, if you want to go solo versus duos, and you are planning to not just rat and PvE for big loot, you do get a lot of loot right now in the depths. If you're planning to actually potentially take fights, like 1v2 fights, you need a burst damage weapon, and spear is not a burst damage weapon. Like even Daybreaker, which will be able to do a bit more, I don't think it's gonna be enough. I'm not saying you have to like have it on your horizon that I'm gonna just see a healer duo and kill them, you know? You don't have to have that sort of mentality, but even if you want to fight like a regular double DPS duos, you kind of need some big burst, you know? Because you need to get in, do a lot of damage to hopefully 2 people, but at least 1, and then be able to get out. And with spear, it's a bit more difficult. So I don't think spear... Like, spear plays well into the... Okay, like, today I actually expect to sneeze a bit. Spear plays well into the 2 important things that if you go solo depths, in my experience, you need to have 2 things in your build. You need to have some PvE clear. Spear is very good at that, because stacks will be important. No matter how you look at it, unless you're going purely for PvE, you need to get stacks. Spear is good for that. The other thing Spear is also good at is the other thing you need for a solo build, which is mobility, because you need to have some way of choosing your fights. Otherwise, there's going to be duos just chasing after you for minutes, and they're going to essentially kill you, or you're going to run into a situation you can't get out. So you need to have good enough mobility to have some like fight selection.
How many must they cull from this reality before they learn their place?
Bless you. Thank you, Yaria. Thanks. Ooh, so yeah. So Spear has some things that make it definitely viable for depths. 100 Spear and Daybreaker both, as a solo versus duos, but not if you want to go for fights. It's mostly just if you want to navigate the kind of adventure of the depths, and your plan is to get a lot of good PvE loot. It is full of decent PvE loot right now. But if you want to go for fights, you need something much more bursty. Hope that makes sense. You can rewind the stream on command on YouTube if you miss anything. Yeah, that's true actually. It's much more convenient. So if you like, I mean, the VOD, I have the VOD automatically saved on Twitch as well. So you know if you want to like see something that happened, but you have to kind of look around. It's much easier to just on YouTube to go back and rewind it just like a regular video. That's true. By the way, second time I'm doing the PvE here because I had to skip the. I mean, I didn't have to, but I'm getting good at skipping builds that are annoying. And I mean, the fact that he's full of defensives, it's already very annoying. But I think I could kind of manage that still. But the cherry on top is, of course, the fact that I have the wrong helmet. I cannot cancel artillery, unfortunately. 150k. That's actually worth it, kind of, you know, to clear this. Okay. Do I have everything? I actually have everything, but we can do a quick surface run. You can also put the profit on stream. Let's see. Today. Today's. Should I put profit? I mean, win-lose. Nah, win-lose doesn't matter. Let's see. And I'm not making any infamy though. Even though I've killed a couple guys, I have still around 200, a bit more. This is today's tab, so you know what? I'm not gonna put it on screen. When we reach 1 million, we'll start counting profit. But right now, it's too much. Whatever. Do you think bow is nerfed after removing Q interrupt? Actually, no, Zarkus. I feel like the new Q. Obviously, removing the interrupt part is a nerf, of course. But overall, it feels like with a lower cooldown, the Q can be pretty strong. And I feel like I've seen already some people use it. And even somebody, we had a bit of a discussion last stream, I think, or maybe the stream before that. And someone even came out to say that it feels like it's very strong. Like, especially obviously against melees, but it is... it can be very strong. Like, it can be really good damage. So overall, I have not yet felt that. But I also haven't seen too many bows use it, which maybe is an argument to say that actually it is a nerf. I'm just not realizing it yet. I don't know. Your body is just getting ready for the upcoming 8.3 fights. Oh man, we're gonna go Slayer later, and the cool thing about Slayer is that, like, I mean, it's like inspiring. Some of the... If you were here, we watched some of Hamster's fights. I mean, I'm not gonna find it now, you know, because I haven't been online for 5 days. But, like, it's kind of inspiring, and it's also obviously corrupted even more than the Mists. Skill really matters, and you don't need to come with 8.3 to kill 8.3s. Builds obviously also matter, you know. A good build will matter a lot, you know. In some builds, you can't take in the matchup no matter how good you are. But it's awesome. I feel like I actually can kill 8.3s in the dungeon. I wouldn't say necessarily easier, but I mean, I guess easier, yeah, still than in the open world, by going tier 8 and overcharging, you know, because obviously the difference between IP is much smaller. So it takes less of a giga outplay to win the fight that way. So I don't feel like I need... obviously, if you go with 8-3 yourself, then you can be very, like, you can kind of be hyper-aggressive, and you have some options open to you that you don't have if you're not 8-3. Like, there's a bunch of guys that you are sort of just farming, you know, if you are 8.3. But that's not my concern. I'm more interested in the fact that I can actually, if I play very, very well, I actually have a chance with tier 8 to just kill some of the top players. But well, it's gonna take some time probably to get to that level. At least when I started with Corrupted, I felt like, damn, this is like, it's so intense and awesome to feel like this type of content where I have to still learn a lot of stuff. Okay, do I need to change boots? Probably not. He's on Frazzle now. You know what? We're gonna do this. Because I'm gonna be away from him for a lot of the time. I mean, I could do it both ways, but... I let him hit a couple too many spells. We're gonna reset and then do the same, but I'm just gonna boots in and then whatever. I'm just gonna start the fight with my boots. Not gonna just run around because since he's on Frazzle, like at this distance, I'm just giving him free damage. You know? Use my cape, which is a bit annoying, and he will have boots now, so it's a question, does he want to just full run away and try to fight me with just one potion, or is he still taking this fight? Okay, looks like he wants to full run away. Okay, I have double Q coming, and if he turns around now, I think I have the damage to kill him. I don't want to go through all of these though, like he did. Kind of close, but I think if he doesn't run into fire, I still catch and kill him there. I mean, it definitely would be closer. Yeah, good fight. I'm so happy to see like a somewhat weird build. Not really that this is like a very weird build, but it's definitely not super common. Would be interesting to see what would happen if he was on shield charge, because it's not that easy for me to kind of abuse the mobility advantage I get from it. There's something I learned also why assassin shoes work also pretty well on many builds here. Obviously, you're still going to have a lot of people just running around forever, but running around through bats, through mobs potentially is not as easy. At least for me, who doesn't have like hundreds of hours of corrupted experience, I learned this pretty quickly that it's not just a free reset every time. Like in Mists, if your enemy has a lot less mobility than you know you're going to be able to reset, right? Unless you get super unlucky with rats, you know. So in Mists, if you see someone using assassin shoes, gig boots, shield charge, you know you can try the fight, but you know, like if I really need to, I'm going to reset. In Corrupted, it's a bit more difficult, at least from my experience. Kamuzak said, I spent around 6 hours using spear build that you recommended in your videos. Nice, it's a lot of fun. I learned a lot how to fight while having a lot of options. Man, I'm so happy to hear that. The thing is, myself as well as many other spear enthusiasts have been not disappointed, but feeling a little bit like it's time for spear to get some changes to make it stronger, because, you know, with the... Unfortunately, now I think it's pretty clear, a very unnecessary cripple change. Spear is falling has fallen a little bit. Daybreaker still a very, very strong weapon, but the one-handed spear, it's become more for fun weapon and less of a meta weapon. It's like still strong B+ tier, but you know, but a lot of the value of the spear, which is that it forces you to think tactically, it forces you to outplay your opponent, all of that is still there. And I would say 80% of the Mists population, you have a chance to win if you outplay them. But the problem is, most of the meta weapons are in that 20%. So against Flamewalker, one-handed spear suffers greatly. Against Arclight Blasters, one-handed spear almost impossible, you know. So there's some really bad matchups against very popular weapons. I guess Fists of Avalon are winnable at least, but it's not like a very good matchup, you know. Like Spear was felt so much stronger when Mists was full of people who used and abused mobility. Obviously with the old cripple it was especially good, and there were a lot of more swords. But right now the spear is still very fun and very strong, and gives you a lot of like rewarding feeling, but unfortunately a lot of weapons that the meta has shifted away from weapons that spear is good against, if that makes sense. So whenever I hear, like when I read your message, Famozak, that you are having a lot of fun with it, my heart is also happy, because when I played the full stream of one-handed spear like a couple of weeks ago, I was super happy, man, and I got really good fights. But I also felt that I felt more limited than I used to. Big part of it was Flamewalkers, though, to be honest. I mean, if they just nerf Flamewalker, that can also already bring a lot more variety back to Mists and solo PP in general. So, tier 7 spears solo kill at your 8 spear, both full specs. I swear spear duels. Oh, I mean, against another spear, 100%. It's gonna be a skill-based matchup. Also, kind of depends on W. I mean, if you're not using Impaler, then you're kind of at a disadvantage already, you know. But I guess like most spears now prefer to not be preset on cripple anyways. Hey Vic, happy to see you feeling better. Hey Mofanza, what's up? I have not. I've seen your. I saw someone comment on Discord also that about your new video, that they were very happy with your editing, and I'm so happy. Like I have not watched your new Arcane video yet, but I want to, because I know if it's anything like the previous ones I watched, then even if I'm not trying to learn Arcane, at least I know I'm gonna be entertained for 15 minutes. So happy to see you, and yeah, I am feeling a lot better. Yeah, in some weird way, the week actually felt a bit like getting, how to say, kind of a resting week as well. Usually I didn't get like super good quality sleep, but I legit, like, there were some days where I was like, I felt like I slept for 12 hours. Like, I was waking up every couple of hours, and you know, it was not amazing sleep, but still, like, time just went by and went by and went by, and I was still kind of half asleep. So I kind of feel energized from this week. Let's see, can I kill this? I kind of need to swap food probably before I actually. Okay, yeah, let's do it now, because this food is gonna run out. I don't want to run it out in the middle of the fight. He lost all his HP to fire. Yeah, the guy running away. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, I mean, obviously we're playing Stalkers right now. He's probably also not like a Giga Corrupted player, the guy that we just fought. I mean, let's see. He's playing a cool build, but you know, he's still starting out also with Corrupted. But still, that's what I meant. Like in Mists, having a significant mobility advantage, you know, 100%. If something goes wrong, you can disengage. As I said before, of course, someone else can still kill you, but the person against you on Assassin Shoes, if you really don't want to risk it, or you want to restart the fight, you almost always can, right? Oh, like very few builds can stop that. I think he's here, right? Yeah, yeah. Ooh, speaking of not having a lot of mobility. Can I just cleanse? Or is that stupid? Can I try like this? Let's go full YOLO, and if it doesn't work, I just die. What is this? Is he on Mage Robe as well? Yeah, he is, okay. That dodge rail. Am I right? That was awesome dodge. But that's because his combo is so predictable. Yeah, I mean, he didn't see that I swapped to dodge roll probably. If he saw that, then from his perspective, he just does the same thing and just waits for my dodge roll, right? I mean, if he sees what I did, I swapped to this actually for no reason. I just realized that he was using Hellion Hood, yeah? I haven't been playing Albion for 5 days, and I'm already messing up Hellion Hood versus Demon Helmet, right? But anyway, I didn't even need to use my helmet. But if he sees that I swapped to dodge roll, it's so obvious for him to do exactly what he did, you know? Use his Hellion Shoes, and then just wait. Just look at me and like, go on, dodge roll, right now, you know? Like, double dodge roll, I dare you. And then obviously I'm gonna dodge roll, and then after that, he just needs to get on top of me. That's the only kind of issue he has. But yeah, okay. 350, I mean, okay. It's time to... Okay, I don't feel really warmed up yet, because most of these fights are a bit too easy. Except for the one that I dodged, you know, twice. The guy on Wildfire. I don't mean this in a bad way, but definitely the fights that I had last time I played Corrupteds were so much more difficult. But mostly because it was Slayer. So I feel, even after this, I don't know how many fights is it, like 8 fights or 7 fights I've had, I don't feel like I am ready to take on the world just yet. Hopefully getting closer. I like your room lighting. Okay, yeah, it is a bit, I need to put something on the lamp because it's a bit too bright. But I definitely, it's kind of like, it's a good thank you for saying that, Royal. It's a good example of how overthinking doesn't always work, you know? I've watched, this was before when I started like you know, in my YouTube videos you don't see my face, but still, I was kind of researching, you know, about lighting and how to set up on a budget. I'm not gonna buy any fancy lamps or anything, but just on a budget, how to set up lighting and stuff like that. And today, instead of anything like that, I just turned on the random lamp, you know, like every room has a big lamp in the center, kind of thing. I just turned that on to have more light, and I kind of feel like it's already kind of better, you know? Also, the light is coming from above, which makes it, you know, if you want to see your own reflection in my forehead, you know, there's a the RuneScape guy who's he's like subscription, like when someone subs, I think, or follows, like the little video that plays is like when he does this with his forehead and he calls it flashing, you know, like in like when you throw a flash in a CS game, like flashing your enemy, you know. If I went really close to the camera, maybe I would also flash. Okay, whatever. Lost that thought. By the way, I also saw someone use Sky Strider bone. Yeah. Sky Strider, it's not meta, but it is strong, yeah. I don't think it's top 3 or top 5 meta, but it is definitely pretty strong. Like, of all the bows, Badon and Sky Strider perform the best because they have more versatility, and especially Sky Strider, you have some big outplay potential with your E, and you can use your E also to buy time. So if you're just in a full kite situation, just like Bow of Badon, you know, they have boots, they have frost shots, sometimes they have invis, not always, but if the enemy gets on top of them, Bow of Badon will use their E, and now they have one extra spell to kite away and kind of stand and brawl a bit. The Sky Strider, the same thing. You get on top of them, and then they E, and now they're doing damage, and you're waiting for them to come down. And when they finally do, their other cooldowns are close to being ready. So Sky Strider has that option, but it also can use the E to outplay some builds. Like if you E and dodge something, that's pretty strong. This is one of the biggest problems I have with this build, I think. Bows in general have been a bit of a menace, but Sky Strider has been my arch nemesis on this build. Although I have come very close to like good kills as well, I feel like it's been extremely difficult. There was one fight that I was already won and then I completely messed up in the end by missing 2 Qs. When, I mean, one Q hit would have killed him, but I missed both, and then his E got ready again and he just killed me. But other than that, for my build, I feel like Sky Strider has kind of been like the kryptonite. Let me go to the center, please, guys. Guys, let me through, let me through. Hello, you have returned. Yes, what's up, Stick? I am stronger than ever. You're too kind. You still play OSRS? Well, not really. Aliens. You know, I feel like I'm playing OSRS, but last time I logged in was like a year and a half ago. I logged in, I got super excited about doing some Tombs of Amaskut, which is the last thing I did and really enjoyed. And okay, I'm gonna keep myself on shield. I got really excited. I used some of the silver to buy a bond, not silver, GP obviously, and I didn't like. I tried it like once. I thought, okay, I'm gonna play again tomorrow, and I ended up not actually playing. So, and I feel like I'm playing, but you know, like it's kind of like old school RuneScape, and Albion is kind of similar. Like most MMOs are like that. You never really quit, you know. You just take breaks. Can I do this without drinking potions? I guess I can. We'll see. Okay. Oh, he messed up. Even though he got the Q, he got the W Impaler, he still missed his E, which is kind of interesting. And yeah, I did drink a potion, just not to die like stupidly, but it was. I feel like if I was a bit better at being aggressive when he started running away, I could have done this without drinking any potions. Now my cape's gonna be on cooldown. Do we get out? Yeah, we can actually get out. Then Vixo Pro, he's up 5 kills, your deaths. Mighties, don't forget, this is Stalker level, right? So this is the easier level. When I played Slayer, I got a lot of good fights, but at some point I kept getting put against like top players, and it was not even close. It was hopeless. Obviously, they have all the know-how and experience of Corrupteds, which also translates into their builds. But some of the builds were like regular builds, which I could not really reliably win against either. So yeah, it was very difficult, and we're gonna continue on to that. Like I'm just waiting to die once or twice, and then go on to Slayer level and play some higher level Corrupteds as well. But Stalker level, in some ways, is more interesting. Though. In some ways, not because you get a lot of people who are not as experienced. Probably also like not crazy. You can see, based on infamy, that this person does not play that much, probably, or hasn't played that much Corrupted yet. But in some ways, Stalker is so fun because people buy and play all kinds of different builds. You don't run up against the same shit every time. It's, I mean, Slayer is still fun because stakes are higher, and definitely my build is good enough. If I wanted to play something off meta myself, I would be more inclined to play more Stalkers, so lower level Corrupteds, because I would feel like, well, I kind of, to have more fun. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep getting stomped by builds that I have no hope against. But with this build is actually really strong. I'm going to change the helmet, the only thing, for Slayer. My build is actually strong enough to compete, so with this build, I'm playing a meta build myself, and I can definitely... It comes down to, like, user error, I'm going to die to a lot of best players, not because my build is, like, off-meta fun build, but because I make mistakes, probably. For me, it's extremely difficult to play more at most 2 games at once, and no way both of them are MMOs. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, you're right, no Fonza. Yeah, absolutely. But what I mean is that, yeah, I feel like I'm still playing RuneScape, but in reality, I haven't logged in for 1.5 years. It's gonna take a while for me to get back into it. When I, like, inevitably at some point, I'm gonna feel like, you know what, this week I really want to play RuneScape. Like, I know it's gonna happen. Like, there's like too much of who I am is in that game. It's like, we have a lot. Like, we all have those kinds of things in life, right? Some people, some places, and RuneScape is like a place or a game like that. So at some point I'm gonna want to do that, but it's gonna take a while to get back into it. Because the thing that I really enjoy in RuneScape is, I mean, I've never done or even tried to learn Inferno, so there's a lot still to learn. But the thing that I really enjoy is the kind of solo challenge. So Corrupted Gauntlet, doing solo tombs. I didn't learn the other raids, to be honest, but maybe learning something like that. I lost about 10 in a row yesterday in Stalker, then game blessed me with 5-4 backpack as you suck. Here's some loot gifts. I mean, that's nice. That is, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, but the loot in general has been, both in depths and in Corrupteds, actually feels like it's been buffed enough where it kind of makes sense to play it for the PV loot as well. At least more than before. But yeah, I am happy. Happy you got that experience. Also, it probably means, I mean, I don't know exactly, but it probably means, Madis, that you are playing something a little bit off meta. I mean, I don't want to, if it turns out you're playing Flamewalker and you lost 10 in a row, I am sorry, you're just having a terrible day. But I think it's likely that you are trying something off meta. I've seen some people play Corrupteds after the update, like really good experienced players, and have also, I think, one of the Russian streamers that I met him in Corrupted, and then I thought, okay, I'm gonna watch his stream, just to see, because I remember seeing some of his videos when I was starting Albion. I think it's actually, he was the last kill from the last, yeah, this guy. I remember seeing, like, if you don't know, I speak, at least I understand Russian, I don't speak, it's a bit broken, but at least I understand it, yeah. I remember watching some of his videos, and I went to his stream just to see, like, what he's doing, what he's playing, and he had, like, 2 wins and 22 losses in that day, And this is like a really experienced guy who played a lot of Corrupteds like 3 years ago. So it is, at the end of the day, if you're not playing meta, you are gonna have, a lot more difficulties. Okay, do I, I should just bait it out. Nice, nice. Okay, this is, by the way, something that we talked about a lot in previous streams. How the reflect actually doesn't work too well because, you know, I can just look at him and bait it out. But since it's the first reflect we see today, I mean, it worked. But this is exactly why I play Stalker first, because in a real game, like, if you're being really focused, reflect kind of counterable, because, you know, I just look at him, but I hit like 3 Qs because you know, in my brain it's the first reflect we see of the day. And is it time to go Slayer? I don't feel fully warmed up, so maybe let's have one more run. Let's agree, one more run of Stalker, so one more set, and next time I die we go Slayer and we keep Slayering. So yeah, so this is something we've talked about. This last time I played Corrupted, we talked about this like every time we played. The reflect is kind of good, but it's very difficult to use it as a reaction. It's almost impossible. So essentially, it's very easy. You just look at the guy, like, go reflect. And one thing I did, like one of the fights, I think that was actually against, yeah, it was actually against the same Russian guy I was talking about, this experienced player who had a huge lose streak. I just started just hitting my Qs, like missing them on purpose, which is so easy to do as well. You just look at him, and then you just like hit your Q into the ground, you know. But in this case, I mean, that's why we warm up, because give me Call of Purity, because you kind of, you know, you need to remember that most spears will actually go reflect. The Daybreaker did not, and it worked fine, and I don't think you need to go reflect, but most spears will go reflect against my build. And hitting it once is okay, but hitting it 3 times was a bit too much. And so at the end of the day, he didn't even like, since generally he's hitting his Qs and auto attacks, I'm hitting my Qs, we will trade kind of even from like 10-meter range, right? And it kind of comes down to whether he's gonna hit his E, and I have my E to potentially dodge it, or at least not take as much damage from it. Oh, I forgot Hellfires. I have only one, I need more. But yeah, but since I hit so many Qs in his reflect, essentially he was winning. You saw it, he didn't even have to use his E, because he was winning the trade just based off of reflect. But this is good, because if we see him again, he's gonna think that, oh, nice, reflect works perfectly well, and we will show him why it actually doesn't. Did you know that this guy is removing tome chests in next patch? No, just 3, I didn't know. When, how, where? I, like, all together, from all kinds of content. Is this confirmed? I mean, they recently added them. Okay, not so recently, but they added them like a year ago or so. And they're already removing them. I actually like the tome chest idea. I mean, obviously it's a bit frustrating, and sometimes it does mean one thing, that it kind of defeats the purpose for many people who they don't just open. Like, if they see a green chest, they don't even open it. Oh, wait, you're talking about the chests that are like, yeah, I understand. Yeah, just re-understand now. You're not talking about the green chests in the open world or mists or stuff, but you're talking about, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, this doesn't affect anything, because, you know, I'm obviously opening it anyway if I kill a demon for it. Okay, one more Stalker run, and I'm kind of back. Like, my infamy is not changing with these Stalker level kills, by the way. Although when I played last time, sub fees was around 7-8 mil. Holy shit, it increased a lot. Yeah, man, look, I mean, someone already told you, but 1 month right now is 25 million silver. I mean, keep in mind that the cost of everything has increased, which means that if you're, for example, crafting items, you're gathering, you're PvPing, you're making a lot more money, or losing if you lose a lot of PvP. But like, everything is more expensive now, anyway. So it's not just premium. So, you know, like, if you have good crafting specs and you used to like sell 8.4 or 6.4 masterpiece items, you're gonna be able to sell those for a lot more now. So you can miss your Q on purpose and he will. Yeah, 100%, Madis. You're right, of course. That's why I warm up. I mean, even if I didn't take a 5-day break, still would be a good idea to warm up. But just to get back on top of my game, so I can continue improving from there. Yeah. Reflect in general is it's one of those, like I said, like who was it? Oh, the dodge roll guy. I said, like, oh, you know what? He just didn't inspect and didn't realize that I swapped to dodge roll. Like in this case, I was thinking about something else as well, and I did not register in my brain that, of course, he's going to change to reflect. Most spears will change to reflect. Not everyone. It's not like you need to, but, you know, reflect gives you this chance to outplay, like he outplayed me. It gives you the chance to do that. But if the enemy is playing very well, then reflect can kind of end up hurting you as a spear, because, you know, you can end up in a situation where you essentially don't have a W at all. Okay, let's do it properly. I mean, not that we were not doing it properly before, but I mean, let's change to these boots so that if I run into trouble, I am ready. I said doing properly, but still wasted my helmet. I remember this. This is what I learned. My first couple days of Corrupted was also learning that I need to make sure I play around the environment more. Like, one dude killed me without giving me a chance to fight because I was fighting mobs and was low. And it's not like he did something wrong, but I need to remember that. So I'm not going to put myself in a bad spot. Just, interesting. He has a lot of defensives. But he's also on artillery, actually. Okay, let's full send it and see what happens. Do I keep this against Cleric? Yeah, I think I keep this against Cleric. So yeah, Flamewalkers and Slayer level I definitely want to fight. This is not a regular Flamewalker build. But I'm gonna boots in and just go full YOLO. And I'm using spells right now to make sure that when I boots, I am ready for a double Q. Okay, I thought he went here, but I guess he didn't. Okay, we'll see. Let's see. Thanks for following, by the way. Undercover Kane. What's up? How's Corrupted? NA is like 80% life touch. Mumblet, I haven't played Slayer yet. This is my last Stalker run, and then we'll go to Slayer. I haven't seen a single life touch yet. I want to see life touch because it's a fun fight, and I have a good enough build to kill them. Especially with Hellfires. Last time I played Corrupted, interestingly enough, I beat both of the life touches I met in Slayer. Okay, no, I not both. I beat two and then lost to the third one, I think, yeah. But anyway, it was fun. But then I went to Stalker, and then I got like destroyed by two life touches in a row, which is kind of interesting. I mean, he's actually just running. Okay. Okay. Let's do this then. The problem is his artillery will be ready before. No, is it really? No way! I thought it was gonna be over. I didn't have to follow him, obviously. I could just helmet him from far. Yeah, okay. We can count that as a one fight and we're ready for Slayers. That was just his helmet lasting for a full... no, wait, where is that? 6 seconds, is it? Which in my head was like 25 seconds. Because I already counted that his helmet is over. But anyway, let's go Slayer. It's time. This was a very good warm-up also, because this was definitely... Felt like the fight is already easily over, you know? Only thing, I mean, instead of following him and giving him a chance, I just went after him because I thought, okay, this auto-attack will kill him anyway. But obviously... I could have just dodged the Q and used my helmet, because my helmet's ready in a couple seconds. And I can even, helmet him while he's immune to dying, because the dot will kill him after that. But yeah. What is that helmet that gives him immunity? Yeah, he cannot die for 6 seconds with that helmet. And, I mean, it felt like it lasted much more, but obviously, actually. Okay, Slayer Blasters, 3 mil is the set. I think this is what I played last time. Tier 8 is good enough. I don't need a horse. That was correctly pointed out earlier. I probably don't need the eel stews either. Everything else... I think I'm ready. Give me the siphoned energy. I'm gonna overcharge a lot here. And I just need to make sure not to take the Direbore with me. And then it's time to go. So, Stalker level, I lost 2 sets. Let's say both about 1 mil. Worth, because I'm playing a pretty expensive set, you know, for tier 6, 1 mil is a lot, obviously. By the way, thanks for following. ND Helium. Let's see if we actually made money in Stalkers. Corrupteds, I'm not expecting to make money, but it's a nice bonus. No, actually we didn't, right? Because I paid 2 million for the sets and I made 1.6. kind of expecting to, especially since I'm still getting used to Corrupted's environment in general, not expecting to really make money, but it is definitely possible. And a couple good fights, and we'll get there. Imagine having this thumbnail and then it's live touch. Yeah. Wait, which thumbnail? You see the thumbnail on YouTube only, right? It doesn't show on Twitch. Or maybe you're talking about something else. I killed the Russian guy a week ago and he just cursed me the fuck out. Who? Who, Hamster? The guy that I was talking about before. Or somebody else. Which Russian guy did you kill? Or maybe there was like a discussion in chat that I didn't see. Svetomrak. Oh yeah. So as I said, like after killing him, I remembered this name because when I first started Albion, I saw like some of his videos, like in Russian, about like welcome to Albion, like this is what the game is about. And so I watched his, like just curious where he is. I saw he was huge lose streak, and he was also changing builds, and and playing like old stuff because he's like, as I said, like it's very easy, to, if you're not playing a super meta weapon, even an experienced player will lose a lot in Corrupted, obviously. But I think he tried, like, he was saying very good stuff about you. Like, when I tuned into his stream, he was like, I don't know if I saw the kill, I don't remember, but he definitely went, like, back to watch the footage of you killing him to learn, like, to see, okay, what combo were you playing? And, like, he bought the blasters and tried playing blasters also, I think. And from what I remember, I think he was saying like something like like if Hamster is playing it, then it's like it must be good, like in a trusting, positive way. But so I feel like that was. I mean, I didn't stay for very long, but I think when he changed to the blasters, he was doing it because he thought, okay, if you're playing it, then it must be like worth it to try, something like that. So at least at that point, he definitely did not just curse you. But yeah, I think he was probably just like many returning players are a bit unhappy that I mean Corrupteds are really in a good place, are fun, but sooner or later you understand that you're still limited to some builds, like you can't play random for fun builds. I just hear a bunch of swear word I could have misinterpreted. I mean, maybe after he died, but I think he was mad at the meta, right? He was mad at the fact that some weapons are not balanced, not that you. He definitely, as I said, like, when I tuned in, which was, like, at the end of his lose streak, he tried to play blasters, and he looked back at the footage of you killing him. That part I remember hearing, and he was saying very good things about you. I was trying to understand, like, how you killed him so fast, because it was, like, a 5-second fight. That helmet spell saved him. 6 seconds cooldown. Yeah, it is pretty strong, yeah, but it is also my stupidity of thinking, okay, 6 seconds is over already, because it's so hot in this room that for me time goes faster, But yeah, I didn't have to die in that fight. There's no reason. Everything was the fight was already won. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's a game of mistakes, It's a game of who makes how many mistakes when. But some of the fights I saw, like we watched back some of the replays earlier, and it was also a bit of that. I had a bit of that same feeling many times as well. Do I remove? I don't need to remove his cleric, right? Can I do this, actually? Can I just dodge roll and see what happens? Maybe even change this to defensive? Let's go full defense and see what happens. He can definitely, if he hits everything, he can definitely, well, one-shot me, but, he has to use his combo twice. Let's see if he comes back. Is tier 8 a profitable tier to make money with? I find that tier 7 I'm running for most fights because they out-IP me even as death givers. Tier 7 and tier 8 in my opinion are the best. Tier 8 requires a bit more experience and care, but you do have access to more fights against higher IP opponents. I mean, he's trying to destroy the crystal, but I'm pretty sure it's just, baiting me. He's not actually trying to destroy the crystal. Oh, I can actually inspect people here, right? I forgot. He has 400k infamy, so this guy has played has played Corrupted before. I'm pretty sure he's just trying to get me into a bad spot, Like a lot of people do this. Either they destroy crystals so they have a kind of a free way to get out later, or they are just hoping that others, you know, chase them like I'm running into mobs, and then get into a bad spot, usually. Like my dodge roll might be a bit of a 5-head move here, but it is going to be a bit of like a full committing, right? By dodge roll, I can't really... Damn, okay. He did bait me in. I did kind of mess up my dodge roll. I mean, he did see that I have dodge roll and he reacted to it. But definitely very winnable fight for me. So in the end, he was trying to just bait me in. This is something I don't, like... As I said, I already kind of predicted that that's what he's doing. But I'm not used to that part of the meta gaming yet. But at the end of the day, I think after dodge roll misses, I need to frost shield the first combo, as you can see. Just frost shielding the second one is not enough. Can I get a horse? Yeah, so to get to the bank. Good fight though, actually. I mean, in the end, good fight. I don't know why he was running around trying to destroy crystals. Maybe to have the bit of a surprise factor, so I don't know exactly when he's gonna get in. But... in this fight, I should be less focused. It's one thing that now that I got used to double queuing, I'm thinking way too much about that. In this fight, I should definitely think more about using my defensives. But it's okay. It's more expensive, but it is still good warm-up to take a bunch of these fights and see what happens. Yeah, I don't need a horse, I don't need a eel steel. Yep, everything else is fine. Should you have disengaged when the Flamewalker popped his helmet? Well, I could have just dodged one of his Qs, you know? He hit like 3 Qs on the Flamewalker, because in my head the fight is already over, it's just a matter of hitting one spell. Like this. So I think in that fight against the Flamewalker, I just need to keep sidestepping his Qs, and then, because I'm gonna kill him with helmet anyway, my helmet's ready in a couple seconds, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna hit him, even if I hit my helmet before his helmet is over, anyway, the damage over time is gonna kill him, so... What? The game is suggesting that I play Hunter. Why? Are you sure? Okay. I'm getting actually like flamed by Albion. I understand that I did not play that very well. But the actual Albion is telling me, how about some Hunter level? Maybe you could benefit from some non-lethal PvP, seeing how you just died to that guy. Okay, was he tier 7 overcharged or tier 8? He was playing tier 8 overcharged, okay. Maybe I should just overcharge also. Instead of trying to be the big boss, you know? Maybe I just overcharge. Whatever happens, I just overcharge until I feel comfortable enough. I mean, he was ready for me to dodge roll, so that was like well played by him. But I still have a bunch of other defensives that I can also pop. Or another thing I can kind of do is just go full offensive myself. The problem is if I tank all of his damage, I'm dying in cloth armor anyway. So I can't be like, I can't completely disregard him, right? You should have Geek Pots. Yeah, that's actually a good point as well. For Slayer level, definitely. But I like having Hellfires. But yeah, Geek Pots also... Yeah, will definitely help me. What was it? There was a fight earlier I was thinking about. Anyway, yeah, Geek Pots would be nice as well. You're right. I will bring a Geek Pot next time. That would be probably the easiest. Then I don't have to scramble, because I ended up having so many different things to press. I also kind of scrambled my brain, because I have shield on my helmet. I have E for resistances. I have dodge roll and then frost shot. And after missing dodge roll, I mean not missing, but after he waited out my dodge roll, I ended up not clicking everything else. So Geekpot is such an easy one button to press right away, and then start worrying about everything else later. I'm kind of accidentally clearing up the kiting circle here. Thanks for following, by the way. Pamoina. Welcome. Loving your stream, man. Thank you, Undercover Kane. Happy to have you here. First day today that the stream is available on both YouTube and Twitch. So you can choose where to watch. But on Twitch you get the benefits of subbing. I mean, on YouTube you can... I hope that if some... like, actually, let me check YouTube chat. I hope that if there's some events that happen... I know like YouTube has some sort of super tanks and stuff like that. I hope that if something like that happens, I actually see it. Probably I will, yeah. Yeah, probably I will. Yo, Victor, hope you're feeling better. What's up, Mintnade? Yeah, I feel actually kind of well rested from the week of mostly sleeping. As I was saying earlier, the sleep was not like really good, relaxing sleep, but still, I did sleep a lot and I feel kind of good. I'm ready for a week of Albion. I do have another work-related thing that it's kind of unclear, but I said yes to, and I'm looking forward to it. It's a bit of a sales thing, but I'm kind of waiting for the other person also to make it clear what we're gonna do and how. But once I get more clear like information, I'm gonna have something to do also like work, non-Albion work-wise. But other than that, for the foreseeable couple of weeks at least, for sure, I'm feeling a lot more Albionish, or like gaming in general. But you know, for now mostly Albion. Maybe like 1 or 2 days of variety here or there. We'll see. If you don't make any mistakes, he can't win, so his playstyle is very understandable. If you don't make... Okay. But you'll have to teach me, Hamster, how do I not make any mistakes? Because I'm kind of scrambling to use my defensives, since I don't have any reliable way to dodge. I mean, obviously you said Gigpot is one easy way. But I probably, instead of trying to dodge roll, I should be ready. I should have my finger on the Frost Shield next time. And then take it from there and use other defensive later. But he destroyed the crystal up there, so I'm waiting to see if he comes in. Are blasters really strong? Yes. I think they are like among the best weapons for solo PvP. David said, just dropping by to say hi. Hi, David, if you're still here. Thank you. Oh, I hear a spear. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if he's gonna keep himself on... He was on cripple, but... Oh, I accidentally attacked the thing. Oh, see, he changed to reflect. Nice. I'm gonna try to get rid of his mercenary, and I have... Okay. He's gonna do this until he hits a reflect, I think, right? 8.1, by the way. But it's a very good matchup. I don't think I need to worry about overcharging, but you know, I always say that and later kind of regret it a little bit, so... The Stalker Hood is kind of annoying. Other than that, I don't think he has that much on me. Nice. That's Surface Reflect. He's gonna lose stacks, and then I think I can just... Nice. No, I'm dead. Nice! Damn, that was awesome. That's the first spear. I mean, the deflect buys enough time for him, but this time I didn't hit any of his deflects, I think. Should have changed my boots, I kind of realize it now, but I was expecting to win the brawl by so much that it wouldn't matter. Let's look at that, though. This is definitely very much can go both ways. I'm being a bit cocky, not overcharging, but that's because I feel like this matchup is pretty much my favorite. So I think I don't need to overcharge for it. And also remember, like it's not really like a tier difference, right? Because it is. He wasn't an omelet, was he? Anyway, let's do something we do here, which is we watch replays so that I can actually get better, and you can also get better with me. So let's watch this one and see what I messed up. Definitely still a warm-up fight, but you know, getting better. Let's see. Spears aren't meta. Yeah. I mean, so awesome that he makes it work, you know. But it's not. It's mostly, I think, I need to kind of swap my boots. I don't need to overcharge. Let's see. And Cultist Cowl is nice, but maybe I could have. I kind of kept myself on this just to occasionally cancel his. Wait, actually, I'm gonna remove the actual game sound. So let's look at this. The problem is he kind of has to come to me. I don't need to follow. I'm following him because I expect this fight to be really good for me, you know? Normally, I don't have to run after him, obviously, right? And when he's coming after me, I get a bit of an advantage. Okay, another Q to miss. Oh yeah, the fire thing is annoying because normally he wouldn't get on top of me for free, right? I mean, in mists at least. But here I walk into him because I can't walk into the fire. I should have changed to helmet probably just to counter the Stalker instead of keeping myself on Avalonian Beam. He walks away, and once again, I don't have to, like, it's not my job to get close to give him a chance. And once again, I let him right next to me for nothing. But we're still doing kind of well. He removes his mercenary, although he got a couple procs, and he runs away, and I don't have to go after him, but since I'm on these boots, he comes through, and I feel like here I am kind of, like, it's kind of my advantage, right? I don't hit any Qs in his reflect here. And again, I'm walking towards him. Like, I'm trying to get on top of him for some reason and not the other way around. Like, this whole time, I could just walk away, you know? If he doesn't want to get close, I don't have to let him. But I still feel like it's winnable here. Helmet just for damage. Not ideal, but... I mean, I can try to keep it just for the... Did I Q? No, I didn't Q. I still haven't Q'd any reflects. What happened to my second potion? Okay, right, this was my second. Yeah. Okay, another E would be... Okay, never mind. W, and now I have double Q ready. I'm taking the distance. Everything's going kind of well. From this distance, I am... Like, it is my fight to win. Unfortunately, yeah, if I had other boots here, I would definitely be in a better position. And now, again, I don't have to run into him, you know? I'm giving him a chance, kind of cockily, you know, trying to force this fight. Even without boots, you know? I can just walk away. It's not my job to get close. Apparently, you can use Mercenary Jacket on a crystal, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. If you did, awesome. If you didn't, you learned with me. That you can use a Mercenary and get almost full heal from the crystal, you know? Which kind of, my Mage Robe gets wasted here. Because now, I mean, I wish I had Mage Robe here, right? And now, since I used my boots earlier and still went close to him, now I'm just scrambling to survive. And yeah, there's nothing I can do anymore. So yeah, so I need to be like, since we're playing to win, you know, need to be a little bit more patient, and it's not my job to go next to the spear. And honestly, I'm not sure I need royal boots for that, unless I just full YOLO into him. That's one thing that I think I can learn from Hamster as well. Obviously, it depends on, like, you know, Hamster might be much more confident in his skill, and also depends on what tier you're playing. But one thing I think I've seen, like, Hamster do a couple times is just full YOLO right away, like full charge boots and run into the enemy. And if I did that to him, I mean, he had crippled, so he would have crippled and run away. But there is a chance that I catch him off guard, and he doesn't even swap, and he's fighting me, right? But if I don't do that, then yeah, I don't need to run after him. But he did definitely play. I'm so happy to see, like, someone playing spear and playing it well in Corrupted. It's awesome. Why do you have the helmet instead of Stalker for ranged matchups? To have an interrupt as Dust. Because in Corrupted you have a lot of fire staffs who will occasionally use artillery, and you have cultist robes. And this way I have a chance to interrupt them. Otherwise I have no interrupt. I mean, I can change W, but I don't want to. it's a bigger loss. Yeah. But I think the biggest thing from this fight for me is just pace myself a little bit, you know? But I mean, being aggressive leads to good lessons, but now the good lesson should lead to me being a bit less aggressive. He played well. Yeah, he did. Good analysis. Yeah, man, that's I mean, I'm learning. As I said, it's easier for me to learn also with stream. By the way, thank you for being here and helping me learn, because I'm kind of more forced to talk about these things. But also for, hopefully, for you watching. It's awesome. The merc jacket thing too, cheesy ass tactic. Well, yeah, I mean, not cheesy. I would also do that if I knew that it worked. You know, I would kind of. I mean, if I had mercenary jacket, nothing wrong, nothing wrong. And also, like the fact that he was walking away from me, it's not. I mean, he doesn't have to just run and give his items to me for free, right? He did everything well. It's just that, I mean, it's kind of typical that you win fights by baiting a little bit, by making your opponent think that they have an advantage. In this case, he didn't actually do anything to bait. It's just that the fact that I felt I have an advantage already, because it's difficult to play spear against blasters. Because of that, I felt like, you know, I'm gonna go into him. But normally, he would have to lose some HP before I start being so aggressive and stuff like that. But I mean, it's normal, you know, that he's walking away. And also the same that I would do if I was him at some point, probably. And if I run into him again, I'm just not going to run after him like that. At least, definitely the morning lesson about Reflect, definitely like that. The warm-up game from Stalker was very useful because I did not hit a single Q into his Reflect, and I did bait it out every time. Either baited it out by missing a Q, or I used Caltrops, which is not a lot of damage, but helped me get some distance from him. Hamster has been using Infernal Shield in a lot of his videos recently. I don't think that's for Corrupted, that's for Mists, right? Let's see, last week, Hamster... Is this going to be Corrupted? Oh, this is Mists, yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, my plan from the beginning, when I learned this build, was to go out of this like build and start trying other things with it. But so far I have not reached, because this build is so fun and so complex, in my opinion. At least for my brain. For my melee weapon brain, I felt like I'm being really challenged to play this well. It's taken like longer, but initially I did think that, you know what, once I feel like more comfortable with the build, I'm gonna branch out and try other items, obviously, and also try things like Mercenary Jacket, maybe Mistwalker Jacket, you know. He broke a crystal, so let's see. I'm also, one thing I feel like struggling is to actually use Royal Boots correctly in a 1v1. Oh, nice, it is the same guy. Okay, nice. We get a rematch. I'm probably gonna... I'm gonna do this against Stalker. So, exactly what I said. Let's see how well I learned my lesson. He's not on actually on Omelette, so... Okay, he got a full stacked E for 3. And you see, this is my lesson. I don't have to walk towards him. Let him be the guy. Let him be the guy that gets close. I mean, he did that, but then he still let me run away, right? And that was because he got 3 stacks from the mobs and he wanted to use them. And I'm not saying he does anything wrong, but I don't have to give in to that and give him like a free beginning of the fight. He used his E to run away this time. Interesting. Okay. So let's see how this fight goes if I... The problem with running through these traps is also now, if he now pushes into me, I don't have anywhere to back off to, you know? Interesting. But you see, he's walking away still. This time was kind of okay. I wasted my helmet a little bit, and you saw again that he used his mercenary when he's next to a mob. This time he didn't use the pillar, but he did use the mob next to me. So he understands that he cannot just full-out mercenary me. But you can see that if I'm not just mindlessly walking to him, it's kind of difficult matchup for him. Not much he can do to just, you know, straight up win. What? What happened? I didn't know these treasures actually got aggroed. You saw I couldn't do damage to it because this was aggroed to him. And apparently de-aggroed. That's crazy. Okay, let's go again. And you can see, I mean, I have to, in that sense, and this is what I talked about last time also, reflect is not bad either. It's still very good because it, first of all, there's so many chances for me to make a big mistake. Secondly, it buys him a lot of time. Whenever he's reflecting, he's buying time for it. He just overcharged, by the way. Holy shit. That's interesting. I'm gonna match that, actually, I think. He's already a tier higher. Interesting. Well, he did match my boots, so I can kind of get away now. I don't know about the overcharge, though. Maybe it wasn't good that I matched it. He has 5 stacks of bat. I'm about to get my second. I mean, if I want to reset this, I'm going to be on 5 stacks as well, I think. Yeah, I'm getting stack up as well now. I don't want to let him get 3 stacks here for free. He's kind of playing it in a fun way, though. I mean, he's still playing it well, for sure. You can see that he's also really not committing to it, you know? He's just full on trying to kite me. Which honestly is not a bad choice, I think. For him. But he's used his E several times just to get close to me. Which is kind of interesting. And you see, when he's spell... Oh shit, my cape. Okay. Now he has another potion and I don't, so I have to pretty much fully reset. Which sucks a bit. I mean, maybe I don't have to fully reset, but... Yeah, he still has a potion now and I don't, so... I think I'm just fully running now to reset. Unfortunately, that means I'm gonna get some bats here, which are gonna slow me. And I don't have a 60 seconds without a potion now. Me running means that he's gonna get a big advantage from bats. I mean, he's playing it well, but you can see that every time, even when he starts to get an advantage, he still runs away. But he's using his E to get close to me, which is nice. Okay, missed my E on purpose. He still has a potion and I don't now, which is a bit annoying. I mean, I will have one soon enough. I just need to survive for my potion. That was not good. Ah. Gonna have another potion soon. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, the potion thing is a bit annoying, but now we both have only one potion for the last fight, I think. Oh, never mind. He stepped into the trap. I have 20 seconds. I don't know if he just drank a potion or not. If he just drank a potion, I'm fine, but if he didn't, then he has a big advantage. Also, the bats are gonna slow me like crazy now. Okay, I don't know if it's worth it to even reset with all these bat stacks. I hope I'm playing this correctly, but this might be my inexperience with the dungeon, you know? Maybe by eating all these bat stacks, I'm actually losing so much. Yeah, I think he's gonna win this now. You know, he's just playing at 10 meters and just waiting for his reflect every time. And the bats are kind of making it impossible for me to come back now, I feel like. I mean, it's still possible. If I don't give him 3 stacks, I brawl a lot stronger. How many bat stacks can I have even? Minus 15% HP, man. I have 600 HP less even when I'm full now. He's definitely playing it very carefully, but that is like that is good, you know. That's how corrupteds work. You're supposed to do this. You're not supposed to just give your items away for free. And you see, even after I hit my spell, he still turns away. He's playing now purely for the bats, it seems like. Yeah, it looks like he's purely playing for the bats now. The bats give him a big enough advantage. I mean, okay, I have to. I can't just run forever, right? No, he had cape again, GG. And he's still not following me. Do I have... I have 2 more potions. Okay, if I reset now, I don't have bats, but at least I have 2 potions. I mean, I probably can't even reset, right? Because the bats start slowing you also. No, I didn't mean to do that. I still don't have my potion. Yep, the bats slow me so hard. That's very interesting, man. This is completely new playstyle. He's just fully playing for the bats at some point. But you saw, I mean, essentially, if I was a bit more aggressive, that one time he did let me close, I think, yeah, now I just can't run away because of the bats. Because I am super slow. I just need to buy tab for my... I mean, he's still not following, man. He's purely playing for the bats. Just bats and reflex. And he can kite me, right? I can't kite him, but he can kite me. Yeah, I think this is over, just because of the bats. Nice. Okay, very interesting. Never seen so many bat stacks in my life. I've never seen more like... I think I've seen 15, maybe, but never this many. Very interesting, like completely different approach than you would normally take. or at least than I have ever seen. But there's something to keep in mind, that one time when I was almost killed him, just stay on top of him, you know? I was strong enough. Like, I had to risk it for the biscuit, but I did not expect that I'm going to be the one who's going to eat the stacks. And later, I feel like, what we learn also from this altogether, once you reach something like between 10 to 15 stacks, there's no point, you know? I was essentially just making sure that I lose by still running around. It's I think around 10 stacks maybe, there's no point trying to run in circles anymore. It's just, it's just a slow but guaranteed death. Because the bats also slow you. They don't just remove your max HP, but they also slow you. So you saw, I was moving like I'm overloaded at some point, right? But he did feel the need to overcharge his items, right? At the beginning, when he saw that I'm not hitting his reflect, he felt like, you know what, fuck it, you know, even though I'm already like a tier higher, I'm gonna overcharge. So initially the emotional victory was definitely mine, but in the end, man, this is awesome. This is 100% the kind of experience I'm looking for in Corrupted Dungeons. Let's see if we can get him again. And that one time, I don't know if I got it. Let's see, because the recording I have is like last 5 minutes, so it's probably not gonna have that moment. Wait, how did we get full? Cultist is a bit yeah, okay, so here. Wait. It's only like the last 5 minutes and the fight lasted for like 10. But hey, this was the ending of the one time when I actually did fight him, like properly, you know, we fought. Unfortunately don't have what happens, but here, Cultist Call is really annoying. But here, instead of Eing away, I kind of E away so he doesn't get value from his Cultist. But instead of Eing away, I should keep walking towards him, let him hit me, I think, and just go for the kill here, I think. I'm not sure, but here, if I walk towards him, okay, maybe not. Maybe he just kills me during Cultist. Here, I need to double Q. Yeah, I need to be in range. I'm not sure. I don't think he does 400 damage. And then I can just, I can stay closer to him. He's gonna take a lot of my HP, but then I have double Q, shield, E, double Q, and hopefully enough damage to kill him. Although, yeah, it's a bit difficult because I don't know if he has mercenary or not. Yeah, it was definitely a very fun fight. And well, there's something about long fights which is awesome, is that you learn more from the same fight, you know? If a fight happens quick, then you sometimes it's not so clear. But here we got so many different chances to do this. And one thing I learned about Corrupted is that there's no point trying to run around when you already have a lot of bats, you know? Spear has hard counter. You can't beat bats anymore, like 10 bats. Yeah, it's 100%. I mean, those of you who play Corrupted know this, but for me, I needed to learn it, you know, like this. The dude was using those pull you away build. I counter him with Death Giver. Lens, skill, and giant pot. Okay, well, that was a specific discussion from before. Just successful scam 10 million from the dual scammer. Oh, nice. Okay, so that's what happened. Lens, skill, and giant pot. And he did not expect that. That seems like a guy who is making his money dueling people and trying to push them out. He did not see that. He was not ready. Or you actually, like, did you outplay him somehow, as it? Other than, you know, I mean, choosing the right spells is also part of the outplay. Or did you outplay him somehow during the fight as well? This fight is absolute cinema. That was awesome, man. We even have a... we have an emote for this. If you're on Twitch and you're a subscriber... I mean, no, this emote is not only for subs. If you're on Twitch, then for fights like this was the absolute gaming moment, man. We got so much gaming out of the one guy. And I'm so happy that he's making the spear work, you know? But it's interesting. Like, at some point, he started using his E just to get close. And one reason why he can do that is because he has Cultist Call, you know? So, he loses out on a lot of E damage, obviously, you know? One-handed spear without stacks. But he's gaining, like, he's making up for it by having Cultist Call that he puts on me, so I can't really do much for 4 seconds. I mean, I used my shield a couple times successfully against it, but... the problem was, like, one thing that... I mean, this is maybe very next level, that I'm not sure if I will be able to get there to that level or not. But one thing I could have done, instead of... because right now, I was trying to keep myself on 3 stacks, so that when he gets close enough, I can double Q instantly. But in the future, what I could have done is keep myself on 2 stacks on purpose, and then go close enough so when he E's and puts his cultist cowl, I use my helmet shield, and then I have double Q. That's definitely something I, could have thought about as well. And by the way, not a single life touch yet. Yeah, that's the one, Sensei. Nice. I can actually see it in this chat. Okay, nice. I actually see emotes in this combined chat. Vic was in 26 bat stacks. That's the most I've ever seen. Also for me, yeah. It's a good lesson. But it started already way before. Like, the fight felt kind of over. And that's also, like, he felt confident. At some point, he probably has more experience with Corrupteds. At some point, he probably saw that, I have so many bats that he knew that there's no reason for him to even risk it. He can just slowly whittle me down and I will die. Because of bat stacks, And that's what he did. And he did it very well. But this is a very good lesson, to pay attention to bat stacks and to remember this. And not, first of all, just go in for the risk when I'm getting close to like 10 stacks. And secondly, make sure that I'm also aware that if my enemy has a lot of stacks, there's no point in rushing the fight, If the enemy has a lot of stacks, then I can just take it easy. If you had stayed in melee range there, you would die because of cultist. Well, I do have the shield, don't forget. I was on the shield play. So that's why in that situation that I just that we quickly recapped, I feel like I have to risk it. I have 400 HP. He's not gonna instantly kill me with that. I feel like I have to risk it. Cultist again. Let's do this. Oh man. Wait. I should be on top of him, right? Yeah, I should be on top of him. Wait, where am I running? Oh shit, this is the corner. I did not realize that. I'm not playing this very well, to be honest. No, he hit that. No. Okay. Another awesome fight. This is why, Slayer, I expect to lose a lot because I definitely have a lot less experience in this sorts of fights. But when, there's no mobility doesn't play a role. But I feel like, even the way that I played, if I just hit double Qs, I think I have enough damage. He switched to what's it called? Polymorph, which is kind of fun and interesting. Kind of unexpected, honestly. And he was also, the shield, I understand. The shield makes sense on Q. But Polymorph, I did not expect. And yeah, I ran into a corner. Once again, man, so many fights. You know what? I should just change my boots. Maybe that's my problem. So many fights, I start running away and end up messing it up. When it's much better to just full commit and YOLO into it. Okay. Nice. Another one. Like, man, so awesome that we get these sorts of different matchups from Mists. I think I fought against the Bird maybe 5 times in my life. Because they obviously don't play the Mists. But one thing I did well is being next to him and dodging. Once I did realize that I messed up and ran into a corner. But before that, I tanked way too much damage. And it's another one of those lessons where I should not swap spells. Because you saw he attacked me and I have still 5 seconds remaining. This is something I thought I learned already, but I don't know. My mist brain still gives me like a feeling like, okay, if he uses the fact that I have 10-second cooldown, I will reset, just like in Mists. But in Corrupteds, it's not that easy because you run into a corner if it's not cleared specifically for resetting. So I got a bit punished for, for swapping my spells, and he started hitting me. He used his boots and got close to me before I even was ready, right? So for 5 seconds, I just had to tank his damage for free. And the fact that he didn't even polymorph me makes me think that maybe he knew that that's what's up, Maybe he understood that. Maybe not. I don't know. Hey, look, Hamster is playing. Very similar. Well, items look a bit sexier when they are like higher tier and everything is excellent, but very similar. You're playing a cloth, it can be good to bring res. Oh yeah, wait. Geek pot, I forgot. Res pot no, but geek pot, yeah. Healing pot won't give you as much value if you have a smuggler. Yeah. No, Healing Pot is just so easy to use at any point. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Gigpot can... Gigpot as a swap, we discussed earlier, and I already decided that I need to bring... Also, I need to overcharge. I need to get rid of this syndrome of trying to be the manliest man in the world and just admit that I suck still at Corrupteds. I make a lot of mistakes because I'm way too used to being able to reset the fight. And accept that and just overcharge to give me a better chance to win some of those. Gigapot as a swap insta wins you the fight versus that spear. Interesting. I mean, yeah, if he ease into me, I can use my shield and Gigpot at the same time and just brawl. But remember, he will have 2 healing potions play, so he will have time to react to my Gigpot still. Don't forget that as well. This was the first time I saw a Dawn Bird in 1v1. I mean, I've, as I said, in Mists I fought like maybe 4 times against the bird. And it was, I think, one and the same player every time. So yeah, it's definitely not something I am used to. Man, should I have just run into him like crazy? I hope this is correct. Is he gonna do the same thing? He's just gonna run around until he reflects something, right? Yeah, I think one thing that spear did as well, which is to reflect from max range. No way, I tried to miss that on purpose and he ran into it. Was to stay at max range, you know, that's what the spear did as well. So that then he has a bit more time to react. And this is annoying. This is just like the fight against the spear before. That's interesting. Yo, maybe these guys have figured out maybe because of Hamster, these guys have figured out actually a strategy against this build. And when I was saying that, you know, it's so strong, the spear against spear, maybe it isn't actually. No way, he actually cancelled my boots too. No. I should be dead now, right? Because this mob also slows, and I used my healing potion. Yeah, I should be dead. But once again, you know, I might be like, okay, here there was no question. If I commit, I am dead 1,100,000%. No, not the slowing mob. Also, I'm not going in the straightest way possible, I think. I think I could have gone straight, alright. Okay. Maybe, you know, this is awesome. Like, I'm learning on a more deeper tactical level, because from my experiences so far, spear against Arclight Blasters is very difficult for spear. But now, I feel like these guys here, maybe because of Hamster, have actually learned this matchup a bit better. So, you know, they are doing this sort of thing, just like the spear was doing. No. He changed to Harpoon, that's awesome also. So many awesome things. Okay, I only have 2 bat stacks, so I can kind of continue being an annoyance like this. Nice! Man, that is so awesome. Once again, okay, maybe against Harpoon I should have kept running, but I wanted to try it out. Man, spears are not as hopeless. I take it back. I feel like the solution to the spear versus Arclight Blasters matchup is to just not play as a melee weapon. It's just to stand, because that's what the one-handed spear was doing also most of the time. That's why this guy was doing. the reason he was able to almost react, and I was missing some cues on purpose, but then that's what both of the spears did. When they're standing at max range, if I Q and I hit them, they walk towards me because they get an advantage from reflect. If I Q and I miss them, they just walk away because there's that 13-meter range, so they get to try this for free forever, essentially. So it feels a bit like the solution to this matchup. So if you're watching this and you're playing Spear, consider this. Obviously, in Mists, this is it's not as effective because, essentially nobody's gonna ever kill anyone. I mean, also in Corrupted it can work that way. I don't have to walk towards him. But you can see the Trinity, even sometimes, like the same as the guy before with the one-handed spear. Even sometimes when I do hit his reflect, he doesn't have to walk towards me, He doesn't feel like, oh, I'm melee weapon, I'm going close to him. I mean, with Trinity, of course, the auto-attack range from the Q also helps, But still. Okay. We have learned a lot, and it's time to hopefully cash that in. There's all of these fights have been awesome, but also clearly against guys who have a lot more of this sort of 1v1 non-mobility experience that I still kind of struggle with. But it's really cool. Coming from Mists, it's really cool to be in this situation where I know that you can, some weapons do clear the circle and kite, but from my perspective, with my build and with these situations, I feel like I'm kind of forced to fight, I have to man up and fight even much more, Right now I'm running away too much, for sure. It's kind of awesome, because in Mists, you can get frustrated because mobility, it's awesome to play around mobility, but mobility is so important that oftentimes, someone has more mobility and the fight will just never end, they will just reset forever. And here, it's a bit of the opposite. But my mind is too much still keen on resetting, which I feel like is undermining me a little bit. If the spears really did fight the counter, then there's no question. Spear is the superior weapon. That is awesome, right, Muddies? That is the kind of thing that I expect from a spear, That, I mean, that's the power of spear. That whatever the problem is, you have so many tools in your toolbox that it's likely something will work. I mean, unfortunately, one of the problems with this outside of Corrupted is that, nobody's gonna kill anyone, It's the equivalent of a Frost Staff playing from a distance and never letting you catch them, If the Frost Staff is staying 200 meters away, they will never kill you, you will never kill them, right? So in the Mist, if they play like this in the Mists, well, nobody is gonna die, right? Because they are at the edge of the range, I'm at the edge of the range, and we just keep walking away. But in Corrupted, it works really well because most of the time they can still get on top of me because I can't run away forever, right? To reset, especially with the bats. The bats are very well done, by the way. I'm really happy that they added the slow, and even though right now I just die fight after fight, I am really happy because it makes the Corrupted dungeons a lot more fun. That it's you feel pretty quickly that you're being punished for being the guy running away. Why is the auto attack range? Oh, it's because he's using the other Q. And it's very common on the Trinity. The second Q gives you extra auto attack range. It's not just. I mean, you could use it on another spear as well. It's so cool how you always acknowledge when your enemy's playing well. I try to do that, but it's really hard when I get to not get tilted. I mean, Una Tortuguita, yes. First of all, I've played a lot of competitive games, and I played a lot of Albion, so it's not some sort of God-given talent that I don't get tilted. It's mostly just because I have already gotten tilted many times. I've died on many times. But there's also a bit of there are some more tilting moments. These guys don't tilt me. But if someone was full abusing, dying 3 times to I can't show him anymore. But one of the top players was using the quarterstaff, and even though he has every advantage in the world, he was playing super safe when I fought back to make sure that he never dies. That can be tilting to me. Obviously, there's there's situations if I make the same mistake over and over again, a couple more fights when I run away and die to bats, I'm gonna be tilted at myself. I'm gonna be what the fuck, brain? I thought you were better, why aren't you adapting? So I'm definitely still get tilted, and you will see this also occasionally. But yeah, I mean, especially against spears, and he both of these guys actually played well. It's I don't know. That is that gives me a satisfaction. There's lagging. Oh yeah, David, good point. Lagging. I've talked about this when the game was broken 2 weeks ago. For NA server, it was broken. I heard a lot, but on EU, just a couple of evenings, I've talked about it. That's one of the most tilting things. When the game is down and you want to play it, it's annoying. But when the game is up, but it is lagging and you don't see what's happening on screen, that is crazy tilt as well. Okay, I'm not clearing the circle, but I need to keep that in mind. Right now I haven't seen any bows, frosts, or flame walkers, so it's usually been me who is kind of kiting, and that means that, you know, I don't have a way. Like, I don't have anywhere to go, essentially. Let's see where he's coming from. He might be... Oh, never mind. I think he's here, right? Oh, there we go. There's the frost. Okay, I have my helmet to cancel. I can just do this, I think. Oh, shit. And here I definitely need these boots. He changed his helmet to shield there. So yeah, so you see, this is kind of what I was talking about before. That in a mist, like if you always play at 13-meter range, like the spears, like, you know, in a mist, it ends up kind of like this situation. Like, you know, if he never lets me get close, I mean, there's essentially no fight happening, kind of. Not exactly, but you kind of understand, you know? I have second healing, so I should be fine here. His boots are not ready, so I'm just gonna drink healing potion just in case, you know? But he should only have W and no boots here. Nice! Finally! Hey! It took a while, but we got a win. Unfortunately, a lot of it trashed. Even with Omelette, was able to catch him. A tiny bit late, because I was so obsessed with my double Q that it was tiny bit late with the helmet, but essentially... By the way, if you're wondering still about the helmet, you saw it now. There's artilleries and then there's cultist tropes. If he could full charge the cultist trope, I would be very sad. Also, it's time to go to the surface. How many fights did it take to get to this amazing win? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Did I die 5? I died 5 or 6 times. You can use this helmet for cancelling deflecting spin. Yeah, I did that against the one-handed spear, yeah. You're right. I mean, maybe it's worth it. Maybe I will try that next time, actually, Logmere. But against the one-handed spear, he's doing it at the edge of the... He was doing it constantly at the edge of my range. So if I cancel it, he just walks away. I can get potentially a free Q cast into him. But against Trinity, I'm not super happy about... Wait, am I actually using... I don't need this. It doesn't matter? Okay, whatever. I'll use this food. So, against Trinity, I kind of felt like it's more important for me to defend myself. But yeah. It might be right that, you know, it's better to keep the helmet at some point. I'm just... Against Trinity, if I don't dodge his E, I'm afraid it's a bit too YOLO, I'm gonna die. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's actually something to try. I tried it against the one-handed spear. But against... to not do it right away, but to do it when they commit later down the line, you know? When they are already close, then I can helmet and double Q against deflect. Maybe. Finally, yeah, Sonic, right. It does feel like finally, but hey. It was also, I mean, this kind of Frost build used to be very popular, but I don't think right now it's a little bit off meta, especially Great Frost. I think it's a tiny bit off meta, but yeah, anyway. Nice. Oh shit, Geekpot, man, okay, I need to, you know what? Where is this? At least if I die, I will remember to add. First of all, I don't need this. I don't need this here. I need to put foods here. I don't need horse. And I need Geekpot. Like this. I don't know. Actually, yeah, 4 is not... Maybe Geekpots I don't need 4. Maybe I will. Some fights are so long. Like, I definitely need 4 Hellfires because against... Life touch, some fights will be super long. I literally never get tilted, but when I lag, I just get off. I just get off because I'm not having... Yeah. That's true. Oh, I saw also earlier, Hamster said that Galinetto changed to Arclight. Yeah. I mean, Okay, I mean, it is... I think you can take a lot of credit for spreading Arclight. But I will remind you that after you showed me how awesome it can be in your hands, I was pretty quick to predict that Arclight Blasters will take over the S tier together with Flamewalker. And I feel like it's kind of happening. I mean, this... We were talking more about myths back then, but still. Still counts. And yeah, I can understand how Arclight Blasters so strong. And I mean, if those guys like Galinetto and the Soulside guy, if they kind of saw how you fought against them, Hamster, then they might have also figured out that, you know, like if there's such a strong build which can fight everything, which can fight everything else, but also kind of feels a bit like it can counter Flamewalker, then you know, it just makes sense. Like for anyone kind of chasing the meta, you know, or playing the strongest available tactic or weapon, blasters can make sense if they see that blasters can actually win against the Flamewalker. I got recommended Flamewalker a lot. Ult is fun, but not for me. Maybe you'll like it. Yeah, Flamewalker is for solo PvP is probably just objectively the strongest weapon. Even though Arclight Blasters are very, very nicely up there. If you go more open world, you have Fists of Avalon. Death Givers very much also in S tier still. But Flamewalker just does everything better, pretty much. And it is simpler. It is so much simpler to play than many other weapons. Thanks for following, by the way. Alex W. I believe Forge Hammers are even more. Oh. Yeah, I have not seen Forge Hammers in Corrupted, but in Myths, a couple guys, yeah. I absolutely need to remember to buy Geek Pots soon. Tornico said earlier, you died 7 times. If I were you, I would uninstall the game by now. Well, yeah, I understand. I've been not with Albion. Yeah, I've been tilted in Albion, obviously, also a lot, and I don't enjoy dying. You know, I enjoy winning like every normal human. But it's not really the biggest priority. I'm more happy to play, to kind of get good fights, to learn PvP. Obviously, also. To activate chat, right? What happened? What was that? I hope everything's working. Okay. Thanks for following, Berserkiel. I hope chat is working. I got some message. I'm getting used, by the way, if you were not here for the beginning, today is the first time that the stream is simultaneously on YouTube as well as on Twitch. So the chat you see on screen is only from Twitch, but YouTube is also live. So if you prefer YouTube, you can watch it there, but of course there's more functionality on Twitch because of emotes, you know, channel points, all kinds of community functions. Thanks for following, guys. Carbo and Scream Silk, happy to have you here. So yeah, as I was saying, I have in Albion, I have definitely been tilted. As any normal human, I enjoy winning more than losing, and there are a lot of annoying things that happen. But I definitely came to Albion already, like, having so much experience being tilted in other things in life that it phases me less. You know, I've played, like, other competitive games, and I've played them in a way where it was really important for me to win occasionally, you know? Like, I've gone through, you know, weeks where I was thinking about increasing my rank in Dota, you know, and it was, like, one of the most important things for me. And I've gone through like situations where I just want to rank up, but I lose another and another, and I lose 20 games in a row, and it feels like the whole world just wants to make sure I don't actually, you know, get what I want. He still has Mercenary, which is a bit annoying. Damn. This I did not really expect. I don't think I need to change boots because he's on Frost Shot. But he did come in before. Let's look at this one, because everything happened so quickly at the beginning. And this is, by the way, the new Q as well. And someone was saying that maybe that's like a nerf to bows. I don't think it is. Because of how much damage you can put out close range, at least you have that. But I mean, we have to look at this together, right? Wait, give me a quick second, since it's my first day of streaming on 2 different platforms, just to make sure I don't. Okay, don't miss something. Thanks for follow and Prime, Mr. Baba. Guys, spears out in chat for the newest subscriber of the channel, or get your spears out at home to celebrate Mr. Baba joining us. And today is a stream where I take the money and I give it to Albion's economy. But like, it's anyway. We talked a bit about getting tilted. I'm not tilted. I'm kind of feeling like the corrupted dungeon is doing the opposite. Like, it's so, I don't know. It's so cool to be challenged, which I feel like you know, it is much more than mists. I feel like I'm forced. Like, I'm put on the spot where now win the fight now. You know, you can't like run around resetting and figuring it out slowly. That I'm getting addicted to buying new loadouts and going back in and seeing, okay, this time I'll get it, you know, this time I'll understand. But we have to watch this fight together. Just gonna quickly look at chat before. I was streaming on Kick and Twitch. Why didn't you try Kick? Don't you like it? I mean, I started on Twitch obviously, and today is the first day that you can also watch the stream on YouTube. In the future, who knows, you know? The program I'm using to multi-stream, I can only stream 2 places for free. I'm not gonna, you know, pay them a monthly subscription before I figure out even that this works, with like having YouTube and Twitch works. In the future, maybe, but I mean, I don't think there's that many people in Kick, right? So it will be, I mean, we'll see. It's possible. Restream, yeah, mental, yeah, exactly. Sounds like my Valorant journey. Oh yeah, I never got into Valorant because I never played Counter-Strike 2 like hardcore, you know. And because of that, like, I do love FPS games, but my FPS kind of intuition is to not stand when you are shooting, you know. All the FPS games that I actually played, like maybe Apex for some time, Rainbow Six Siege, you know, you don't have this mechanic that you need to stand still to shoot. So when I tried Valorant, I just realized that, you know, it's so different from what I'm used to. I didn't even go far, but yeah. It is. I think it's absolutely one of those games where you had the same feeling I had in Dota. By the way, what's up, Froggy? Welcome. You're versing all the top players? Am I, Hamster? Okay, I don't know. I mean, obviously you know them much better than I do. Yeah, also this week doesn't mean anything. It's possible, but I mean, that's also why it's so awesome. Is this guy also one of the top players? I mean, this was almost the one fight, the second time, but he played really well anyway. So the others, this guy. Unfortunately, I still had a couple seconds cooldown when he attacked me because I was changing spells. Absolutely got destroyed. Very, very well played by him. And here, we're going to watch this together because I got kind of destroyed here too. I did hit 1 Q into his helmet, but other than that, it wasn't like instantly obvious. He even removed his own mercenary, you know, in my mage rope, but I just got out damaged so fast. Merc Jacket Spear wasn't good. Okay, yeah. Yep. But at least, you know, we still learn. Like, from these fights, from the first time against him, I learned that actually he can just full Merc Jacket on a crystal. From the second fight, I learned that after 10 stacks of bats, it's time to just full YOLO and try to kill the enemy. I ended up on 26 stacks in this fight. And I could have just risked it for the biscuit earlier, you know. Thanks for following, Ayuman. What's up? I'm the economy of Albion. You can give your money to me. I have 20k. Well, come to Mental. Perfect chance. Come to Corrupted, like all of these guys are doing, and take it. You will get potentially up to about 3 mil. Actually, your boots makes you way too vulnerable. You need to be 100% sure you're going to be winning the trade for royal boots to be viable. Potentially true, yeah. You're right. That definitely limits me, yeah. But against the bow, I also didn't want to swap because he's on Frost Shot, and if I don't swap my... Like, if I do swap my boots, a big part of the fight will just be me trying to get close to him, and it's going to be difficult for me to actually get into effective range to do damage, I feel like. Thanks for many ideas and talk about ideas. Happy that you're enjoying it. Okay, let's see, where is the recording so we can have this quickly look. This was a very quick fight, and as I said, long fights like the guy against the spear is much easier to learn from long fights. Short fights, it's a bit of a problem because, you know, I don't know what I learned from this fight, but this is why we're going to look at the recording together. So let's see, where is he? Okay, let's see. He uses both of his E's and Frost Shot just to start the fight. Okay, so he doesn't seem like he gets a lot of value from it, right? But now he's vulnerable, he's next to me. I hit my Q into his Stalker. By the way, how did I... Is it just the double... Okay. Man, he did a lot of damage with that. I mean, okay. I say that it might not be... It feels like it's not worth it for him, but actually, you know, I already lost 1 bar. But I expected. Good Hunter Hood from him. I definitely messed up here by not expecting Hunter Hood right away. Now, I need to get into the... I dodged 1 Q by accident. That's awesome. I need to get into the rhythm of double Q and just brawl, right? Caltrops, E, and now I'm ready to double Q. I miss 1. He does a good job dodging. At least I hit the other one. Double E, the second E. You know what? This is probably a mistake. I don't need to run away. I think I should just follow him and just full YOLO, right? Yeah, the second E doesn't even hit him running away. Wait, why didn't I double... What happened to double E? What happened to my double Q? Oh, okay, the helmet is absolute ruin. Holy shit. Okay, here. I need to E on top of him, double Q. Instead, I E away, that is still manageable. But now, instead of double Qing, I helmet. This is like... Oh, sorry, the recording is a bit weird. Like you see, the quality is a bit weird. Okay, this is just my ruin. This is like absolutely ridiculously bad to do this. I need to double Q him. Now I come close to Q, but now he has his E again, and I cannot even get close enough for this. And he's still respecting my damage. You see that he's still... Even though I used my healing potions, he's still kind of walking away there. But yeah, the ending was a bit sad as well. Because, you know, he has already such a big advantage that not much unfortunately for me to do. Kind of messed it up. I need to use my boots to get close to him. He steps into Caltrops, turning around. Maybe not amazing, but at least I hit 1 Q. He removes his own mercenary jacket, but it's just too much damage. He was also good about being mindful to try to dodge my Qs, so it wasn't so easy to just hit them. But I feel like here, maybe the fight is... I mean, it's definitely not like a one fight like some of the fights from last time. But here, it's definitely full YOLO time, you know? Yeah, I should just E after him. Actually, I did hit him with E. Okay, so it wasn't that bad. I hit him. But here, instead of helmet, double Q, then helmet, and then just try to stay on top of him long enough. I mean, his attack range is kind of similar to my Q, so maybe changing to green boots is not the worst, because he doesn't have, like, he's also using close range Q, right? So it's not like he's gonna crazy outrange me with damage, but it is definitely still because he has Frost Shot, it still makes me feel like I feel much more comfortable when I'm on Royal March, because I can always use it to get right on top of him, at least for a little while. Staying on Royal Boots before you know what the enemy is using will insta-get you killed if your opponent is a good player. It will take them half a second to know they can just run you down. I hear you play, but isn't it also true that if when I'm better at playing, the better I become at this build, I don't have a build that someone can look at and just run me down. I don't think, I think the bow, also he couldn't run me down. I think I could win that fight if I played it better after the way he started it. So I feel like some of the fights where it seems like I'm being run down, it comes from, for number one, my inexperience with corrupted dungeons, you know, so I end up in a situation where my spells are still on cooldown from swapping, you know, or I try to disengage like in the mists and I cannot do it, or like in this case I messed up my Q and I just wasted my double Q by using helmet, you know. I don't think that was because of my my boots. I think in this case it's kind of, I want him to run me down, you know. I don't know. Hamster says wrong. Nice, nice, okay. Now discuss. So that I can learn. Man, you know what? You know what? Maybe like this whole streaming thing, you know, it's kind of like it's masked like, hey, you know, come to the stream to learn PvP. And it seems like I'm teaching, you know, and if you're watching, you're learning. But I feel like it's become more the other way around, which I absolutely love, you know. It's me learning and you guys are teaching me. I'm getting better. For sure, I have improved from streaming. Although, I mean, talking about everything at the same time, like when I played Mists on Spear, I felt like it was it was obviously much easier, you know. Now it definitely divides a little bit of my attention, but overall I feel like it's still the stream is definitely increasing how quickly I learn by a lot. Also, that time, if you were here that stream when we watched a bunch of clips from Discord, we're gonna watch them again this week, by the way. Not the same clips, but the new ones. Then I learned a lot from Vitus, who was in chat, who has played a lot of Battle X and showed some of his high IP fights from Mist. And then explained some of the things, you know. So that's another good example. And I've learned a lot from Hamster also here. Thanks for following Nashe, by the way. Nashi! Can I kill him? No, okay. We're not gonna risk it, you know. This is my corrupted dungeon brain getting used to. I'm gonna eat food. And I'm gonna be ready. It's because of your build. If you were on fire staffs, it's okay to be in royal, but on this cloth crossbow, it's just not a great idea. You know what? I'm gonna go with one of the, if not the best corrupted dungeon player from last week's, Hamster, who is also playing royal boots. And I understand, like, oh wait, we played already. Oh, that's the one guy I killed actually. Okay, I understand that there is some logic in what you are saying, in that it's definitely making some fights more difficult for me, but I feel like that's good. Like, just like how it's more difficult to play Spear than Battle Axe, you know? But it teaches you the correct thing. And I feel like I am kind of learning to be better because of this. Okay, if I just run into him, will that end up... will that go well or not? And he still hit his spell. No way. That's annoying. Okay. I need to figure out. It's the same guy I played against before, but this time... oh, actually, wait. I probably need to just change my jacket as well. This time he's keeping his boots on Royal March as well. Which means that unless I keep... maybe I keep this to remove his boots, but... and he's also an omelette, so in this case he can kind of run around forever. And the bats should have spawned, so I... right? After we get into combat. I hope the bats have spawned. So I think I need to play this around bats if I'm gonna win this ever. This feels kind of useless though, like this. Are we just gonna keep doing this like forever? He's playing an omelette, by the way. So now it's me I'm gonna just die to bats, right? Can I just kill crystals? Because he doesn't want this fight to start. I mean, I'm not saying he has to let me just get close to him, right? But... maybe I should have just frost shielded to get close to him there. And I'm making... this might be a bad idea, running through mobs like this, but... no, no, no. Run into my Caltrops, guys. Nice. No, not this guy, not this guy. Man, this is a very bad idea if he follows me. But hey, that's how we get better. Let's see. Let's see if that changes anything about how he plays or not. Okay, he did not follow me. Okay, interesting. I don't have any plan to actually get close to him right now. It's kind of annoying. Let's hope his boots are somehow on cooldown. I don't have any plan at all. I don't know how to get close to him. As you can see, I mean, even if I use my triple Q, I still have less mobility because he's on omelet. I need to de-aggro some of these mobs. No. Okay, let's see if we can figure out how to get on top of him. I have only boots and potentially triple E, but I don't know. Maybe you've noticed you're playing a bit defensively. Yes, for sure. That's definitely, Mr. Baba, that's very correct. Like, in the mists, if you limit your mobility, the enemy will just reset. And if you play, like, for example, those spears, you know, they are melee weapons, but they're staying at the full range to make sure to try to hit the reflect. And if they miss, they just walk away. And if they hit, you know, they walk towards me. In the mists, which was like thousands of hours of my brain, essentially, if that happens, you just walk away. You can always kind of reset for free if you have more mobility, or if the enemy is playing like this Frost, you know, at the edge of your screen. Here, I've been punished for it. So you're 100% right. I'm sure that I'm playing way too defensively. I'm not committing as much as I should to fights. For learning purposes, you could try going all in on the opposite approach, play overly aggressive for a while. Yeah. You're right. Absolutely, yeah. This is one of those, I said, like, I can get tilted when I make the same mistake over and over again. This is one of those things that, how many times I've already run away and then realized, fuck, why am I trying to reset? One time I have 10 bat stacks, the other time I run into mobs, one time I ran into, like, a corner. Instead of trying to reset, I should try to just walk into my enemy's face more. Is your first Q stronger DPS or second Q? In this case, with the bows, you can use one Q and out-damage his E, no? No, I don't think I can out-damage his E, but no, my second... I will have to change everything about my life and my brain as of if I'm gonna change. The second Q is super strong because of double Q, and that's a big part of my... how my brain plays it. What if he watches the stream and knows your plan? Well, I mean, that's fine, then he can come up with something to counter it. That's fine. I mean, I don't know if I can ever get to that point, but I do definitely, when I'm playing Corrupted and I'm getting addicted to this feeling of improvement, part of me is like feeling that, you know what, I want to get to a point where I mean, enemy knowing what I want to do doesn't mean that they are winning. It's, of course, strategy is part of it, but I want to win against some of the best players occasionally. And those best players will know what I want to do anyway, even if they don't watch stream. Or at least they know what in theory I should be doing. I think it's better if you skip. Just skip if you can't win. Yeah, it's looking a bit like that, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, okay, sorry. I started reading chat, but actually I wanted to see if I can come up with any sort of plan in my head. Is there any way for me to get close? He's playing Omelette. He's on Royal March. So I don't know if there's any way to get close, you know? I mean, just like last time, it's okay, and I'm on Spear, I'm used to it. You don't win a fight against the Kiter by catching them once. You always catch them twice. Well, unless they really mess up. You catch them once, and then they use all their spells to get away, and that's fine, and that's what I would like from this fight. I get on top of him, but it's not a free win just because I used boots, congratulations, right? I use boots, I get on top of him, he does damage back, then he starts kiting away with his, but he didn't have Q slow, but he has a blink, right? And he has a slow on his E as well. He does that well, and now I need to figure out ways to catch him again, or to bait him to come to me. That's fun. But if I can't even start the first fight, I don't have ideas right now. Do you have experience with Spectre shoes? If yeah, what are this in play? I used to use, Spectre shoes? No. I used to use Judy boots. Wait, this is for the PvE, right? I don't think I've ever seen this in a real PvP fight. This used to be for skipping, like, dungeons to get to the Avalonian boss. Other than that, I don't know. It's not because Frost wants to kite and you can't kite. What are top tier corrupted builds right now? Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters, Quarterstaff, what's that called? Life Touch Staff. If you skip, you'll learn nothing. That's true, but I mean, I need to... Like, I've already learned from the time I was running after him a moment ago. I've learned that I cannot... Like, if he doesn't want for the fight to start, I cannot get on top of him. Now, is there anything else I can do? I guess my Frost Shield, you know? I can hope that I Frost Shield. There's no way. I don't have... I mean, the silence won't cancel his boots anyway. I don't know. Maybe he's listening to the stream. Yeah, we talked about this. I mean, if he's listening to the stream, then it's fine. I don't mind. As I said, I want to be good enough at this that doesn't matter too much. If the enemy is listening, okay, I understand. Yeah, okay. At some point, yeah, there is like if I get to like a level of the best players, then yes, knowing specifically what my plan is can sometimes help a little bit. But in this case, when I'm just trying to figure out how to get close to the guy, what is he gonna do? Try to purge his sprint. Yeah, I guess so. I guess, yeah, let's try that. It was my, like, very original, like, at the beginning, original first idea, but yeah. But yeah, it's right. Now he destroyed the second crystal, so if we fight, we can just destroy the third one, but... Yeah, okay, let's try that. But I have to... Right now, he's just matching my boots. I have to get him in a position where my boots are still going, because otherwise I can't even get close enough, and otherwise he's never going to use his sprint, right? I need to get into a position where I'm using my boots, he uses his boots, and then as he's running away, he hits a spell on me. But last time, he didn't do that. Last time when he was running away, he just ran away to, like, use his whole boots duration while I'm running after him. And the problem is, the whole time I'm running after him, if I don't get close enough into, like, 13 meters to hit my Qs, I'm not doing any damage, but he is doing damage. So the logic of chasing him into the bats also doesn't fully work. No, I missed. Okay. I did not purchase boots, but he did run back into me. And in the end, he cancelled his own robe. You see, I was... This is the level of mind games we've achieved. He was so confident that I'm gonna instantly react to his robe that he cancelled it on his own. That was critical. No, I mean, it wasn't really critical. I had my helmet ready. But I think he would have gotten a couple of... Yeah, another reason to bring a horse, or at least a bag next time. Okay, I didn't hit all my Qs, and I had to use all my E's because I was not mindful of my double Q at the beginning. But, luckily, when I'm on top of him, I do still have the advantage of doing a lot more damage, mostly. Okay, so... Right now, it looks like I am losing to everyone except this guy, right? It is the same... I think it's the same guy that I killed before. And by the way, one thing that gave me confidence... Yes, he used Gigpot, which is okay. It was very nice at that moment. But one thing that gave me confidence is knowing that he has a cooldown on his second potion and I can use 2 healings if I fight quickly, you know? Otherwise, if he had 2 healing potions, it's questionable, you know? He got a lot of value from Gigpot for sure, but... I feel like he might have been happier with the double Q. Good fight, to dodged all his Q, maybe he can win the brawl. Yeah, but he dodged some of my Qs as well, and the thing is I did not double Q as much as I would like to. What did I want to? Okay, I want to put bag away, and I need to buy another food just in case. Yeah. Wait, Deadlock again? How many times have you seen it? Twice, Madis, right now. Twice. Look at this. These are all the guys that kill me today. All of these guys, you know. And this is all the guys I'm killing so far in Slayer. The one. I mean, I got a lot of fight. Like in Stalker, I was mostly winning, but yeah, it's obviously a different level of play, and people try different weird builds, you know. That they are not either builds that are not super strong or builds that they are not specialists in. Okay, I should probably buy a bunch in advance, but I like buying every time, kind of. I don't know why, but I like going back, and it almost feels like I'm choosing, ooh, what will I buy this time? I know I buy the same food over and over again, but I feel like I am actually shopping, you know? Like I'm going out and choosing what to buy. Neo movements from Matrix. Yeah, for sure. Well, at least I had time to think about it, you know. Because he ran back into me. He decided to take the fight himself. I don't know. Maybe I purged the last second of his boots, but it didn't matter at that point. When he turned around and I clicked my mage rope, he was already turning around, you know. He already decided not to pull YOLO away. And I used my E's, first of all, to charge my double Q, since I messed it up. And everything, like almost everything else was on cooldown. But secondly, I kind of used my E's to match his W as well. Which was, ended up working pretty well. But if the fight takes a bit longer, he's gonna have another W. He's gonna have his second kick pot. I don't think I'm winning that. But this is exactly what you were saying and what I need to focus on more. Which is to more YOLO and less playing defensively. Also, I think the fact that I broke crystals and waited around for 2 minutes, I think it made him more interested in the fight. You know, like the brawler gloves that was breaking crystals earlier. Like, I was much more careless chasing the brawler gloves because it felt like he's trying to leave, and maybe this guy thought the same about me. Are both playable in Corrupted after Q1 change, or I'm just stuck? Seems very playable. This guy that I just died to earlier, Hamster, I think, referred to him and said he's one of the top players right now in Corrupted on EU. He played this build and he kind of destroyed me. Although, from the fights against like some of the best players, this was one of the ones that I feel like I messed up more. Like, it wasn't just that he destroyed me, it was mostly that I messed up and I could have won this. But still, at least the fact that he's playing bow means that it's definitely viable, yeah. But hey, Slayer today is not filled with life curse and Flamewalker. Yeah. Even if you die, you are meeting different builds. Yeah, that's what happened. Last time I played Slayer, buddies, I got so many fun builds for the first couple of hours. Like, I don't mean fun like bad, but fun like not just Flamewalkers. People were trying different stuff, and a lot of good fights. I fought Daybreakers, Battle Axes even. And then, at some point, the game decided, and it's not like I was winning all of those fights. I went kind of 50-50 against them. I did kill the life touches, by the way, at the beginning then, but then I went about 50-50 against others, and then the game decided, you know what? Time to put you in the big league. And then I got the same top player who was playing an ultra safe... he's probably not here anymore. This is last week, right? Yeah, he's not here right now. This guy. I met this guy 3 times in a row, and he was playing this, essentially. He was playing 8-3, but, you know, it's the same point. He was playing ultra safe to make sure he doesn't die, and plus, you know, it's a very strong build, and was one of the top players. And that was fine. I mean, I expect to... I mean, if I want to be the best, I need to, you know, play against the best and learn from it. But I got 3 times in the fight against him, which was absolutely hopeless. And then after that, I got against one of the other weekly top players with Flamewalker. And it started feeling kind of hopeless. Also, I got Hamster a couple of times, but, you know, Hamster added me and didn't fight. So we just cleared the dungeon fast. But, you know, if you count that in, if you count the Hamster matches also as, like, fights, the game decided to put me against the best of the best. So at that point, I felt like, okay, Slayer, for me, Slayer level is kind of pointless. I'm not learning much. But the first 2 hours of Slayer, I got a lot of different builds and people that were also discovering the game with me, kind of. If that makes sense. Okay, Twitch, I understand the need for AD, but why always the same one? Oh, need for ad. Yeah, you got the same ad. You know, I've been getting on YouTube, I've been getting the same, like, Temu ad for, like, whatever free iPad or, well, I don't know what they're doing. That sounded like a Frost stuff. Ha! Look, it's my friend! It's the only guy I'm killing. Let's go, Mr. Dedok. I was not able to finish that fight in time, and now his boots will be ready again. I did purge his boots though, that part worked. But now he's just gonna wait for his next robe, I think. And his potions will be ready way before mine. The problem is when I run at him with my boots and then mage robe, I cannot really start the fight the way I want to. And I cannot start with double Q, so I ended up wasting my... And then I caltrops just to catch up to him, as you saw. So I ended up kind of... I couldn't choose my double Q, and then I used my E's way too aggressively just to get the double Q. Okay, I need to fight in a way when we, like... We need to both have one potion. If I fight now, he's gonna have another potion soon. And I will not. Because of cooldown reduction. But soon I'm ready to fight. Go full reset. Yeah, he wanted to go full reset. But I think he understood my boots purging trick, so I'm not sure if he's gonna do it again. I did it, like, I did purge it at a good time, you know? When he turned around. Wait, cape. But he also used his cape, Berserk heal. I don't think I need both of us to have 2 healing potions. If you have only one pot, it's probably better to use Gig. Good job, Logmir. Very, very good point, yeah. Absolutely, and he's probably going to do the same, to be honest. Yep, he's doing the same. This time he hit his... When I charged boots, he hit his E for free, you know? Which last time he did not. Is he running into a corner? No, he's not. How does he not have any bad stacks? Or is this one? No, this one. How does he not have any bad stacks? Okay, I'm gonna try to use my boots as second charge. So that I have a better chance of getting the double Q on him. And we're back to playing just like we did before. Now I'm getting bats. Holy shit, this feels unfair, but we're gonna do the full YOLO strategy, I don't care. Man, he's not even letting me close enough to purge, like to potentially mage robe. That was a bit of a mistake. That is very annoying that he can do that. Now I'm gonna start getting bats again. I don't like this, but you know, I think with this HP I can still get on top of him and still win this. I probably need eel stew for this fight actually. Nah. I tried to wait with my Gigpod until his next E, which is why I didn't drink it this whole time, but I didn't dodge his Qs, so he did a lot of damage. This is a bit annoying, like, if I die like this many times, if you want to see me tilted, I'm gonna get a bit tilted, because I feel like, you know, I don't even really get a chance to fight. But yeah, if this fight doesn't happen in a corridor, then I can sidestep his Qs a bit better. And I kind of underestimated his damage, because I was, in my mind, I'm keeping my Gigpot for his second E, right? But in reality, as you saw, since he hit all his spells, I took so much damage that I should have just Gigpot right away. You needed to dodge a little bit more versus Frost. Yeah. That is very correct. I mean, that's what happened last time. But also, I mean, I have to start the fight from with bats and one bar of HP down, because the moment he sees me charge boots, as you saw, he's charging his own boots and just running away. Are you only dying today? Just 3? I'm often dying a lot, because I play a lot of new stuff and not just the same thing over, and you know, it's I am prone to making a lot of mistakes, which is how I learn. And hopefully you can learn from some of my mistakes. Although many of these mistakes admittedly are such that you kind of need to make them at least once yourself, you know? Like the bat thing, like not getting 26 stacks of bats. Someone could have told me this 50 times, don't do that, and I would still have to die one time myself like that to learn how it actually affects you, to understand it. Oh wait, I do need eel steel, right? Oh shit, I already charged. Okay, I guess I was already in. I should have swapped food, but man, having swapped food and just for that fight, nah, it's not gonna make me very happy. The bow that killed you has like 90% win rate in the last 15 fights, and still, Berserkill, I feel like my build is good enough, and I am in theory good enough to beat him, but obviously not yet. But you know, if game was easy, I would play something else. I would play another game if I felt that Albion was too easy for me already. But yeah, it is a little bit of a comforting thought. So that's probably the guy, like when Hamster said that I'm getting a lot of the top players, I think that's like partly what he meant, you know, that guy with the bow, definitely. I think the guy with the bow, I think the bow itself is not like a strong meta build, but the guy with the bow is probably just so experienced at Corrupted Dungeons and he's played that bow build for like years or something. So that's why he can make it work at like 90% win rate. But I don't think it's one of those builds that, you know, someone who is trying to get into Corrupted can just play. Robbie's and Jesus Orator are good. Yeah. Jesus Orator I've seen in Mists as well. I'm very happy to hear, like, to see that someone playing Spears so successfully. Will we see Chillhull now that it got buffed? I'm definitely hoping to play some Chillhull in the Mists. But you know what? Even today, and I was thinking, like, my heart is always in the Mists. I don't know why, how, or maybe it will change one day or not. But I feel like I'm still a Mists person, you know? That's where I live, kind of. But the fact that I am dying so much is kind of making this better. The fact that it's manageable, I understand what's happening, and I understand that I'm messing up so much, makes it so much more fun. It's kind of like that Dark Souls feeling, you know? Like, it's kind of frustrating to some extent, because, you know, I can't blame the game, I can't blame anything, it's just me. But that makes it so much fun. So that's why I'm not itching to go back into the Mists right now, because I feel like there's a puzzle in Corrupted that I absolutely have not solved yet. If someone at some point will ask, hey, how are you good at this game? Well, this is the way. Keep trying, dying, learning. Yep, exactly, Froggy. That's this would make for a good like compilation. Yeah, for sure. I mean, have to get really good at Corrupted first, but for sure, you know, if one day I feel like I can beat these top players, or at least some of them, some of the time, I mean, this is mostly the way. And admittedly, like having so much money from Mist PvP gives me the chance to kind of to pay for this lesson, you know. Otherwise, I would have to either play very carefully, which I don't know how to do in Corrupted, at least not yet, or play Stalkers where I don't get these sort of type of matchups, you know. And yeah, now they also have the depths, which is kind of easy money. So there's other ways also for people who have played a bit less to also get to the point where they don't have to worry that much. Oh shit, I did not mean to attack that, but okay. Overall, so far my impression of Corrupted Dungeons is very, very positive. Especially obviously after the update, because you can join and play them so much easier. Okay, I need to get full HP, because everyone is gonna take advantage of my low HP. And I would also do that if I saw an enemy without 2 bars. You know? The me from last week would have walked towards my enemy here, but now the me from this week is gonna stand, get full HP, and now walk towards my enemy. But one thing I'm really like, I would have preferred to be the guy that figured it out. But one thing I'm really excited about is seeing the spears actually work well against Arclight blasters. Okay, do I need? Yeah, I need to. I can't really change my spells very well here. I'm gonna use my boots to get on top of him, but then he's still gonna have his demon boots to run away, you know? At least he cannot demon boots right away. Okay, I made a big mistake. I made 2 big mistakes, but hey, shit happens. I just realized. And this is how the previous guy should have died. This is what should have happened last time. You see, playing in Stalker gave me experience to beat this guy. This is the same helmet. This is what I should have done. It's so easy. Last time was the same. Just walk away, and you saw I can use my helmet while he's still invulnerable because the damage over time will kill him. Pretty enjoyable fight. Mostly because I won, but also because it was a clear learning moment from what I did wrong in the Stalker earlier against this helmet. And I removed his boots because after I realized he's on Q1, I mean, as most Flamewalkers are, I kind of felt like I don't want to just stand next to him, and if he gets on top of me with his boots, he's just gonna Q, and almost kill me or kill me, and by the time his E is ready, it's a done deal. So that's why, otherwise, my mist brain would absolutely first think about purging his Inferno, but it ended up working because he wasted his Inferno anyway. But even if he doesn't waste his Inferno, I feel like purging his boots, that there was reasonable. So, it's not dying on this stream. Did you see? I mean, from the very first days I started streaming, those who are here from Twitch from day one know this. I've been saying this, although we agreed to name this a bit differently, you know. But I've been saying that this is mostly a death stream, you know. This is a stream where I mostly just run in and die over and over again until we all learn something. And I'm staying true to that purpose. You both did a lot of mistakes too. Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing is, do you count missing spells mistakes? But me using my helmet at the beginning was a brain fart because he was on artillery, and my first double Q I also messed up. After that, I did hit double Qs. I mean, at least that part was on point, and obviously the ending was well played as well. But yeah. Although I also realized that since, I mean, I was kind of scrambling to use all my E's around him to charge up my passive, but I also realized that as I'm Eing around next to him, the artillery doesn't really hurt that bad. Like, obviously I still want to keep my helmet to cancel artillery, it was a mistake to waste it, but I kind of felt like, you know, tanking his artillery, especially as I'm using my E to run around so I dodge something, I have resistances for some of the damage. Like, it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be to disregard artillery completely. But this is not me saying that using helmet was a good choice, right? I hope that's clear. One step at a time. Yeah, it's fun though. It's fun. The build is definitely okay. A little bit of extra copium, you know, since I was sick for like, was it 5 or 6 days I did not play Albion, you know. So this is also me getting back into the muscle memory of playing. But it's also partly that this build, I don't know why it is so much fun. Why I feel with this build much more than some others, that I have not figured it out and I'm still like learning so much. It's so much more difficult than most of the builds I've tried recently. Like, and some random things that I played, you know, like Chill House, whatever. Flamewalker for a day felt super easy. And super easy doesn't mean that, you know, every fight I win, but it felt like, you know, it was kind of simple to understand what's happening. Obviously. Then, what else? The Grove Keeper, obviously. Even Forge Hammers, even though I did not play it that long. Arcane was the only one. Like, the Oogburg Arcane build was the only other one which kind of made me feel a little bit like I was, like, challenged, you know? Like, my... how good I am. Or, it was kind of like I was put more to the test, and I was under pressure to play, to actually learn something more difficult. But most of the random builds I've tried, because if you've been here for the month, you know, a lot of streams I've played completely random shit, like actual randomizer builds, usually on Mondays. Today's challenge was to get to 1 mil infamy, but I think we're gonna have to postpone that. Also, my challenge today is to actually make sure the stream works on 2 platforms at the same time. But generally, oh wait, we have to look at this. Oh, hello. Hey, I like that. Yeah. I guess we wait for next books. This guy does not have Royal March. So I should be able to use the experience I got from before and do the same to him. Except this time I actually can kind of get on top of him. The only annoying thing is that maybe I will have to let him get free damage at the beginning. Because, you know, he will be able to E me twice while I'm charging my boots. Like you see, he's turned around. Also, he's not an omelette. Okay. Definitely was very winnable, but without boots, yeah, it should be much easier. But you saw also I need to learn not to run after people. The moment I charge his boots, he's walking away. And they ended up using all my E's just to get close to him. Which is a bit annoying. Maybe I should have just continued, you know? I use my boots, he instantly runs away. Okay, whatever, you know? I just run the other direction. But let's look at that. It's definitely annoying to play against Frost. And he did it, like, he blinked away to use his cultist robe, and I still cancelled it, so at least that part was good, but the rest of it... I don't know. Let's look at it. I'm hate Frost. It is definitely a little bit more tilting to die in a fight where you feel like you didn't really get to fight, you know?
Welcome, friend.
Not that this is what happened here, but, you know, if he has his way... If every time I charge my boots, he just walks away in the other direction, essentially there is no fight, right? This is kind of like, he's kind of saying like, okay, if you want to fight me, come and let me do free damage, right? First. And, I mean, I can't blame him. That's kind of how I'm, in theory, should be approaching fights against many melee weapons, you know? Like against, although the spear that I met today also played like that. He was also like, if you want to fight him, come, if you want to fight me, come here, you know? But... kind of I play like that also, you know, if there's a melee weapon, I'm also gonna do damage while he's getting close to me. Kind of with the same logic, like, you wanna fight this? Okay, then come, you know. Not exactly, but a little bit. This guy was not an omelette. I will take Eelsteel for in case I may meet another Great Frost. So yeah, he did not like. Let's see. I obviously also messed up a bit because I was more thinking about getting close and not enough about my Qs. Let's look at it. So let's look. This is the fight we just had against the Frost. I use my boots. The first time you see, it's not that he's looking at my buff. The moment he sees that I'm charging boots, he's just walking away. The next time also. The moment I start charging my boots here, okay, well, you see, he's just walking away. So he's like, I don't care. If you don't want to fight, like, he doesn't care that the fight is never going to happen. He's like making sure that he doesn't get into the disadvantaged position, which is, I mean, I would do the same if I was on the other side. I'm not hating on him for it. At least he comes back here. I do Frost Shield his second part, so he gets slowed. But here, he uses his boots now, and I kind of, you know, he's keeping the distance, and I'm kind of using my... Okay, this is actually, like, this Q definitely deciding... Not a deciding factor, but it's one of the things I could have, you know, tried to react to better. I use all my E's just to get close, and now I'm in a bit of trouble because I cannot use my helmet, which means I cannot charge up my double Qs the way that I would want to. Hits both of his E's. I should just go close. There's no reason. This walking away is bad. This is one of those just go full YOLO, especially when he's on this Q. I need to just go YOLO, right? Here, I'm walking away, thinking that maybe I dodge his second E. He hits it anyway, and now I'm at a bad range from him. If I walk towards him, I would be much closer, and I would be in a position to caltrops him and potentially get close. At least I cancel his robe right away. Charging boots in the opposite direction, probably a mistake as well. And now I don't know what this E was. He missed at least one of his E's. This is kind of lucky. Unfortunately, I missed the caltrops because I didn't expect him to be bounced back, but still. Maybe I went after him a bit too quickly also. After he changed ropes, after I cancelled his rope, here, I could just wait a little bit, you know? I think I could just wait a little bit, because I need my E, and since I use triple E, it's a very long cooldown. Ideally, I shouldn't have to use triple E, but, you know, I had to use it to get close. He avoids my Caltrops even. And I can go after him, but he's just free damage. Of course, here I would like to full YOLO, but there's no chance, you know? Because his boots are still active. I was thinking here maybe to E and double Q, but I don't think double Q would be enough to kill him. And obviously if he hits anything on me, I'm dead here with 100 HP. Yeah, and then he comes back with the E. But yeah, the critical thing was probably this. I mean, the moment at the beginning here that I don't get on top of him. He does come back, but the fact that I have to use all my E's, and he blocks one of them, and he also blocks my Q. This was my mistake by queuing. Now I'm already at a bit of a disadvantage, and I use all my E's just to get close. And I think still maybe there's hope if I follow him, but it's unlikely. Although here I can... Yeah, maybe, because next is double Q. So maybe if I was next to him here, I would hit the second Q, and I would be kind of close enough. I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's not super clear what to do against Frost Staffs who, like... This guy didn't have Royal Boots, so his approach was the moment he sees that I'm charging, he's just walking away. To try to be at the very edge of the map. He doesn't even care that he's not in range to hit his Qs, because he wants to be in range just for his E's, you know, and just keep E'ing from far. Staul said, hello, I love your content. I started speccing spears because of you. Nice, I'm happy to hear that, and I hope you get a good experience. I've been seeing and hearing a lot of good things about spears, although I myself, last couple of weeks, have felt a little bit like spear is not in such a good place, but it is in a very good place to have fun, to learn, and to take a lot of good fights, but there's a lot of matchups which are super difficult right now, especially among the meta weapons, unfortunately. Daybreaker is in a bit of a better place. What's one-handed spear build for mists? To start out, just any green boots, so rejuvenating sprint, assassin jacket, torch, smuggler's cape. And for your helmet, you can kind of decide. Stalker hood is still good, but it's not as mega combo anymore because your cripple doesn't give damage buff. So you cannot combo the big burst with your Stalker hood, but it's still good. You can go for any of the purges. Helmet of Valor, very good. If you want something cheaper to start with, you can also just go with Guardian Helmet, which is probably the most reliable and best defensive, especially when you're starting out, but even later down the line. If your enemy is a frost, you can safely... Yeah, they will start by walking away. Yeah, that's kind of fine, yeah. I mean, as I said before, like, I'm not trying to shit on him and say, like, oh, this guy walks away, like, what a pussy, you know? I mean, he has to play like that, and it's my job to get on top of him, but it doesn't mean that it's less annoying to be in that situation. But, maybe I need to do the corrupted strategy where I go break a crystal to make him think like I don't want this fight, you know? So then he lets me get closer. I don't know. You like to initiate fights. Why not try a build that suits that playstyle? I am in love with this build, Kakashi. It's and also, I can definitely initiate fights on this build. I mean, it's just I can't get close to Frost for this last fight, but a lot of the fights... I can definitely be the aggressive one who gets in, especially with Royal Boots. I can start the fight by Royal Bootsing onto my enemy and starting the fight aggressively. I think that's just a user error, because the build is much more complicated than many of the other popular builds, at least for me. I don't know. Maybe it's my obsession with the double Q, since I haven't played that much crossbows before. Maybe it's that, I don't know. Oh, come on. But definitely this build is giving me a lot of fun because it's a bit more difficult. And I think it will definitely suit my playstyle. It's not that, it's just that there's a lot more room for error than in a lot of other builds, you know. It's not so straightforward what to do, because you constantly have to keep your double Q in mind, you know. There's not that many builds that have to worry. I mean, obviously in some builds you worry a lot about stacks, like Death Givers and stuff like that. But still, like for example, the Frost build, like if I was to play the Great Frost, it's still very straightforward, you know. It's kind of all fights, you just stand at the edge of the map and just hit your E's and use all your mobility to run away. And then the moment you can, you use your cultist strobe, you know? It's kind of... it's much more simple. Flamewalker, honestly, probably one of the simplest ones, at least. I played a full day of Flamewalker in the Mists, not in Corrupted, so maybe this doesn't apply to Corrupted as much. But in the Mists, I felt like it was so simple. Just, I don't have to think at all. This, maybe it's just me, maybe my brain is different, but this build definitely makes me, like, challenges me, while simultaneously being super strong if I do play it well. Which is like a sweet spot, right? It's fun and it is strong. So Smuggler's Cape is better than Undead for one-hand spear. If you go higher IP, Hachiroka, then you can go for Undead. But for any 1v1 fight, Smuggler's Cape is right now just stronger. Just the extra healing potion. If you go Mists, any 1v1 fight, extra healing potion is more valuable than going Invis. But if you're playing high tier, then you might consider that there's going to be a lot of rats, a lot of unpredictables, and weird situations, and you might consider that not dying is more valuable to you, so you make yourself a bit weaker in 1v1s, but you have a better way of getting away with Undead Cape. And if you go higher IP, you can even bring a swap. It's not a bad idea to bring a swap. By the way, somebody asked about heavy crossbows earlier. Fuck. I got caught switching spells again. Hey! Actually got a good fight. I mean, actually won a good fight. Nice! I love the fact that... I can't equip stuff. Oh, okay. Half of the money is actually from the demon, by the way. We talked about this. The demon loot was buffed. But... So, you see, and with this build, what I really love is... so much of it, like, okay, there's 3 different levels. Like, this is the tactical level, which I'm always focusing on more than others, because I'm kind of used to prioritizing it. So, tactical level I mean by what spells do I use for what, you know? Am I going to purge? What spells do I choose? Am I going to purge? When do I need to use my helmet? Stuff like that. Then there's the mechanical level, and this is something I almost never got from other weapons. How much more mechanically demanding it is, for me at least, to play this build. Because I have to constantly keep my double Q in mind, at least. You know? And actually, so I need to constantly, you know, kind of count or be aware of my spells and that. But also, mechanical level, in the sense that I need to actually hit spells, you know? It's not like the Q from Fire Staffs, the Q1, where you just Q, and hit your enemy forever. So... There's a lot of like extra stuff which a lot of other builds don't offer me this kind of satisfaction. And at the same time, against many builds, you know, when you're looking at the fights, for you it might seem like, I don't know, maybe not. It depends on your own experience, but I know some of the fights, even I look at the replay, and it's so obvious, like, just dodge the spells. Like, what the fuck? The other guy has like, he's hitting Qs, just dodge, you know? But when my brain is preoccupied with trying to think, when am I going to use my defensive? When am I going to use my other spells? Constantly trying to count my spells so I double Q as much as possible to use my passive. Constantly trying to hit my own spells. And then also, like in this case, I also sometimes get some free like RAM, you know? Like my brain is like 2 sticks of RAM. Sometimes some of the memory is freed up to actually dodge my enemy's spells. So there's so much that goes into it. And I don't really know a lot of builds that give you so many different layers of like challenging you to play correctly. And it's just, I mean, this is some of the best, most satisfying feeling in all of gaming for me, is when something is so difficult and then at some point I feel like I'm managing it, you know? I overcame it. I'm not there yet, you can see this, but it's so awesome. And of course, you can also throw in, like, if you want, like, if this was a list of excuses, I would also throw in the fact that I'm streaming and talking about it, but I'm not trying to make this like, oh, this is why it's difficult for me. No, this is more like, this is why it's so addictive to play this, you know? Like, it's so much fun. And in the end here, you saw, in the end, I had some of the dodges were admittedly pretty lucky, because, you know, I just spam my E's and I will occasionally dodge one of his spells. But some of the dodges were, you maybe saw this, like my brain freed up a little bit of extra space, and then I sidestepped to not get hit by every spell he's hitting. You know, it's awesome, but it doesn't always happen. Oof. Try posting more on YouTube. I miss it. Yeah, Kakashi, you're absolutely right. We need to do this kind of together. I'm trying to figure out also ways how to get you, my dear viewer at home or wherever you are, to get you and use you a little bit to help hold myself more accountable. I don't exactly know how it's gonna work, but yeah. I definitely have fallen in a bit of a place where it's kind of like perfectionism. It sounds a bit bad, but I have this a bit of a feeling like, you know, if I make a video now, I have to work on it on like so much and it has to be crazy good. But in reality, yeah, I know that it's kind of like it's an illusion, you know. I just need to take some of the clips and just put them in a video and that's it, and just start from there, you know. Just the way I started it with my first videos. But yeah, I hope I'm gonna overcome this. You dodged like 3Q with your E. Yep, that was definitely a big part. Also, in the end, I dodged by movement, but there's definitely... That's also one reason why this build is kind of good. You can dodge on purpose, but you're also very difficult to hit when you're E-ing around your enemy. Sometimes, of course, when there's big spells like you're expecting the Flame Walker E, you dodge it on purpose, or you try to dodge it like Quarterstaff, E, stuff like that. But sometimes you just E around and you end up dodging stuff. Anyway. I think Undead is worse now because there's a lot of burst. Used to be better on brawling meta. I mean, meta is much more brawl heavy than it used to be. Like, at least for a couple of years almost, I want to say, mists were much more dominated by weapons that were used for mobility. Because first of all, because Stalker Jacket was available as a viable, strong option, and secondly, because Demon Boots and Royal Boots didn't offer, like, for very brawl heavy builds that didn't have mobility, didn't offer them like a way into the into mists essentially. What is the build, black guy, Mr. George Floyd? What does that mean? And the build is this. You can see it on screen. I mean, it's grayed out for you, but it is built originally. I mean, the helmet is different, but originally from Hamster from Mists, and now this is also the build that Hamster plays in Corrupted, who is one of the best Corrupted dungeon, and probably, like in general lately, one of the best, most active players on EU server. And he's also here very often. Might be here listening to us right now. Anyway, Hamster brought this build to me, and I fell in love with it for Mists, and now also playing it in Corrupted. Okay, I want to lock in for another couple of fights like that. Okay. No, 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 no. I have to go around. That sucks. Now I'm gonna die because of this. I mean, I'm gonna die probably anyway, but this way I have no hope to get out. Yeah, he can just charge boots off screen, unfortunately, because I don't think there's anyone that he's afraid of. Other than Hamster, probably. I don't think this guy is afraid of anyone with that build. Like, with the same build, but 6483. So as you heard it, he already charged, like, when I saw him, he already had his boots full charged. Because he has zero worries that he's gonna run. Maybe Hamster, but you know, other than that, there's no matchups that are bad for him, and there's like he's playing 8-3, so also in terms of IP. So the moment he hears that someone, because you get this sound cue that someone is at the edge of your screen in Corrupted, the moment he hears that someone's at the edge of the screen, he just charges up boots just to start the fight and not give your enemy even any chance, and potentially take advantage of the fact that your enemy is swapping spells, you know? But hey, we can rest easy knowing that even if I cannot yet kill this guy, Hamster has killed him, and that's why he changed his build, actually. Also, he changed to... He's playing... he's essentially only changed the weapon, right? He's playing the same build he played with Slamewalker, but now with this. So, not cloth armor. But yeah. I think the best thing I can do there is just first of all overcharge 100%, but then the best thing I can do is just somehow hope that I did the correct thing of just fighting, you know, I can't really get away anymore, but I need to somehow just hope that I need to make him miss all his spells. That's the only chance in the world. Like, to make him miss enough spells where the IP advantage doesn't matter, because he put his boots on cooldown, so I have a bit of a time window. Before his boots are up again, if he misses enough spells and I hit mine, then well, I can still beat him. What am I missing? The eel stew in case I run into a frost staff again. Nice. Also, if I do kill him, I instantly get 1 mil. I get 2.5 mil infamy. Thoughts on Shoes of Tenacity or Assassin Shoes over Merc Boots? Shoes of Tenacity for some builds, okay, but not... I mean, what are you going to do, Kenvel? Are you going to the Mists? Be careful, because if you limit your mobility in the Mists too much, you are going to die. Because even if you are very good at the 1v1, if you have a good build for the 1v1, when rats come, if your build doesn't somehow make up for your loss of mobility, you're going to be in a bit of a problem. However, Shoes of Tenacity definitely viable for many builds and can make your play kind of fun. Although, enemy sees it and they will try to play around the fact that they have more mobility. Assassin Shoes, kind of a same thing, but Assassin Shoes are just stronger because they actually give you the mobility of instantly being on top of your enemy. Some builds shine with Assassin Shoes, the dash. Like, even dual swords can work, but things like Death Givers, you know, often are played. Spear is not terrible with Assassin Shoes, can be okay. And I mean, especially if you have other ways. If your weapon has mobility, maybe you have mobility like in the form of a purge, so you can remove your enemy's boots. Then Assassin Shoes very nice. As for mercenary boots, I don't know what those are exactly. What are mercenary? Oh, you mean merc shoes, right? You don't mean mercenary. Okay. I don't think people use them in solo PvP. Am I crazy? Okay, let's focus. Oh, no. Guys, don't all attack me. Fuck, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, I need to be careful. I'm not playing for advantages, but I'm also making sure that I don't have a big disadvantage. Dastard! Thank you for subbing with Prime, man. Guys, if you have your spear, take it out at home or put it in the chat to welcome Dastard among the subscribers of the Spear Mentality channel, where we are currently playing these handheld wonderful crystal spears, which are actually crossbows. What's up, Vic? Yo, what's up, Zuko? Is it worth clearing the CD, or do you just go next? I always go next. For me, it's not worth it. But my goal is not to make money. My goal is to make fun, and also to learn how to play this the game of Corrupteds and this build. Somebody's put a spear. Well, yeah, that works. I don't know if emotes are a thing on YouTube. I am not just new to YouTube live streaming in the sense that today is the first time that my stream is not just on Twitch but also on YouTube. I'm also new that I have almost never watched anybody else's stream on YouTube myself. Maybe by accident, but never on purpose. So I don't know how it works. I don't know if I will be able to later add some emotes there or what. We'll see. But if you want to make more silver, Zuko, then yeah, for sure, clear. The loot from the final chest, I think that's also counted as demon loot. I'm not sure. They buffed demon loot, and one way how I feel very clearly that it's like I'm getting more money is when I kill someone, the extra drops that you get, you know? Oh shit, the demon actually spawned as I was talking about them. The extra drops you get when you kill someone, that's demon loot, and that is much better. But I think the loot you get at the very end will also be counted as demon loot. I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on this. If it is, then it's definitely one extra reason to actually do it. Oh shit, it's the same guy. It's the same guy. No. I messed up a bit there. Well, the second time he followed, I definitely messed up there. Also, I saw him like on Frost Shield. Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? I must have seen some other effect on him. I thought I was even surprised that he changed to Cloth Arbor. But this is what happened to me last time. I'm definitely gonna continue. But this is what happened to me last time, that if I get consistently matched up against this guy, it's gonna feel like, okay, whatever, no, it's pointless, you know, it's just me transferring money to him at some point. I'm not on that level yet to overcome this. Although, this fight was much closer. I mean, you know, I made him think, right? He turned around and he started walking away a little bit, you know? This was not as hopeless. But once again, I mage dropped way too early. But this time, I don't know what I saw. I saw some imagination got the best of me, you know? If I just wait for his Inferno, I mean, I need to wait for his Inferno. He completely missed his dodge randomly. I don't know what he dodged. He also saw something weird. Sorry, Purge, I mean, not dodge. He wasted his Purge. But at this level, like with this IP disadvantage, I cannot make any mistakes. So the moment I mess up my double Q at the beginning, even though I did hit my Qs much better than he did, which made him turn around a little bit as well, the fact that I messed up my double Q and I used so many E's just for the proc, I'm already too much at a disadvantage there. Are bows good and corrupted? Viable, yes. Good, I don't know. You can look at whatever server you play at the best players, and some of them. This is last week's, you know, corrupted players. This guy is, I mean, they obviously play some different builds as well, but we already found the bow, and the other is also bow. One of the guys I died to this guy, who is a very good corrupted player, according to Hamster, and also according to the leaderboard from last week. He plays a lot of bows, regular bow right now. So bows are definitely viable, but I'm not sure if they are in the category where you would say they are good as a build, but good players are definitely making them work. Yeah? I came back from swimming, feel like a new person, big money. No, it's just mostly just me donating to some of the best corrupted players, but I'm getting so much fun from it. It is very difficult in a good way, Voodoo. And a couple wins here and there, but we killed the same Frost guy twice, and then I killed the what was this? Oh, okay, this was a Flame Walker, and then this was actually a pretty enjoyable, nice kill. Oh, he actually has a lot of infamy, so he gave me decent amount of infamy also on my road to 1 million. So that's why I actually got back to 200k before. But I hope I don't get this dude again, because otherwise there's no point for me going back into corrupted. So I'm not gonna outplay him, I think, with this. I mean, there's like a 5% chance, but he's also not gonna just fully face roll, you know. If I start hitting spells and he misses, like his double, like you say, he misses both Qs and I hit both Qs at the start, he's just gonna start walking away, you know. And he definitely has 20 times more experience when it comes to actually playing the corrupted game, to run around and stuff like that. So I hope I don't get him again and again and again. If I do, then maybe it's time to go back to Stalker, but Stalker was a little bit less exciting, but it was very good warm-up. But it was less exciting because it's... even though there's a lot of interesting different builds, it's for less money, and also it's a bit less of a valuable learning experience because there's a lot more... I mean, people there are a bit less try-hard corrupted players. So I don't learn as much as I learn from some of these fights. Every 20 seconds with dodge skill and shoes against Frost Mage and his movement may be better option. Every 20 seconds with dodge skill and shoes against Frost Mage and his movement. What are we talking about, EU man? You have to explain a bit better. What are you talking? If you're talking about dodge roll, zero chance. Absolutely zero chance against Frost. As you can see, even with Royal Boots, I don't have mobility to catch up to him. Interesting. We have a player who started by breaking a crystal. Let's see if I can punish that. Which means that, I mean, punishing that means that if he does start winning the fight, maybe I just destroy another crystal. I don't like this strategy, but hey. He's probably gonna come from down here, because it's clear from mobs. And then if I need to run away, I can't run away anywhere, so we are fully allowing this. He's not coming from here, okay. Where is he going then? You can use emotes, but I'm not sure whether you can make custom ones. Oh, okay. Yeah, dodge roll. Okay, understood. Because I played one time with dodge roll and won the match, but in mist. No, it's in mist should be even more difficult. It's something. I mean, unless your enemy also doesn't have a sprint in their boots, even then, assassin shoes dash. At least you make up for your loss of sprint mobility by having a pretty low cooldown, high range, instant mobility. You can dash on top of them, right? Dodge roll is just so bad in terms of mobility that. Ooh, this is interesting. Ooh, this is very interesting. Speaking of dodge roll, is he on dash? No, he's not. Can I just full YOLO this? Can I, like, Geekbot level of YOLO this? Now, if I change Geekbot now, I'm gonna get destroyed for it, right? This is 5 seconds, but if I change Geekbot, it's gonna be... Let's try it. He also doesn't have second potion, so let's try it. Please don't Shadow Age me while I'm still on cooldown, though. Hopefully he doesn't. Narija. Oh, holy shit, this is a dude that makes YouTube videos, I think. I think I saw him, like, in the creator spotlight type of thing. The guy who used to make, like, those crazy one-shot videos. He's on Wanderlust, which is interesting. I don't know why. I can't figure out any reason why he would want to be on Wanderlust here. I have to be careful with his... I can't really remove his helmet, right? I need to keep my purge for his boots, or cleric at least. You see, I'm kind of being like a Frost right now. The fight doesn't even start because, I am dodging his spell. YouTube Narija. Yeah. I remember seeing. I mean, not actually seeing the video because open world one-shotting I've never tried, but I remember seeing his name somewhere. Okay, that was ridiculously easy. What the hell? I mean, the boots don't make any sense for this build. Other than that, I feel like changing to Geekbot was fine, but at the end of the day, since he started with Shadow Age and he doesn't have boots, he has no way. As you saw, I'm just walking away from him. His Q doesn't give him mobility. His boots don't give him mobility, right? He can't just press boots like when he needs to get close. So after he Shadow Age and I Caltrops, he has no choices, essentially. So from his perspective, I'm being the Frost Staff, kind of, Like, I'm only fighting when he already used his only mobility to get close. If he had, instead of Shadow Edge, I mean, if he had the Chain Slash, it would be more damage, less range, but he would kind of be in the same situation, even more so, problem with mobility. However, if he changed his boots to regular sprint, I feel like I would be in a bit more trouble, but I don't know. I haven't fought a lot of Death Givers in Corrupted so far. Mostly fought them only in Mists. And also, he removed his own Cleric also, which was very lucky for me. But definitely, the fight was much closer than it seemed, Because the whole point of his build is, with Cloth Armor Death Givers, when he gets 3 stacks, it's bam bam. Although, he's not using Stalker Hood for whatever reason also. In Mists, usually these builds have, I've seen use Stalker Hood. But still, if this fight, in my eyes, is a lot closer than it seemed, that was a lot closer than it seemed. Do I need another food? No, I still have to go with this. Nice, we finally got another. Does he have infamy? No, he doesn't have infamy. Okay, so he's probably also learning Corrupteds, right? Everybody blunders from time to time. Yeah, of course. That's why the game is fun, you know. If you get to a point where you don't blunder, it's fun for a couple weeks, you know. If you get into a point where you're essentially like you're a god among men type of thing, it's fun for a couple weeks. Okay, maybe people are different. I should speak for myself, not everyone. But for me, like if like smurfing, for example, you know, like playing. I used to in Dota play with some of my friends because you know there's like a difference in rank, which is allowed, and a lot of my real life friends or like friends who are more casual about Dota were so much lower rank. If I wanted to play with them, I had to play on a smurf. I mean, it was fun socially because I'm playing with real life friends, but also, I feel a bit guilty for ruining some games for, you know, enemies. But still, it is fun for a little while. Like, yeah, you know, like, I'm the king. Like, you know, I'm just destroying everyone. But it very quickly gets very boring in terms of gameplay. So it's the same here, you know. If the game wasn't like this, if it wasn't that everyone constantly makes mistakes, most of us would probably not play the PvP side of Albion. At least I don't think I would. How would you build this weapon for Mist? I play this weapon a lot, just like this, but with a Stalker hood instead on the helmet. For an even bigger damage burst. But you can also play it with leather armor. Like, I think Hamster played for a while with Mercenary jacket and Duskweaver helmet. Just don't expect, like, if you're used to light crossbow, this will be much easier for you to start. If you're not used to light crossbow, then don't expect to be super successful right away, because as I've said before, like, this build is a bit more complicated than most builds. There's more things to like keep in mind. This is super strong, but it is also kind of hard at the beginning, at least for me it was. So if you go into the mists and you die very fast, don't make the conclusion, okay, it's my build that sucks, you know, I should not use cloth armor because I die too fast. It is usually, like, with this build, it is strong enough where it's not the build that sucks, it's you that sucks, you know? And that's my experience today also. That's why, like, when someone, like, you know, this is a stream where all kinds of backseating is always welcome. You can talk shit about what I did, you can explain what you think I should do better all the time, even after I die, I don't care. But, so far, whenever, like, you make some suggestions about the build, I'm considering them, but I feel like every like opinion about, yo, I should change something, it's the build that is, you know, not giving me the chance to win. So far, I don't believe it. I feel like it is very clearly user error. The build is strong enough to be the best, to beat the best also. It is me that is failing. Imagine playing it on mobile. Damn, that's a good point, Kakashi. Yeah, I cannot imagine. I cannot even, like, even Spear on mobile is a bit too tricky because hitting Qs is difficult. Yeah, this, I cannot imagine. Damn, if someone could play this on mobile, that would be like, oh, I mean, okay. There's also like a different skill set, you know, like in some other games, some very good console players. I mean, I cannot compete with like actual console players, right? But some very good console players also struggle with PC. So, you know, it's kind of like a different skill set, you know. If you get used to sort of muscle memory, you are better at it. So it's not only that one is harder than the other; it also comes down to what you're used to. So I think there are people who have, if like, especially very young guys who have played a lot of phone games as they were growing up, which I really didn't. You know, I had in high school I had like a Snake on my phone, right, or some like very basic games, but not really, nothing like comparable. So I feel like maybe that's why. But for me, it seems impossible. It seems so difficult to play like a game like this on a phone. I cannot really imagine. Okay, let's start with the shield and see if I need to change it. Playing this on AC remote. Yeah, we have. I think Azat was playing. People do some crazy shit on mobile, though. I've seen it on YouTube. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, people play those Call of Duty and like Delta Force and like FPS types games. It seems like mechanically also to me impossible. But obviously there's some aim assist and stuff which you don't have in Albion, but man, you again. See, he's just gonna run away. I don't blame him, but you know, whenever he's not winning, he can just run away. I do have other boots this time, so... You see? This is what happens when I hit more spells than him. Which is kind of makes it more frustrating for me, because I would like for all the times that I just hopelessly die to him, I would like, when I counter, you know, to actually be able to take advantage of it. But of course, part of why I was able to be successful is because I don't have my boots on Royal Boot or Royal March, right? That's part of what gave me a possibility. But yeah, you see, we were both about 50 HP. I hit more spells this time. And my helmet is also... He didn't remove my helmet this time, he didn't try to. Let's see. Next time he starts a fight, he's probably not going to use his boots to get on top of me, right? Anyway, it's kind of cool. That was really good start. Yeah, but I cannot win this fight if I waste my mage robe like before. If I don't purge his Inferno, I think this is absolutely unwinnable. Which means that the only way for me to really win this fight, since he will always have a much better mobility, I feel like changing to this is gonna just hinder my possibility to fight back like I just did. So essentially, if I don't change boots, and I don't think I can, then my only way to win this fight, if it's a super giga close fight, and I bait him in, you know? I somehow bait him in, and then he fucks up in the end. Right now, he made mistakes in the beginning, but I need him to mess up in the end. Okay. Let's see how much of an advantage does he... When is he going to accept that, you know what, actually this can be a fight? I don't know what to do, honestly. Like, I can't boots into him and hope to... I guess I just skip him, you know? I don't think I can... I can only fight if he runs into me. I cannot aggressively start the fight, you know? Maybe if... Actually, wait. Maybe if I let him come into me again a couple times, he will eat enough bats. But I already destroyed 2 crystals, so even if I start winning, he's just going to... Okay, I think I'm just destroying, honestly. If he cannot... I don't know if he can kill me before I do that. No, I messed up. I think he can actually kill me. Oh, he cannot Q. Ah, he couldn't kill me because the crystal would die. He's giving you such an advantage and you're not doing anything about it. Damn, okay, wait, we need to watch that, Hamster. We need to watch this. Because I didn't realize that. Damn, don't say that. Now I feel bad about not finishing the fight. He did change his helmet, by the way. After the first... okay, I don't see him, but... after the first... okay, this is going to take a long time. Can I just... Yeah, let's click A and let's watch this clip. And Hamster will tell me. If you don't mind, you will explain to me. Okay, where is the... Okay, so the first... Let's look at the first one. Wait, here. So this is what happened. The first time he runs into me, you know, my boots give me the chance, because of boots I dodge his double Q, you know? If I was in Royal March, I would just be face checking and see who does more damage. Okay, did I hit my... I think I hit my second one as well. Okay, here having a helmet helps me a lot, and I'm hitting more Qs. Unfortunately, I cannot charge my double Q anymore. I should go after him probably, but you know, even if I do, yeah, I could go closer. I didn't fully recognize that I had such a good start, but in any case, I'm on a timer. Like, his boots are ready in about, you know, 5 seconds, or he used them before mine. So I'm on a timer, and after that, he's gonna try to run away. But maybe if I followed him, maybe I could have finished. Okay, so he goes for a reset, right? Okay, let's go. Okay, Hamster. Now your turn, Hamster, to explain. Here. So this is the second time he charges his boots into me here. Once again, I'm able to get a good start just because of boots. I use all spells just to make sure boots give me double Q, right? Because of boots, I do. Okay, he used 2 E's and dodge. Okay, so this is the advantage you're talking about, right? I should go into the silence and still fight with him, right? Hamster, 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 hamster. You are the source of a lot of my knowledge. Whoever sprints in should lose the trade. Why? Why is it like that? Also, I'm correct, right? In this, where are we? I'm correct that like with the IP, I kind of have to be on rejuvenating sprint. This is the previous one where I died, but this time I have to be on rejuvenating sprint, right? I don't want to take this fight in Royal. Man, please, if you can make this into a teachable moment, I will be so happy to understand why. If he's sprinting it, so I'm reading. By the way, if you're on YouTube, you can see also chat in stream, right? Wait, is it hidden? I hope it's not hidden behind. I hope it actually works. You can see the chat, right? Man, I hope it actually works. I'm having a bit of a OBS is kind of showing me weirdly. I hope you see above my head the actual chat. If you're on YouTube, which today first time also streaming on YouTube, then you can see the Twitch chat. If you're on Twitch, you can only see Twitch chat. Also, you don't see the YouTube chat. Okay. If he's sprinting at you, you can hit him without getting hit. So what you're saying is I should, when he's doing this, I should not use my boots here to dodge his damage. This is a mistake, you think, to use my rejuvenating sprint here. I should just stand and do damage to him the moment he comes into my range, and then start Eing to try to dodge his damage. Yeah. So it's the boots that I'm making. I'm being too careful. Yeah. Or you think that the boots are correct? Okay, matching boots is good, but spacing. Okay, I went too far here. So here I should. I mean, okay, the silence kind of messed it up. If there was no silence, you think I should now be very boldly like in his face? Yeah. Yeah, but if I'm understanding you correctly, then the first time, like this is the first time when he runs at me, I am playing it correctly, right? I mean, I'm still using boots to dodge, but I'm not. Because of my boots, I can hit more Qs than he does, and I get a bit of an advantage. Also, I'm on helmet and he's on purge. Later, he changed to helmet at the very end. I mean, to the shield. But this I'm doing correctly, right? But in the end, I'm still spacing too much probably. But I am getting to a place where he's gonna just full charge his boots and run away, right? There's no way I kill him before that. But yeah, okay. Here I should be closer, right? There's no reason for me to keep a space. Here, after the start, I should just stand on top of him, right? There's no reason for me to even walk back. Even if I want to dodge, I just walk towards him. If I match his spells 1-for-1, I'm winning this, right? I hope I'm understanding correctly. By the way, if you're wondering, like, why am I asking Hamster? Because, I mean, I know those who play on EU and, we mostly know this, but not only does this build kind of come from Hamster and from his success that he has spread to Mists and Corrupteds, but also is and probably one of the best, if not the best players, at least on EU right now, playing Corrupteds and previously also in Mists with this build. So it's a good moment for us to learn from Hamster together if he's still here to answer some of the questions. But I feel like the first time I did mostly correctly what you're saying. However, I know that I'm on like his boots are going to be ready and he's just going to walk away. Because you can see also like here he realizes, even though we are kind of similar HP, he realizes that no point risking it, right? And now the second, wait, I got out into the city actually, so we can go again. I'm overcharged and I should use this food, but let's quickly. But the second time he walks at me, you're saying the boots are correct, but the spacing is bad. I mean, yeah, I don't want to stand in the silence, but yeah, normally what you're saying is I should pretty much go to the other side and just face tank and brawl him and hope that I win, right? After the start, because I did get a good start. You can see, like, he hasn't hit me. I hit him because he used his boots aggressively and I didn't. And now I'm being way too careful, essentially, is your point. As long as I keep my... The problem what he did previous time is when I mage rope, he can purge my mage rope and then still have his inferno, which is a bit annoying, but at least then I get my shield for free. I hope this is kind of the correct result of this. Anyway, it's very, very nice. Very nice to see that actually I don't have to just die to him. Essentially, I can. Give me a moment. Put some music. Some other music. So yeah, so at least, I mean, okay, at this time, it's progress, you know? Previous times, I tried to fight and died. This time, I tried to fight. He gave me the advantage. Now, I understand it better from Hamster's analysis, at least a little bit. He gave me the advantage, and then, because of that, I essentially was able to break crystals. Now, hopefully, a couple more tries, and I will be able to turn this into an actual win. First time seeing you live, love you guys. Thank you, Evil Peanut. It is first time I am available on YouTube. I've been live streaming on Twitch for a bit over a month, but I'm testing now to make sure it works when I'm streaming to 2 different places. So today is the first time you can see me there, but you can always come to Twitch if you want some of the chat functions. Kali is not stupid. Yes. No, I'm not trying to. Did I imply? It's not easy to kill. Yeah, I'm not trying to imply that he did something weird or wrong or stupid at all. No, I was just curious. Like, I mean, now I went to the next dungeon because I'm already overcharged, but I was kind of just curious to know at which point do you think that I was... it's definitely becoming one of the kind of key lessons. There's a lot of like more deep takeaways from my corrupted time now. One of the things definitely that I'm playing a bit too defensively, and this was probably... might have been one of those cases, you know, if he sprints in. But the first time you saw, like, I wasn't as aggressive as I should have been. Like, I wasn't right in his face. I did space too much. But essentially, I fought back, and I realized, you know, there's no way. With 2 healing potions, there's no way I just kill him there. Maybe the second time I could have. Burnstone says, oh, first of all, what's up? Hey, man. Burnstone says, no, I don't want to fight Arctusters anymore. Stop making it meta. Oh, no. Well, okay. You know, I for a moment had a lot of sympathy for that. And then I realized, you've been playing Firestaff for... I don't know how long. Years, I want to say. I don't actually... I know. I remember seeing from your video, like you trying to invent it. Oh, admitted it was still Firestaff, but I really like you tried to invent like new approaches to Corrupteds. Like you played Great Fire, and I'm sure, I mean, given how much you played Corrupted, you definitely tried a lot of different stuff, Burn. But it is. I almost feel bad for contributing to this new meta movement a little bit by also playing Blasters. But then I remember that, hey, you play Firestaff, so you don't get to say that. I hope we are being fair with this analysis. It is difficult though. I feel like as I said, this build, at least for me, definitely it feels much more difficult than most metas out there. And maybe like at the end of the day, meta is always simpler because you have advantages, you know, that's why it's meta. But it's just getting to a point where I feel comfortable with this build has definitely taken more than most. Damn, Hamster, you have to explain yourself now. I need to. I will feel so much better if I learn more from that situation. Because I'm definitely, like, I'm being put against him. You saw, 2 times he ran into me and killed me, and now, I mean, 1 time earlier also I tried to fight back, but it didn't work. Because I was on Royal Boots, but now on Rejuvenating Sprint, I actually had a chance to fight back. So if I learn enough from this to actually get a kill against him next time, I'm gonna be giga super happy. Hello bro, how are you doing? What's up, Yokubus? Yeah, I am doing very... Oh, okay, we have Nariha again, but this time an actual one-shot build. Okay, definitely gonna need shield. Is there... I think I can just Gigpot, right? And this. Okay, I messed up my double Q in the end, but I feel like, I don't know. I mean, he did pretty much oh, nice demon loot again. He did pretty much everything he wanted to do, and okay, so I'm able to kill 2 guys today. First of all, this guy, although he did kill me back 1 time. First of all, the Great Frost guy we killed twice, and now we have the new victim, Nariha. I think it's I don't know. I feel like this was like a build thing. I mean, obviously I have Gigpot, I have Frost Shield, but I feel like he kind of did what he wanted to with his build, right? There was no big major like fuck up or something going really wrong. I have no purge for his stacks or stuff like that, you know? I can't reflect it really. And it still felt like a very underwhelming amount of damage. I think he will be more careful next time. Yes, Hamster, but help me, take advantage, understand, help me understand. Are you just like, when you said earlier that he's giving me such an advantage and I'm not doing anything about it, I think you're right. But help me understand. What you mean is that when he runs in, I'm doing it correctly to, you know, space with boots. I'm hitting spells. It's much easier for me to hit because he used boots to get close. Then what you're saying is that I need to take that advantage and just stick on top of him until somebody dies, right? Or until he charges his boots and runs away, which, you know, inevitably will happen if he realizes he's in trouble potentially, right? Is that correct? Like, I understand it's not the most in-depth interpretation of what you maybe tried to say, but help me. Did I understand more or less what you meant? Oh shit, I don't have a horse. Can I keep going with this? Yeah, I have 13 minutes. I can eat another food. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, it's a fight just before. I mean, if you're here, you saw it. But it's this guy that I have died to twice, who is a very, very experienced corrupted player. And last time I fought back, and that made him turn around. But I mean, he was... Oh, sorry, he's not in the kills here. You tried to reset even when you had the upper hand. Okay, so you're talking... Yeah, okay. Let me see, guys. Because I feel like if I can learn something from this, especially against like a very experienced player, it's going to be super valuable. Let me bring it up once again. So what you're saying, the first time, like when I went to break crystals, after this happens, here we already established that I'm approaching this kind of correctly, except I am kiting too much. I should just follow and stick on top of him, because, you know, I am risking much less, obviously, but also I have an advantage. So it's my job to be on top of him, not create this sort of space. But now, after he's running away, what you're saying is, what should I do? Breaking crystals is me trying to understand corrupted, you know, since he has a big advantage. I'm assuming I need to break crystals, right? But essentially here, what you suggest that I do is just stand in the middle and do the same. Oh, follow him on foot. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, you're right, actually. It's not that easy to just reset forever. Yeah, you're kind of right, actually. I've been punished many times by not being able to reset. Although, I mean, he did clear a circle. I think it was him or me, I don't remember. There is a circle without mobs, but yeah, okay. So here I should boots and run after him. But isn't it the problem then that I put myself in the same situation? Like, if I run after him, he will get the kill for free, right? Because he can always do the same that I did before, because my boots will be on cooldown. Okay. This is good. Next time I should... First of all, I should just make sure I stick on top. When I feel that I'm getting a good start, I should stick on top of the enemy. Man, I've had this problem with other weapons as well. This is kind of like a spear mentality or spear habit thing that I've done many times. I've kind of noticed that I am too willing to, when I get an advantage, to not force the issue, essentially. He used 2 heal pots, I used 1. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the HP advantage that he had, I know it's not real. No, I still have 1 potion ready. You're right, absolutely. That I understand. Okay, so essentially, in that situation, I still understand that I need to stick on top of him more, but then after that, when he charges boots, just stick on top of him and just, you know, go full YOLO. Okay. So it's kind of both of those things. First of all, the fact that I'm even creating any space at all, and if I was right on top of him, I could keep doing damage while he's charging boots, and I could take advantage of his Royal March and potentially kill him by catching up with my boots and doing like enough damage to almost kill him or fully kill him. I think I understand. I think I understand. There are more than 2 polar opposite options. Yeah. You're right. Well, I mean, but in this case, if I don't choose the polar opposite of just running into him, he just gets away, right? There's no in between in that sense, right? If I don't go full aggressive and try to stay on top of him so that he either doesn't charge boots at all, or if he charges boots, he's going to eat a bunch of my damage. If I don't do that, then I'm essentially just letting him reset anyway, right? Man, this is... I'm very, very happy, actually, now to have had that situation. Because I feel like I've definitely developed too much of a habit. Because, you know, on Spear, very often, what you do is... I mean, it depends on builds and stuff, but very often, at least my brain has gotten used to... You get a bit of an advantage, but it doesn't mean you're gonna go full, like... Okay, it doesn't mean you're gonna brawl that much yet. You know, it's very easy. It's just like Frosts, and, you know... Sometimes it's a bit complicated to figure out when do you have enough of an advantage where you commit for it, actually, like commit your mobility aggressively. And on Spear, essentially, especially against a lot of the weapons I'm kind of was used to fighting, like battle axes, carving, stuff like that, I got a bit into a habit that, you know, obviously I have an advantage, but it doesn't mean that I'm going very aggressive because I'm still playing at a distance. Kind of like the Spear was... Oh shit. Kind of like the Spear was playing against me today. Because I have enough mobility to later go in and finish the fight. But I understand that this is this kind of habit is becoming it's not serving its purpose here as well, and not just here, but even in the Mist with some builds. I've already noticed that I'm being a little bit too careful in the fights. Like, I take fights that are very difficult, but then in those fights I fight like I am being way too careful. I've noticed that in some of my own clips also. It's not either full in YOLO or full running away. You play aggressively for only as long as you have the advantage. Okay, fair enough. That's also good nuance. So essentially, I try to stay on top of him. I try to boots after him. But if I see that he now starts hitting Qs because I'm running after him, and I'm essentially doing this kind of the same thing, then I okay, let's see. Then I you know, turn back, or I let him come in back into me if he wants to kill. So it's kind of like I'm trying to take the advantage I got and turn it into an actual win. But then if that doesn't work out, it doesn't mean that, you know, I'm just throwing myself at the wall and dying for free. Oops. In that case, I'm just okay, also changed to this, by the way. In that case, I am just ready to fall back and once again play to see if he's gonna get me an advantage or if he wants to reset. Should I change my boots as well? Can we do the same? I mean, this is what Hamster was saying, right? In this case, I'm playing against the same IP, so I don't know. I could change my boots, but this is kind of what Hamster was saying, that, you know, whoever uses boots has an advantage. We'll see how that works out here. I mean, whoever uses boots doesn't have an advantage or gives the other one. Nobody has done this one, I think. Has done which one? What are you talking about? Voodoo, my friend. Are you feeling okay? Is it something I said that you're responding and I forgot what I said? That can happen. By the way, how long? Oh, it's been 4.5 hours. I redeemed stand-up. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Yeah, I see it up in the filter. Yeah. It's been done once, yeah. Channel pointing. Yeah. Oh, he broke a crystal, but I didn't see where. He broke it there. Okay, this is a chance for me to use what I learned from Hamster's commentary, to use it in an actual, like an even IP fight. Unfortunately, if I understood correctly, you know, if I use boots, I give him a big advantage. If he uses boots, he gives me a big advantage. So, might be annoying to take this fight. Maybe this makes sense, you know. I let him hit a spell. I mean, not that I let him, but, you know, he hits a spell, and now it's kind of the ball is in his court. Will he come closer or not? Let's see how this plays out. I would like this fight to be over in 5 minutes, but we'll see. And yes, after, like, I saw the channel point redemption voodoo, so give me a moment. Going south after him is a bit more annoying than in any other direction, because he can be very close to me and I still don't see him. If you don't know, this also works very well in the Mist, you know. If you want to run away, or you want to have a bit of an advantage that the enemy cannot react to your spells, you have the best possibility to do it from south. I mean, north and south both are better than to the sides. You can also see how far I see to the left and right, but south is the best. So if I'm following, like I don't even see his Q like before. I don't even see if he turns around towards me, you know, if he faces me to try to kill. Okay, maybe it's time for me to go to destroy a crystal and then he will come. Well, let's just go to the middle and wait for him there. Actually, I mean, I can double overcharge, doesn't really matter. Smidarok, thank you for following, man. Welcome. I'm not gonna destroy this guy, so he knows I'm just standing in the middle. And let's see how it goes. Maybe I should just, you know, maybe I should just use my boots aggressively myself. He's gonna have double Q now. Okay, maybe sooner or later. I mean, I think at this point I'm still kind of okay if he uses his boots right now. Okay, so maybe equal IP, that makes sense, you know? If I lose HP, he becomes aggressive with boots. If he loses too much HP, I become aggressive with boots. I messed up a bit there. Oh, then now he messed up. Nice. Okay. Kind of cool. Cool fight. I mean, perfect, you know? Hamster explained some of the things that... Obviously, this fight didn't just come down to that. But Hamster explained some of the ideas, like, of using boots to me. Made me think, at least, you know? And I could instantly try to implement it. The spikes hurt a bit. Yeah, but it also got him to turn around and take the fight. So, you know? It's like, you win some, you lose some type of thing. Right? We can look at it, but I feel like it gave him some more courage to come towards me. And I'm not saying I did it on purpose, you know, I didn't want to get hit by the spikes, but I'm kind of, in retrospect, kind of happy I did it. Like, especially when I'm choosing to be on Rejuvenating Sprint and he's on Royal March, which he ended up purging from himself, although, so it didn't really matter that much, but still, in this situation, I feel like it kind of makes sense that I have to figure out some ways to bait him. Once again, did not step on spikes on purpose. This wasn't some sort of giga deep 5-hit outplay, but it worked out luckily in my favor, as you saw. Let's go to the market and see if we need to buy something new, and then well, definitely some new consumables and also some. By the way, I don't get favor for this, right? I have a lot of favor I need to use at some point. 600,000 because I also got it from depths. Do I get favor from Corrupteds? Combat. Maybe for I do get favor, yeah, but not a lot, okay. So, Voodoo redeemed, and actually it's a good moment also to take a quick 1-minute bathroom break. Let's see if we can... Voodoo redeemed for me to stand. So for the next half an hour, I'm going to sit down here while you are up there. Bye, guys, bye. Okay, we'll do the proper... Then the light is gonna hurt a bit though. Let's see. How weird is it? Let me see for a moment. Yeah, the light is... Maybe that's why it's so hot. Maybe it's not so hot outside. Maybe it's so hot inside because the light is in my face now. Okay, do I need anything else? I need roast snappers as well. This is the one I'm using, yep. And I need to figure out if something trashes. No. Nice. Okay, so some siphoned energy. What am I trying to buy? Okay, here we go. Torture me since it's hot. I mean, does it make sense? Like, I'm obviously gonna change my... It's not gonna be an eager stream when you watch, like, there's a small game in the corner and the big me in the middle. I'm just gonna go quickly to the bathroom. But right now, with lighting like this, it's kind of weird, right? It is way too much right in my face. But I think it has to be this way. I don't know. I mean, I don't care for the light. I don't notice it that much. But the question is whether this will actually mess up the way that you see it. It's fine for you? Okay. Okay, let's see what I missed in chat, and then I'm gonna have a quick bathroom break, and then we will continue. Finally making a bit of progress. Thank you for being here and making not just my day more fun, but also helping me learn by forcing me to explain these things, by giving me motivation, you know, to put myself in this situation, and in some cases giving me ideas or teaching me stuff as well. Okay, let's see what I missed, and then we'll take a quick break. That Spike step to bait him into committing was a real five-head move. Yeah, Broccoli, exactly. I mean, if I did that on purpose, then that would be awesome. And I'm hoping to get to that level, but I feel like I'm still trying to get my head around some more basic things first. Actually, wait, where is it? Let's go back to this for a moment, just because I want to show. Let's see the Spike move. Let's see if it actually worked the way I thought. So here, he's not really committing, especially after I hit this Q here. I mean, he's definitely not feeling himself right now. Okay, at least he hit his Q back, which is nice. And now the Spike. Oh, he took... No, wait, does that do damage? Does the bat actually do damage as well, or just pushed him away? He lost 120 HP. That's weird. Why would he lose? He lost 120 HP, but it says 98 on my hit. What am I missing here? Look, he lost 100... No, 140, right? Yeah, he lost 140, sorry. He lost 140... So he did take some damage from being pushed with the bat, right? But anyway, now he turns into me partly because of that. And now he, like, this is good because now I just purge his boots together with... Wait, actually just his boots, right? Yeah, he didn't mage up. Oh, wait, I did purge his mage up, right? He clicked his mage up at the same time, I think. No, it's just... No, it's the effect of me purging. No, it's not his mage up. It's the effect of me purging him. So yeah, okay. So, I mean, it kind of worked because he turned into me, but he also might have gotten to a point where he was like, okay, you know what, let's just fight, you know? And I killed him before his second healing potion even went into effect. Okay, I'm very happy with that. And let's... Bat does a little bit. Okay, so that's the difference. So the bat did like 42 damage to him, yeah. When you are bald, how do you tell where your forehead ends? I mean, you can't see it, but I can feel it, Voodoo. Here. Here's my... No, actually here. Wait, I don't know. A good question. I think the first, like, you know, I shave, obviously. Here is the first place where I feel like there's a hair. You don't see it, but there's a tiny hair here. So if I wasn't shaving, you know, this is where the hair would start, I think. So that's your answer. Are you streaming on Twitch as well? Yes, Legendil. I've been streaming on Twitch for over a month. This is the first time that the stream is also available on YouTube. I know maybe I didn't make it as clear, so if you're not part of the Discord community, this might be surprising, but I've went through the beginner streamer phase. I feel a bit more experienced, and now I'm trying to understand how to make it work on two platforms at once. I torture you since it's so hot. It's fine. By the way, right now it doesn't count. I'm standing up, but I'm not actually playing. I will actually stand up playing for half an hour. I just want to go to the bathroom as soon as I get done with chat. Hi, Big Bro. What about some gambling today? Good idea. Figure out. I'm gonna go. It's gonna be 2 minutes. Give me a moment. Be right back. Where is it? Text. It's gonna be 2 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You guys figure out what the gamba should be. So when I come back, we can gamble channel points for whatever you decide. BRB. Okay, let's go. Does anyone have? Do you have any ideas? Let's go back. Here we go. We all know he's actually eating cheese in the dark room. Yes, yes, yes. My secret cheese room. You're gonna do something? Do what? Mad. I mean, am I gonna do anything at all today? Yes. The whole stream is me doing things on your screen. Enjoy. If you had a more specific question, then of course, let me know. Gamba, kill or die. Yeah, kind of boring, but actually, wait. How do I? Yeah, I can make Gamba from here. One of my chats is a bit weird, but I think Gamba will work. Start the prediction. Win or die. Okay, do we have any other? Or maybe overcharge. Use it or not. I mean, I can just overcharge it. No, I have to overcharge more. I'm gonna just overcharge in the city. That's not good. Win or die is kind of okay. Okay, let's do it. Next fight. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Next opponent. Next opponent. Blasters. Flamewalker. No, actually, wait. Let's make it not blasters. Let's make how many kills until death? That would be cool if I wasn't playing Slayer against some of the best players occasionally, and even against like my level players, in terms of corrupted at least. I'm making a lot of mistakes. So I think how many kills until death for Finger? The only correct answer will be 1 or 0. I mean, there's very few times that Slayer and Stalker, it was easy, but in Slayer, very few times that I've gotten more than 1 kill right now in a row. Also, it depends a lot on how good I will be at breaking crystals if I do come into the situation. Thanks for following, Dark Rose. No, okay, I like the next opponent. Next opponent, crossbow, fire, spear. What else have we seen today? What else have we seen today? Let me think. Dagger, I guess, could work. And frost. Okay, dagger, frost, other. Dagger, frost. Okay. If not one of these, well, still next after that. Okay, let's hope this makes sense. Submission period. I wish I could make it 5. Okay, let's make it 5 minutes. No, 2 minutes is good. Okay. So, oh come on. If none, we'll wait until. Okay, so the prediction is who is the next opponent I will meet in Corrupted. So you can use channel points if you are watching this on Twitch. If the next one is none of these, then we will just wait for the one after that. So essentially, the actual question, I should have worded it better. The actual question is, who will I run into first out of these? Who will I run into first out of these 5 different answers? These are the most popular, the most I've seen today. Crossbows, this includes Arclight, obviously. Fires, including Flamewalkers. Spear, we saw quite a few spears today. Trinity and One-Handed Spear and Daybreak are all possible. Dagger, we've only seen a couple, but I think 3 is already quite a lot. Or a Frost. Or we'll see what happens next. I mean, if it's not one of these, then the question is which will I meet first? Then we'll just keep going. Because if I put an answer which is other, then it's just going to be the only correct answer, I'm afraid. Oh, I missed also a long message from Smidarok earlier. Smidarok said, "Hello, I discovered your channel a few months ago, and when I was playing a lot, and I was very happy to finally have a real PP player to watch." Oh man, thank you for that. I'm very happy to be able to spread, hopefully, the enjoyment of PvP, because at least for me, it's so fun. Doesn't matter if I win or lose, it is fun, and the big part of it is getting better. And now that I come back to the game, I see that you stream. What a nice day. Hey, nice. Time to one-trick that Badon again. No, it's not the word. You could definitely do worse. Badon is in a good spot. Not amazing, but good spot, yeah. Let's see, what else? Did I miss something? Can we redeem silver for channel points? No, Mental, you cannot. And I feel like it's probably pretty much against the rules of Albion. Not that I would ever do it anyway, but definitely that's a very big no. Holy, what's up? Hello, Nico. How are you doing, Mr. Top 1? I see that you are, in fact, Top 5. I think you need to... Wait. This is last week. You are indeed Top 5, so you're gonna have to change your name soon. Oh, you're Top 1 Fisherman. Anyway, I'm playing Slayer, so come kill me. Yo, Nico, today is your chance. I am giving my items away to Galineto and a bunch of other guys. So see if you can handle these blasters. I'm guessing that since you've fought Hamster many times, you have some experience against this build that I'm running. So you probably already know the matchup, and maybe you will be able to teach me what you did right. Or I will kill you. And then laugh. What's your go-to in order to counter fire... Wait. I just lost your stupid crossbow with the silence cheese. What's your go-to in order to counter fire stuff for me? Crossbow with the silence cheese. You mean sleepcasters? Against sleepcasters, one big thing... Not every build can do this, but one big thing is that they need to get on top of you to start the sleep combo. So if you never... You've seen this... I've had some clinical wins with spears or daybreakers against sleepcasters on stream, where the guy didn't even have a chance because you never let him close. Of course, it depends how much damage you can do from far, because they will auto-fire usually, boom, 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 right? But they can only sleep when they get on top of you. So if you have some way to counter that, that's a good way. Other thing is changing your helmet to cleanse, having a gig pot. You can still use gig pot when you're silenced. If you cleanse their sleep, then you can dodge the silence and then maybe interrupt the re. I mean, it depends on which fire stack you're playing. But why are giveaways not against TOS? I mean, giveaways... So, Mental, there's a lot of, like, a very important thing. I mean, honestly, it's kind of questionable. The kind of mammoth giveaways, I honestly are against Twitch TOS. And recently, those giveaway streams have also been thrown out of the Albion Online content creator program. So those guys... For example, they're rolling out some new drops, some new things, like even the alpaca. By the way, if you give 2 subs on the stream, you get an alpaca, you know? You don't get that in the AFK Mammoth giveaway streams, and you know what? So Albion is taking some steps, not to get rid of them, but, you know, to give advantages to real creators. It is also, in my opinion, this is based on like 4 years essentially of law school, right? So don't take this as a fucking expert telling you how the world works. But in my opinion, after reading the Twitch TOS, it's pretty much also against their terms of service, because, you know, this is a very interesting big legal question which I've researched in this relation, like specifically to understand it. But I'm not gonna go into it too much. But I'm pretty sure Twitch does not really care. Like, Twitch will just do something if governments say like, yo, you know, this is like actual gambling and this is not allowed. But Twitch doesn't care, especially like some channel with like 600 viewers, you know, whatever for Twitch. So it is kind of against it, but at the end of the day, like, the reason I'm not doing Mammoth giveaway is not because I'm afraid of terms of service or something like that. It's just because I don't want to. I don't want you to watch this to get a Mammoth. I want only people here who are interested in spending time together, having fun with PvP, you know, actual content type of stuff. I hope that makes sense. But even in the giveaways, it's very, like, it's if you go too far into giving advantages to people who pay real money, so subscribers, then it becomes real world illegal also potentially. You know, like Mental, like in real life, if you go outside in the street and you make a free giveaway, so anyone can enter, but anyone can write their name down, and you pick a name and you give them your, I don't know, a Ferrari, you can do that right now if you want. But if you go outside and you say that you have to pay me 10 euros to get a ticket, and then, you know, the winner gets a Ferrari, that will be an illegal lottery, you know. So if if I were to give away something like in the game, we are not talking about Albion RMT rules. We're talking about real life legal stuff. If I was to give away something valuable in the game, and it would prioritize subscribers or people who essentially, you know, in indirect ways give me money, that would be like real life illegal also in most countries. But if it's open to everyone, like giveaways, you know, anyone can enter to Discord, for example, We're running giveaways also on this channel, sometimes for premium. That's okay. Anyway. Ooh, do you use cake? No, Nicole, actually. I was sick last week. I didn't play. I forgot about the event. Maybe I should buy cake. It gives me more XP, right? Nothing else, I hope. Twitch never cares, only if you go to legal government stuff. Yeah, the Twitch terms of service, a big part of it is not just for Twitch to limit, you know, streamers or what's happening, but it's a big part of it is for Twitch to have like defense. So if an actual government, and this is a very real possibility, the government actually brings like a case, or somebody, you know, somebody's parents can also do this. Like, yo, like my kid spent like $20,000 from my credit card on like illegal lotteries via Twitch. You know, somebody can actually make that case in some countries. So Twitch, TOS, even if they don't enforce it, they will say that, you know what, this is not our responsibility. We are doing our absolute best to make sure this never happens on our platform, stuff like that, you know. And then it becomes kind of a debate of how far does Twitch have to go to make sure that illegal gambling doesn't happen. But yeah, that's why there's a lot of things in the terms of service that Twitch doesn't actually care about that much. It's more to make sure that they have a defense if it does get bad. But yeah, this is, I don't know how interesting this sort of discussion is. Definitely, if you have like interest in law, then it might be more interesting for everyone else. It might be like random shit. What do you think of... Okay, wait, give me a moment. I see your question, Little Ferret. Man, standing up has already gotten me... I mean, I am closer to the lamp, but I'm already feeling like pumped up. And from this discussion, definitely standing up is much easier to play well. The mechanical skills are more difficult. I've noticed this, that I cannot play FPS games standing up because my aim just is terrible. Like, it's much worse than when I'm in my normal, you know, like gamer position. But for everything else, like for actually, you know, kind of being focused, like being in a good mindset, it's definitely easier. So, Little Ferret asks, what do you think of Merc Hood, Assassin Jacket, and Assassin Shoes and One-Handed Spear? It's pretty fun so far, and I can play aggressive with it depending on matchup. Yeah, it can work. A bit of a problem with that idea. I like it. I absolutely like it. There's a couple of like problems which I would maybe... One is inevitable, one you can work with. The inevitable one is that this idea was so much better with the old Cripple. Now, this essentially works when you have Cripple, because if you have Cripple, whenever an enemy uses boots, you Assassin Shoes in, you cripple their boots, you force them to fight without spending your E, you know? And your E is still ready for the big damage. Very, very good. However, since Cripple was nerfed, being on Cripple in many matchups is not really that nice. You know, it feels like... it feels okay, but it feels like you're kind of handicapping yourself a little bit. So this is thing like you can't do anything about it. It was better before the Cripple nerf. The other thing that you can do something about is be a bit careful about your helmet. Merc Hood, not bad. Definitely like universally useful in every fight, at least somewhat. But this kind of forces you to run Cripple, or at least it's going to be very difficult to stick on top of people who want to get away. What you can often, since you don't have the big burst damage like Death Givers, you know, to just one-shot. One thing that kind of goes well with Assassin Shoes is a Purge in your helmet, you know. Because then you're not forced to use Cripple, because you have a Purge. If your enemy starts running away, you are purging their boots and you are kind of forcing them to stay on top of you and fight you. But Merc Hood can kind of work similarly, you know. If you use your Assassin Shoes in, you start hitting your Qs, maybe you hit an Impaler if you're not on Cripple. They start, if they don't have like a blink or something like that, they start walking away, you slow them, and as they start getting into like 10-meter range, you use your E, so you stick on top of them, so it definitely can work very well. I just hope you're not playing it at very high IP, because in the Mists, the problem with every Assassin Shoes build suffers from it a little bit. The problem is that you are very good at 1v1 fights, but the moment there's someone else on your screen, there's a rat, or there's just like an 8.3 ganker that wants you dead and you don't want to fight them. If an 8.3 finds you dismounted, or a rat comes for you, you don't have the mobility to really get away, you know? So that's the only downside. That's why Assassin Shoes are much better as part of a lower IP strategy, where you kind of accept that, you know what, I'm gonna die, but it's whatever. My things are pretty, like my stuff is pretty cheap. I'd rather give myself I'd rather be much stronger at potentially killing that high IP target that's gonna be aggressive, and then they can't get away. But if you go high IP, like that strategy is not so good, so it also becomes... Assassin shoes also become weaker. I was not aware that Cripple had been nerfed. Yeah, unfortunately. At the beginning it seemed like, especially the way they presented it, it didn't seem like a nerf. But you know, a lot of people said right away that it's just a nerf. I was kind of hopeful that maybe the attack speed slow will actually do something, but I think now it's very obvious that Cripple is just straight up much worse than it used to be. Damn, this is a bad matchup. Unfortunately. I wish he was on the other bow, to be honest. Very much wish that. Monster! I killed one of the dudes you said was one of the very good players. And he actually had a counter matchup to me. I mean, he probably underestimated me, so part of it was definitely the fact that he thought it's an easy fight for him. Keep your E for his E? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I used some of my E against his E, but I also used my Frost Shield. I was a bit late. I should have Frost Shielded right away. I don't know. He was definitely being aggressive. And this is me learning corrupted dungeons. So, I'm getting a bit better at using the actual environment. Let me show you. Let me show you. First of all, oh, I didn't get that much. I thought he had a lot of infamy. Okay, he has only 1 mil. Okay, at least I got still decent infamy. Wait. I want to show you. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep the bag. And I'm gonna keep this as well. This is a sign of progress. This is a sign that I am not hopeless. So. Oh, nice. He also brought me some Hellfire potions for later. Okay. I want to show you just one thing from this fight. Just one quick thing, and we're not going to analyze the whole fight. I just want to show you, let me see. You see the map, yeah? So, this is my corrupted knowledge. I've been messed already several times. I've been fucked up by the fact that if you're fighting, if there's a bunch of like clear roads, but your back is against the wall, so you know your enemies can always run away towards the clear circle, but you look back and it's full of mobs. I've been in a bad situation. So what happened here is after I ran through some, where is he? After I ran through some of the mobs here, now he's in that position, you know? I mean, he starts off well, but he cannot run back so well. So, this is me learning, you know? He cannot, like, he doesn't have as good of an option to run back if he wants to space, because I made it so that his back is against the wall. Okay? I just hope it makes a bit of sense. This is 100% something I would never in 100 years think about when I started, like, playing Corrupted more seriously, like, a couple weeks ago. It makes it sound like I've been playing for this whole week. Not really. But yeah, anyway. It definitely worked in my advantage here to run through mobs. And, I mean, thank God I had the presence of mind to actually be really aggressive here. And he missed one of his Qs as well. Damn, this makes me feel good. Let's see. Let's change back and then keep going. Wait, bow. Choose prediction outcome. Oh shit, we didn't have bow, so we're gonna continue with the prediction, right? Yeah, bows actually. I've seen a couple of bows today, but it was not part of the prediction. So we have crossbow, fire, and spear. Dagger and frost did not receive any points, so we're gonna continue. So the current prediction is which of these 5 I'm gonna meet next, and the 5 options. I mean, you can't predict anymore, but in case you weren't here 5 minutes ago, the 5 options are crossbow, any of the crossbows, any fire, spear, dagger, or frost. So right now we got a bow. So let's keep going. Sky Strider is a weird looking fire staff, right? No, Sky Strider is it doesn't feel like a fire staff now. It is definitely a bow. It is very strong because of its versatility of the I've been talking about this earlier as well. But it doesn't feel to me like a fire staff. Admittedly, I have not really played it. Have I played it at all? I don't remember. I don't think I played it at all, right? Where is my... Then this is my EU bow. Yeah, I haven't played any Sky Strider. Even when I was doing weird challenges, I never actually got to a Sky Strider. So... But looking from the outside in, definitely does not feel like a fire staff. It very clearly feels like a bow. I mean, fire staffs are the kind of, in some ways, the opposite of bows, right? Fire staffs, it depends on the content, and in Corrupted especially, but, you know, even in Mist, fire staff often have been kind of notorious for being, I'm in your face, gonna giga out-brawl you, and the bow is kind of the opposite. Could I not just swap to Sprint for some matchups? Yeah, sure, Lethal Ferret, of course. Yeah. Of course you can. No, in general, your idea, like, with the Assassin shoes, Spear definitely can take advantage of it. Don't decide against it just because I said, you know, Cripple is nerfed. It's just that I just know how good of an idea it can be, because before Cripple was nerfed, it felt like a really good idea. So it's more like lost potential, but it's still definitely possible. And of course, yeah, you can always swap, yeah. Especially since you're not playing like one-shot death givers, you're not going for the one big damage. You are very versatile on the Spear, you can swap around. You can swap your Ws based on the matchup, you can swap your shoes, of course. How do you see bows now in Mists? Haven't really played that much. I played a couple days of Mists after the update. I mean, okay, I played some stupid challenges, but after the actual last update, I've played only one day of Mists, I think. And I don't remember seeing a bow other than Sky Strider. I feel like the bow rework is more of a nerf for Mists, because in Mists, there's a lot more matchups and situations where the bow wants to use the long-range Q. Oh shit, I took a lot of damage there. And the long-range Q was just straight up nerfed, you know? Bow as a whole, I don't feel it was nerfed, because the short-range Q, the one which used to push, like, knock back and now just slows, is really strong. But in the Mists, most of the time on bows you use the long-range Q, which I feel like means that the bows are just a bit weaker than they used to be, because it's 2 meter less range. Hamster casually in Den lobby. Oh, you mean you saw him on my screen? He was standing there. Okay, I didn't see him. When Hamster comes back, you guys have to all tell him to make sure that he's proud of me for killing a player that he said is a very good player. You know? I know, it's baby steps, you know? Getting better. I mean, he was not playing like 8.3 giga juiced items, but still, baby steps. Thank you for following, by the way. Bokaku. I have to also kind of time how long I've been standing up. I mean, Voodoo made the request more than half an hour ago, but then it took me like 20 minutes to actually stand up, so... Okay, let's see, who do we have? This is gonna also maybe decide the prediction outcome. Show me. Show yourself. Chibs. Oh shit, another one of those. I'm changing my boots probably. I'm just hoping for the best. Oh, he changed his spell as well. I kind of messed that up. Also, I shouldn't have changed. I didn't realize that he changed himself. He changed himself also. I didn't realize that he changed his Mistwalker jacket. After against that, I definitely need a different robe. Let's go for full reset. We both used one potion, I think. Damn, he's still chasing. Man, at this thing... Please don't kill me. Okay. Also, I don't need the charge up boots. I'm gonna full YOLO. Now that I know that he's using his W for damage, I just need to dodge his W. And then actually E for E probably makes sense. And then I keep Purge for his Inferno. And then I should be good, but we'll see. Can I? If I attack the... I don't want to attack the totem. I wonder if I attack the crystal, am I actually gonna get into combat or not? Man, this is not ideal. Okay. It's okay. I took a couple bats. Next time, just running into him and full sending it. No more running around and dying just because I tanked too many bats. None of that for me, please. I need to get on top of him now. No! I clicked the wrong button. I was ready for with the shield. Okay, that was... I messed it up in the end. I feel like until the end, it was my win. Ooh, a bit annoying. Definitely, already... Everything was already going great. In the end, I knew I'm gonna shield, but I was kind of... I don't know what part of me thought that maybe I just dodge his W first. So close. Yeah. Definitely, it was one of those, like, I had a lot of these last time I played. In the bag, you know? The fight is in the bag, but, you know, I have to play, obviously, until the end, and I just mess up a fight in the end. So we have another bow, so that's also not gonna actually decide the outcome of the prediction. Thanks for following, by the way, Stianzo. Oh, shit. Accidentally went back in. Oof. Okay. Man, this is... I feel how close... Mastery has never been closer. With every fight, I am becoming stronger. So many experiences, man. This is crazy how... I don't know. I mean, obviously, Corrupted like got revitalized. The whole Corrupted scene became much more active now that you can enter directly from the city. But still, it's... I kind of feel like, where have you been my whole life, dear Corrupted Dungeon? Obviously, this build also. But damn, this is so fun. So... I had my boots to run around, that was good. I ran around correctly because I need to swap spells. I got under him, I even put the caltrops under him, once again. Good. The fight is essentially, feels like it's won for me. I should be more on top of him, I was a bit more timid, but he did remove his own Inferno, which is great. But then, very unfortunate that I messed up in the end. Essentially, I used my Q and then boots in order to get my double Q ready, and then ran into him, hoping that I dodge his W and then double Q him. But then after he hit his W, I just need to shield and go crazy. But instead, yeah, I messed it up. However, what I could have done, one thing is I'm learning now. I am so pumped up on constantly proccing my double Q because it took me a while to learn to constantly think in crossbows, constantly think about my passive, or like feel it more than think about it. However, this is one of those situations where instead of running at him with my double Q ready, I should run at him with 2 stacks. Like I have 1 stack here. What I should have done, instead of using a Q and then boots, I should have just used boots, run at him, and then I'm free to use my shield and then double Q. So I don't run into the problem that I ran into. Man, this is happening more and more. This situation where I need to kind of predict, you know? It's like chess. I need to be 1 step ahead of myself. Well, I mean, in chess you have to be ahead of your opponent, but I have to be a little bit further ahead to predict that I'm gonna need this spell soon. So I'm gonna keep myself on 2 stacks instead of 3, because I know that I'm about to use some other spell, you know? I hope this makes sense. I mean, if you've been following the Blaster's journey, or if you play other crossbows, some of the things I'm like discovering here might be kind of basic to you, maybe not. But it's definitely, I feel like that's a big difference between like a decent player with blasters or light crossbow. This applies to light crossbow as well, and between like an actually amazing player. Like predicting that I'm gonna use another spell soon. Man, this is like next level shit for me, and I'm getting ready for it. Bro, okay, let's see. Solo asked, bro, can you tell me what's the best way to fame farm as a solo player? Voltcaster weapon, also new to the game, so I have no idea what am I doing. Okay, if you're a new player, first of all, accept if you're in a point where you accept that you're gonna die a lot in Albion, which is inevitable, you know. If you're interested in the PvP side of things, yes, you're gonna die a lot and lose your items. Then just go to the black zone and start killing mobs. It's gonna be the best for a while, but you're gonna get ganked. If you're new, you're gonna die in a lot of situations where an experienced player would not die. Because they react quicker, they can analyze their enemies, you know, they can understand what's happening. You will die, but you have to accept it. So don't spend a lot of money on every set. But Black Zone is going to be... They've nerfed a lot of the other fame farming methods. So just killing mobs in the Black Zone is pretty much your best bet. If you want to be a bit safer, you can go to the Mists. Now, Mists fame right now is not... I think is not on average as good. But in Mists, if you're going to get attacked, you're going to get mostly attacked by just one player. Whereas in the open world, if you just go to Black Zone, you will often be attacked by gank squads, which, you know, even an experienced player sometimes dies to gank squads because there's nothing you can do when there's 7 people chasing you across the map. So if you want to be a bit safer, in Mists it will be easier for you to survive if you learn the basics, like be next to your horse and stuff like that. But also keep in mind, solo, while it is good at the beginning to just play the weapon that you like, so if you like Boltcasters, play Boltcasters and fame farm them. At some point, if you want to play this game for longer, it makes a lot of sense to fame farm with one weapon and then play with another weapon. What I mean by that is, for example, look at me. I have 700 in all spears. Many of these spears I have never played on EU, not even once. I played the spears that I like. I killed a bunch of mobs to get... he's on Omelette, that's annoying. And he's on Frost Shot. I'm gonna change my boots. Okay, he's on Invis. If he changes to Inferno, I feel like I will have a tougher decision, right? Because I kind of need my Frost Shield to catch him. But, you know, if he changes to Inferno, I will also need a Purge. But he's on Omelette, which... Man, I don't like this playstyle. As I said before again about the Frost, you know, he's doing nothing wrong, you know, it makes sense to play like this, but it's annoying to fight against it, very much so. See, he wants to fight where the fight, I mean, for me, doesn't even start, you know? I don't even get close to him. And it's very annoying to play against it. Nice! Yo! We got another win against the bow that has been my kryptonite for so long. I feel my brain growing with every fight. Although, if you've seen my videos, if you've seen my content, you know how many times I've said that I, for sure, and think it applies to all of us, we learn so much more from deaths because mistakes become obvious and you're kind of forced to be face to face, you know? I killed the bow and I feel like, yo, I don't know, I feel hyped because I feel good about getting one random kill, kind of, yeah? But, you know, I probably fucked up a lot in this fight and I'm not going to analyze it as deeply, I'm not going to be as self-critical. So, that's always a thing, but damn, I'm still human and I still fucking enjoy when we finally achieve something. And I think, wait, is that... Let me see. I don't know if he's a corrupted player, but this is like a... This is one of the ancient content creators, right? Like a veteran, right? I've definitely seen a stream of a dude with a very similar name. He was doing streaming in Spanish, so I probably didn't actually watch it much, but... He killed me when I was playing Heron. There was the day when I played Awakened Heron at the beginning of the stream, and I got a super good kill against Carving, and then I got really aggressive against him, and he was tier 7, I was 6-3, and he killed me, I think. So hey. Okay, let's take some of the potions from here. Now I have cake. Whoever was asking. Now I have cake. Okay, got it. Oh, I appreciate your advice. Yeah. I mean, like the thing I said later, Solo. That's like later down the line, kind of. You know. You don't at the beginning definitely play what's fun because as you kill mobs, you also get better at using the weapon you've chosen. You know, in PvP, I mean. But at some point, like as I said, like it's a good example, you know. And you know, I'm doing it with spears. I did it right. I don't want to play these spears, so I just put fame credits and tomes into these spears. But I only play the couple of spears I really like. But some people, and you can also do this with other things, like for example, farming up with your favorite weapon, which is good at PvE, like spears, swords, battle axe, whatever. Farming a lot of fame credits, earning a lot of books from chests, and then you put them not into other swords or other spears, but you put them in a completely different tree. Like my daggers. Where are my daggers? Look at my daggers. The only dagger I've actually played on EU is Deathgivers. Okay, I played Bloodleather for a day, but the only one I've actually played is Deathgivers. But I put spec in all of the others one without playing them, just to have a bit more IP in Deathgivers when I played it. Wait, did we get? Let's see how much. 360. Okay, so I didn't actually get that much. He has only 500k also. Oof, okay, I don't need to buy another food, we can just keep going. And yes, it was another bow. That's crazy. Okay, so bows are currently, it seems like bows are becoming really, really popular. This Gamba will never end. Yeah. Is Face Scale Cowl a good match with Boltcasters, and you also have good shield always? Face Scale Cowl to become uncancelable? No, I think it's better to do the Cleric Robe thing. Because remember, I don't know, if you're new you might not know this, because there are some tooltips which are not super clear. So listen up, but I know every experienced player already knows this very clearly. Cleric Robe does not protect you from crowd control when it procs. Not only is it not written here, but it actually doesn't. You can check this out. You can proc somebody's Cleric Robe, and then you can still stun them, knock them up with a one-handed spear, whatever. But for some reason, and this is not said anywhere, if you are like if your Cleric Robe procs, and then you start a channel, then suddenly your Cleric Robe protects you from crowd control. Makes your channel essentially uninterruptible. I don't know why. I think everyone just accepted that, okay, this is how it is. This is, like, some weapons use this. Most notably Brawler Gloves, Cleric Robe Assassin Hood. You cannot interrupt their Assassin Hood. And Boltcasters, Cleric Robe and E. I don't know why, but remember, that's the way it works. So, what it means is that rather than kind of memeing out with your helmet, I suggest that you just use the Cleric Robe to protect your channel. Yeah, I didn't realize there would be so many bows. Now it seems kind of silly that I didn't have bows in the prediction. I've been trying to play some Heron Spear and Corrupteds, but I struggle with bows in advice. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything you can do. Even if you're using royal boots, like I am, I don't think there's anything you can do, Angry Toast. Stalker level, you will have a lot of good fights, because people are playing a lot of different fun builds. But Slayer, you need at least some mobility. It's just too often you will have opponents, and especially the juicy ones, the ones that you actually want to kill occasionally, you know, for some money. they're not gonna die to Heron Spear. There is just you don't have enough mobility, and unlike some one-shot type builds, which also don't really work too well, but you know, like Death Givers and stuff like that, unlike that sort of things, you also will you will also not actually do the crazy burst damage to surprise someone, so that they like don't use their mobility in time. It's very unfortunate, but I don't think Heron Spear can really work in Corrupteds right now. And I don't even know if it will ever, because Corrupteds, unless Corrupteds get reworked in some way, it's or I mean, they just have to give some sort of extra burst to Heron, I guess. But I don't think it's gonna work. Daybreaker is viable. One-handed Spear is difficult but viable. Daybreaker is definitely viable. Trinity is pretty good if you want to play a Spear and Corrupted and not struggle so much. Let's see. Who is this? Will the prediction end one day? Remember to switch chest? Yeah. Nice. I actually saw your message for a moment, and that's why I switched it, Voodoo. Just before. No. I don't want to aggro everyone. Where is my opponent? The moment of truth for the prediction. Come on. Show yourself. Okay. I think the fact that these spikes are proccing means that he's somewhere here, right? I don't think this... Or maybe the spikes do. There's some fire traps that only activate when someone is actually close by, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Does mob count as fire staff use? Does the mob count as fire staff user? No. Although that is pretty funny on several levels, but no. Thanks for... wait, no way. Is my... Oh, okay. Guys, thanks for following. I missed Stianzo. That was like 15 minutes ago. And now... Haska. I appreciate you being here, making my day a bit happier. Ooh, okay. Very interesting. Big pot. I messed up. I messed up. I knew it the moment I did it. Nice, man. I am so happy that I lost not to some top PvP crazy meta player, but to absolute giga fun player. This guy is just playing random shit for fun. Oh, but yeah. I got too scrambly, you know? I'm too pumped from the victories. I just scrambled a couple of buttons randomly because I was so worried about getting hit by his W, and it really doesn't matter. I should have just kept double queuing every time like I always do. Late purge. Well, there isn't anything to purge. I should have maybe changed also. The only thing I can purge is his mage robe. Nothing else, Paprika. I mean, okay, his actually his cape. Yeah, you're right. But it's yeah, you're right. I don't know why I wanted to wait for his mage robe, but yeah. I should switch my myself to Frost. Even if he purges it, I feel like Frost Shield will give me more. Oof. Yeah, I scrambled just that random ease for no reason. Just to avoid the W. I mean, okay, to be fair, I almost killed him because he didn't activate his helmet, you know? That one Q I missed when he was bootsing on top of me, that would have killed him if he didn't, like, he didn't activate his helmet. But... I mean, considering that he, in theory, still had his helmet, that was, he got mass value. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, maybe I should have thought about the cape more. That's, yeah, I just scrambled for no reason. Instead of double queuing, like, properly, he got on top of me and I started worried about getting hit by a WE combo. I thought, I eat away from him since he doesn't have mobility to catch up. And it kind of worked out, you saw, like he missed his E, you know, and I was at a distance. But I used too many E's and I didn't do enough damage, so I kind of just needed to disengage there probably. Because he cannot follow me anyway, right? Okay. Good lesson. Time to go back down. If you want to make me stand for half an hour, you can use channel points. But it's time for me to sit down. I mean, some of the really good fights we had just now, specifically wins, were when I was standing. And I don't think it's a coincidence, actually. Wait, this is... Actually, no, it's not bad. It's a bit lower than it used to be, right? Let's go up a bit. Man, this is... If you spend a lot of time at your computer, which I know most of us here do, and you're thinking like, oh, you know what? I'm not sure how to use this 300 euros to make my life better. Consider, I mean, obviously it depends on how you live, you know, but if you already live in a stable place, you know where you're living, kind of, consider buying a moving desk. I was surprised at how cheap it was. It's nothing fancy, you know. It was I bought the cheapest one, and it's made my life so much better. From making me happier to also, you know, making me more productive for sure. Like, okay, I said, like, about games, you know, when there's mechanical skill involved, there's a bit of a trade-off. But for any mental task, standing up, just not the whole day, but occasionally, man, it's just crazy how good it is. Yeah, moving desk. Yeah, exactly, mental. I mean I don't mean the standing desk where you stand the whole day, but I mean the one that goes up and down. And it literally cost me 300 euros, which I don't know. I mean, it's still clearly an investment, you know. It's not like money to throw away, but it is much. Before I found this, I thought that it's going to be much more expensive. I don't know why, but for me, in my mind, the moving desk was always associated like with some expensive office setup, something like that. Hi, tell Vic to meet the fire step. Okay, yeah. Desk with adjustable height. Yeah. That's it. I mean, you saw me go up and down, right? There's a channel point reward, like you can redeem channel points, which Voodoo did earlier, to make me stand for half an hour. Which is what I did. And damn, it feels good. And now, even sitting, you know, I feel like more agile, you know? I feel better in the sitting position also now. Okay, now it would be nice not to brain fart. Interestingly enough, the two fights I won were both against very experienced players, like the two recent fights. Very experienced players who were also playing a build that, in my opinion, is very strong against me. And somehow I won those. But now, the other fights I've been finding recently, against probably less experienced players and definitely easier builds, I'm messing up. That's weird. He's on wrong food. I can go crazy against him, I think. He has double Q already. Oh, he's not chasing after me. Okay, interesting. I was kind of hoping he would come after me. I can change. Okay, so the fact that I'm on shield, I feel like gives me a bit of an advantage. And the fact that I'm on Rose Snapper definitely feels better. I just need to make sure I don't die before I actually drink both healing potions. Because the damage with 2 cloth armors and him being on heal steal, the damage is going to be big. No, my points. Yeah, this actually also solves the prediction. Prediction outcome, choose outcome, crossbow. So out of the 5 options, the one we met first was a crossbow. It was an Arclight Blaster. Oh shit. Maybe I need to lose. Okay, nice. That's not nice. And this is how we do it, with a little bit of extra baiting. Man, where has this crossbow been my whole life? Another thing that I have forever, I have had this amazing admiration. Like 1,500, I don't know, maybe 2,000 hours of mists. I have had this admiration because I felt like, even though I was not always able to play on the same level as some of the best players, sometimes yes, with some builds, sometimes not. One thing that I felt like I don't understand how they can do this we're light crossbow guys, usually. Not, I mean, obviously it's difficult to play it also, but the amount of skill it takes to bait with your HP. I was always so, like, I was so, kind of, not starstruck, but, you know, I had so much admiration for guys who played and who were able to actually use their HP as good bait. Who were able to kind of feel how much they can lose in terms of HP and get their enemy interested. I understand now that playing crossbow in general teaches this. I'm not saying that, oh, now I know, now I'm so good at it. No, but I am kind of, the world of baiting is opening up to me in ways that the spear honestly didn't teach me, which is kind of interesting also. In the future, I need to remember this. There's one thing that the spear, I definitely played it with Marklock Cape and I definitely tried to bait, but there's like a new level of baiting which has been opened up to me to some extent with the crossbows. Okay, let's keep going. I don't need another food, it's almost ready. You should try that axe build, it is pretty broken. Because Mistwalker Hood makes you unkillable for 6 seconds. The one that I died to, you mean? This one. This one. Interesting. I mean, the axe does have some synergy with it, because if you do time, if you essentially you have 5 seconds of free damage, and then you hit your double E, and you survive for a couple more seconds because of the big heal, you know. So I like the idea, and everything else is just full-on damage. I like the idea actually, Godly, but I don't think I want to play anything else in Corrupted. I think I will actually axe. Man, that's a good suggestion. I've been looking to learn and branch out, and Battle Axe I haven't played on EU. I think maybe as part of a challenge, but not much. And on NA I played it as a real beginner, like a lot of beginners do. So this is actually a pretty good one, yeah. I mean, it is kind of risky. That axe that killed me, he would have died because he did not helmet in time. If I hit the 1Q when he dashed on top of me at some point, he would have died. He was on like 200 HP and he forgot to use his helmet in time. So, and that's the tricky part, right? Because you are so squishy. Crypt Candle, Cloth Armor, you are going to occasionally die before you realize it's time to activate your helmet. Try it in lower tier ones. I don't know. Right now I'm having so much fun with this that I'm not looking to branch out just yet. Although, yeah, it is part of what I'm enjoying is learning about Corrupteds, but mostly it's specifically about this build. But I think I will maybe be more interested in trying it in the Mist later. Wait, who we just kill? Who did we just kill here? Oh, we killed the same blasters, yeah, okay. By the way, let's figure out the next Gamba. I think it should be something more interesting than just kill or die next fight, you know? I don't know what else we could Gamba. Or maybe we just do the same, like, who do I meet next? But we just have different, something else. Is that the guy I fought earlier? I think that's the guy I fought earlier, right? He's also on Mage route. He has the other shoes. It's kind of the same situation like before, that whoever gets uses boots to get close is in a bit of a disadvantage, right? I do have to... Maybe I have to change my boots, I don't know. So close, man. I shouldn't have aggroed the mobs. But other than that, kind of the same like before. I didn't proc his mage robe, which was nice. And I felt like I'm too much of a man again to overcharge. Obviously, the IP doesn't really matter. You know, based on my missed experience, it's whatever. But still, you know, there's no reason not to, I think, if I fight to the death. Always. There's no reason not to if I see another tier 8 overcharge to just overcharge as well. That was so close now. Was it? Maybe I'm not sure if I messed up in the end or not. I used 1E in the end to dodge his spell. But I think I didn't have my passive anyway. And I feel like in this matchup it's kind of the same. Like I use my boots first. So I give myself a bit of a disadvantage, but at least here I have green boots, you know? So he kind of returned it by not being, not having a sprint to go back anyway. Or to run away. Okay. Also my helmet probably should be one of the first spells I use. Okay, yeah, I mean he starts off well, hitting 2 spells, I miss one. But at least I can proc my double Q a lot more reliably. This is still good. Double Q, both hit. I only used 1E, so now I'm good. Now he uses boots, that's nice for me. But this is bad. Here, I don't know what to do, because he's boots now, I can't really hit him with anything. Now I have double Q. Oh nice, he walks into one. But yeah, I see I could hit another Q easily. Another E, double Q, another E. Yeah, I don't have anything to proc double Q to kill him through shield. Man, it's so unfortunate, yeah. I think if I don't aggro mobs, it's still the same, though. Did I take damage from fire? 333. I don't think I take so much damage from one of his spells, right? I'm not sure. Anyway, it's probably, like, I mean, it's the same. It's a question of a couple seconds, but I think... Yeah, okay, aggroing mobs definitely is annoying, but I think it's probably the same, anyway. If you kite a little bit, you have shielded. Yeah, but the moment, like, every time I run away from him, he gets a bit of an advantage because his E is just a lot of damage from far, you know? So if he doesn't want to risk it here in the end, like, he just used his E. If he doesn't, like, he's being a man and risking it, but he doesn't really have to, you know? If I walk away from him, if he's outside of my Q range, I'm just dead because he has very long range, big damage E, right? So it's kind of my job, which is also why I used boots to get on top of him. It's kind of my job to make sure that I get close to him, because he's much happier from a long distance. So yeah, well, it is annoying. I'm not sure if I don't. It's not about, okay. So like it's not about kiting as in creating space, but it is about focusing more on dodging him. You know, just walking back and forth so he misses more Qs until my shield is ready. Played well, he just poked you early. Yeah, well, I mean, he has to, you know, that's the thing. I mean, he has to use his E from far, and you might think like, oh, you know, but it's like unfair advantage to him. But no, that's his E, you know, his E is good damage from far, but my E is very good damage close range, plus I dodge his spells, plus I can keep proccing my double Q by using my E charges, you know? So I have a lot of advantages when I get close, because my E up close will be much better than his E. I don't have to worry. Like, up close, he can miss his E, you know? Like, last time we fought him, he missed a lot more spells. So, it's like, in this case, both of our weapons have a very strong... kind of advantage in certain things. Yo, it's Zuko from Twitch. What's up, man? Narayan, hello. I guess that's... I don't know if that's your real name or not. I know that YouTube, I mean, some people, it's your choice to use your real name, but I know that in YouTube it's a bit difficult to get used to it because, you know, you don't usually see people's names on the internet. So, you will still be Zuko for me. Why not 4-4 weapons seem like the most fun thing in Albion? Well, do you see how I play, right? I mean, I'm breaking crystals very rarely. I'm trying to learn as much as I can, and I am still kind of new to Corrupted. It feels like I have a lot to learn. So, if I did 4-4 right now, I would just lose it in half an hour, because it wouldn't make me much stronger than I am. It would be a tiny difference, you know. It's a couple percentages stronger, but 100% would die. So no, definitely not. Maybe at some point later, I don't know, but I feel like 4-4 is a bit better suited for the mists. I mean, okay, if you play Corrupted like on a really safe build, or you are actually amazing Giga talented player, maybe. But probably both of those things combined, right? Like, you have to be really good, and you have to play on a safe build. Like the quarterstaff guy, you know, like one of the top players that I kept dying to last time I played, like more than a week ago. That guy can play any... we actually saw he's playing 8.4 right now. And, like, his whole build, like, no one can kill him, essentially. I think. Pretty much anyone. If you get an advantage against him, he will just keep running away. And he has the mobility to do it. And plus, if you chase him, he has a very good chance to stun you and fire forever, right? So with something like that, sure. But the way I'm playing now. Hey, I was Heavy Crossbow that just fought you. Just wanted to say that I love your content. Thanks, man. And was it... Oh, wait, did I fight you earlier today? Let's see. Let's see. Because I had a Cos Pass, right? That's your name in the game. We had a fight against the Heavy Crossbow, but it might have been someone else. Oh, it was you. Okay, nice. So we got a 1-1. Yeah. Nice. I mean, nice mana, to be honest. I said this also because we had a very quick discussion, and I feel like, you know, if you wanted to be really safe and kind of make sure you win carefully at the end, you had maybe a chance to just, you know, run away and kind of finish me off with your E from far. But you chose to take the risk, and that's awesome. But yeah, both fights very nice. Very, very happy. Happy to have met you in my Corrupted, and maybe I'll see you again. And both fights really close, by the way. Those who were here earlier in the day, the first time we fought, I got the kill, and this time I died. Both times felt like could have gone both ways, depending on a couple spells. Like, I hit one more spell in the last fight I win, and if Kasbas, or now Kaitam, based on your Twitch name. Kaitam, if the first time when I won, it was a lot of spells that I dodged, some by accident, some on purpose. And once again, it was a situation that if Kaitam hit a couple more spells or one more spell, it could have very easily been the other way. Which is fun. Like, this is the kind of fight that is fun to have, you know? It's nice to have a fight which doesn't only come down to the builds and where players are not playing super safe to make sure they don't die. Okay, I did not mean to aggro the mob, but sure. Okay. I feel like this actually is better preset now. I like the shield more. Also lower cooldown, and I'm gonna keep myself in Royal Boots, and if I see someone that I really need to have an interrupt against, then I will run away. And change spells. Let's see. Where are we at? Also, we have to figure out the next Gamba. There's still time. It's almost 6 hours. I was thinking to do between 6 and 7 hours today. By the way, this week, every weekday is a stream. Last week I was sick, and I'm happy I took the time off from streaming also. But this week, I mean, partly to make up for it, but not entirely. Looks today that the stream is actually working. So, okay, he's changing his boots. Oh, it's Badon. It's something new, actually. I don't like this. He changed also at the last moment, and I really don't like this, but hey, such is life. Can't do anything about this. Please don't do this, man. I don't want to die like this. I want to actually fight. Did he actually drink a potion? Man, I also had to drink a potion there. No. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, at least we're even in terms of potions. Come on, why do I keep attacking everything? Wait, what? Why is he catching up to me? He changed boots. Oh man, I hate this. I hate when you get the... I try to reset that, I don't get it. Okay, well, against him it's 1-2 now. That's one of the good players I beat last time. And, yeah. Bows are annoying when I cannot get close. I got close once, but... I should have probably felt like full Eid. You know what? This is... I need to remember. 100% next fight, just full YOLO. No resetting, that's enough. Resetting sucks. It's not fun, and I suck at resetting. So many times I get punished. And this guy actually changed his boots in the middle of chasing. It's like that level of of being present to understand that he can do that. So that very much sucks that this is possible. I could actually eat soup then. I didn't think about that. But why am I even buying soup? I'm never using it. I'm just buying it so that if my enemy uses soup, I also have it. Okay. Anyway, no more resetting. Just run in like crazy because here, yes, okay, I could not really get on top of him very well, but I still had my ease. And I got a bit discouraged by the fact that I changed to Frost and he changed to Inferno. But, so what? I need to learn that I cannot just run away from my problems. These are not the mists. I've died way too many times by doing what I just did, like kind of resetting, but then realizing I actually can't reset. Either misclicking or running into mobs that slow, or running into like this fire thing that just slowed me and took damage. I took damage from it, so I need to. I mean, he's a bow. He doesn't let me close, but he did kind of, because he has Madon E. I just need to shield and stay on top of him and just go full ham and not think about anything else. Is that build type of play purge with defense using Cleric Robe and Helm of Valor Field? What? What? He wasted this 8.4 week before. You're talking about Kong? Wait, where is he? That he died? You're saying that he died? This is last week? Where is he? I mean, now he's not top 1 or whatever. This is not 8.4 death. This is 8.3 death, yeah. Nice, he got killed by a random battle axe, actually. Big up! Big up! I don't know how that happened, but big up to that guy. Very awesome. Very happy for him. But Flacco, you have to explain. If you're talking about something that we discussed earlier and I don't understand, I'm sorry. You have to explain. What do you mean? You need to clear circle always. This one of important thing. And helmet has 26 CD, so you can use it on every Badon. Yeah. The helmet thing is a big thing, yeah. But the circle, I don't want it. I don't want to clear it because I'd rather learn to just stop running around. Because if I clear the circle, it's not just for me, right? The enemy will also use it. And I'm gonna be unhappy if they use it. At least, I don't know. I have... Okay, with Royal Boots I have good enough mobility to take advantage of the circle. But I don't know. I'm not super happy. Like, okay, in some matchups I am the one who is gonna run around in circles, for sure. But there's so many, even the same bow, if the circle was cleared, the way that he changed to Royal March, I think he will catch me anyway. Maybe I get one reset, I'm not sure. But I think he has a good chance of catching me anyway. I think I'm gonna get better at actually committing to the fight. This is a fight, like last time, I didn't, I mean, okay, I did, essentially I fought the same guy. He was having, he had an even stronger weapon in my opinion. And I didn't give myself a way out, I fought in a situation where I can't really run away. And I like that. And I need to do much more of that. And for some reason, unlike Mists, I don't know. I'm playing way more carefully. In Mists, I mean, okay, in Mists I take bad fights, often like difficult fights, but in those fights I still reset and try to figure out the fight. It's so much part of my Albion kind of progress that I try to fight, it doesn't work, I try to reset because it goes badly, and I try it a different way, and again and again and again. Here, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's working. It seems like this attempt to reset is the death sentence more often than not. Held a message for bullying. YOLO them mofos. Okay. There we go. Hello, Vic. Hope you're having a good day. Yes, Amra. Thank you for asking about it. And yes, I am indeed having a very good day. I'm so happy that it seems like the stream is fully functioning also on YouTube. They're using Purge in chest and Defense in head. Is it viable to use other way around? Like Defense in chest, Cleric Robe, and Purge in head. Valor, Fiend, Cow. Yeah, kind of, but I'm not a huge fan of Cleric Robe. It gives you some very good outplay potential, but it's very long cooldown and it's very telegraphed and predictable. I would much rather use a Mage Robe. And I need the interrupt. Like, the reason I'm using Call of Purity is because I need to have an interrupt for Corrupteds. Because against fire artillery and fire staffs, and against cultist robes, I need to have something that interrupts. So this way I have a defensive potential, but also, you know, this helmet gives me, if I just want damage or if I want an interrupt, I have this. So I feel like this is better. It could work, I guess, the other way around, kind of, but I would feel much weaker, personally. I can't put the link. I don't know why there's no this 8.4 dead in game, but he died 6 days ago to bow. Okay, I see. I don't know, maybe we're talking about different guys, Logmere. I was talking about the King of Kong or Fate of Kong? I don't know, I just found him here earlier. Oh, this guy. I went up against him three times last time in a row, and it was absolutely hopeless. I mean, he's died a lot of times in non-lethal, that's why it has gone out of this. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, let's see. What is the opponent doing? Some kind of bag. He died 6 days before on this 8-4. This is why he's not playing, I think. Oh, you mean he stopped? Oh, okay. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, that's the reason I say that's awesome is because I'm happy that he's not unkillable, right? Okay, let's see. Do I actually use my boots to... I mean, Hamster said that whoever uses boots has an advantage, right? But I am stronger up close. I think I am much stronger than he is. So whatever, you know what? Let's try it. I don't like this, but... he still has his boots. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be the volunteer who takes damage first. No. No. Okay, next time I see you, I'm not gonna boots in. I'm being too... This is exactly what Hamster said, you know? You just even without boots, you can just walk away and just hit spells. Obviously, it happens the same way around, also. But I'm so convinced that if I do get close, I am much stronger. But I kind of feel like I can do this, but... No, there's no reason. Which kind of... I mean, it ends up being that somebody has to bait, you know? Essentially, this matchup seems to me like it comes down a little bit to whoever tanks damage first starts walking away, and then the other guy uses boots, and then it kind of evens out, you know? But from full HP, I mean, even Galinetto, when he ran at me, he had to then run away because the advantage was too big. And I just felt it, you know? That's a good lesson, though. Very good lesson. Not to be crazy with bootsing first, because I'm giving too much of an advantage by that. And this time my back was against the wall also. I should have run through him, or like run south probably. Keep going. Heavy crossbow seems good in Corrupted. Yeah, kind of. But, I mean, a lot of what it does well, I think Arclight Blasters just do better with more versatility. The matchup is cool. We fought him. He was also in chat earlier. We fought him already twice before. First time I killed him, and now he killed me twice. But this time I tried. You know, I tried to be the big dick player and think like, okay, you know what? I'm actually so strong that I can just boots into him. But as I was running towards him, I didn't dodge any spells, and essentially I ended up taking just giving him free opportunity to take damage without even getting right on top of him, right? So I kind of, I mean, I should have at least walked on top of him, I think, but anyway, I lost like 1.5 bars without being able to retaliate, and I ended up in a situation where I also can't run away because I don't have boots anymore, even if I want to create space. So it's definitely a good lesson. But this is a good example of kind of limit testing, you know? I felt that maybe I can outplay this, because close range, I am much stronger. Not like, it's not like a default victory. It's not like against Frost or, you know, like bows are so-so. But it's not against Frost, like, you know, close range, you're almost always out-damaging them. But they have a kiting advantage. It's not like that. But it's much easier for me, close range, to hit all my spells constantly proc my Q, and for him to miss something by accident, or I dodge it on purpose occasionally, maybe, or dodge it by accident. So it kind of feels like if I do get close, actually, you know, the fight is so much better for me. But this time, I mean, it's a good lesson. Next time, I just keep myself on green boots, probably even, and just stand away. And if the enemy doesn't want to get close either with the boots, then essentially the question is probably who hits like enough damage first. So if he hits his E's or Q's, then I will walk away, and then it's kind of like fighting against the frost. You know, I walk away, he starts running after me, and then I run into him, you know? Or the other way around. Okay, it finally happened. Kind of for the first time, honestly. Oh man, the shield rush on boots even. So he's not even running anywhere. We just do this then. Too easy with these potions. By the way, first ever life touch staff. I've been playing for over 6. Okay, well, stream started a bit earlier. I mean, a bit later than its actual start, but 6 hours. This is the first life touch staff, and it was easy. Although, yeah, I mean, he was on shield rush, which I also expected, so I didn't waste my Qs at the beginning. I don't think I missed a lot of spells. The second time he used boots, I didn't miss a spell. Other than that, pretty much maximum damage. And with the life touch, it's kind of telegraphed, as you saw. When he uses his W, I know he's about to E, so I can use my potion pretty much right away. The first time I was a bit slow, but the second time I was on point. Okay, let's go next. Nice. Yep. The problem, like the life touch, is making corrupted a bit less fun, because not because of like this fight is good, you know. This is actually a skill-based fight. It is much easier for him, I think. Like I have to do most things right. I can mess up a couple spells, like missing them. It's much easier for me to mess up than for him, you know. But still, this fight it's very fun fight, you know. There's nothing wrong. Like if you look at a fight like this, like my build, 100% there's no reason to do anything about life touch, you know. It's in a good place. But the reason it is still overall in a place that's messing up corrupted fun for a lot of people is because there's a lot of matchups which the life touch staff wins almost by default, you know. There's a lot of weapons that either break crystals or they have just 0 chance, essentially. And the life touch can make millions miss all of their spells, and they will still win. How do people enjoy playing healer in a 1v1 arena? Interesting question, sir. I've played 1 day of life touch also, but like at the beginning of the EU server launch, not like right now. And I don't know. It's kind of nice when you feel that you are just stronger and you have you just win a lot. I think that's the only reason. There isn't any more deep specific meaning to this. Like at the end of the day, it's just a different weapon. It's a different play style. Yeah, I don't know. Some people enjoy this kind of war of attrition. I mean, okay, if you take out the fact that life touch right now is just annoyingly strong, and you're usually allowed a lot of mistakes and you still win. If you take this part out, the playstyle of life touch is essentially just win a war of attrition, right? Like, some people like to kite, some people like to just full face roll all of their weapons and items, or spells and items. Some people like to slowly whittle down their enemy. So if you take out the fact that life touch is annoying right now, the playstyle itself, I can understand that this can be a lot of fun. It's like methodically, slowly whittling down your enemy, you know? He broke 2 crystals already. That's interesting. Okay. What's next? That's very interesting. I cannot imagine why. Either he's very scared and he wants to make sure that he can break another crystal in the fight, or he looted something great from a chest. I don't know if that can happen. He cleared only one chest here. And he just wants to get out and doesn't want to PvP. I mean, it used to be a thing, but I don't think it's a thing right now. Okay, he's killing actually all crystals. Okay, well, I can go next right away. It used to be a thing that people did corrupted dungeons just for PvE loot. This is why it's kind of important not to give too much PvE loot to this type of content, because you see, like ratting corrupteds like this used to be a thing. Just 100% only go for PvE loot. This is why it's important that they buff the demon loot more than, like, they didn't buff the loot you get from chests. I don't know, maybe final chest counts as demon loot, I'm not sure. But at least the chests, like, on the outskirts of map, I understand, don't give, like, crazy loot or anything good, really. It's usually the loot that is good in Corrupted is the one you get when you kill a player, the extra items you get from the system. I always lose against healers, doesn't seem right that the healer can beat you. I don't know. I don't have this kind of moral compass undercover. I don't have this moral compass that, you know, healers need to not be able to 1v1. I kind of like that versatility. It's very nice. But the problem is that, yeah, it's just almost impossible to balance. So, to me, in theory, it's very nice to have some healing staffs that can meaningfully 1v1. But in reality, it's so difficult to balance that, like, the problem is exactly like I said before. There are many matchups that for the life touch stuff, the fight is already won. Unless they disconnect, it's pretty much over, because the enemy will not be able... Like, I have very good burst damage, and I'm bringing Hellfire Potions. If I didn't have Hellfire Potions, that fight would be possible but difficult, you know? Hamster said he was doing it with poisons, but I don't think I would be able to. I'm not sure. Maybe I would. Nicole says, no, Final Chest and Slayer still sometimes get 20k. Okay, that's awesome. That's good to hear. Okay, so essentially the buff to Corrupted Dungeon loot only affects the loot you get when you kill a player. That's very nice to hear. I mean, that's the way that you should buff it. So that you reward players who actually PvP more. So there is more to fight for, there is more motivation to play Corrupted, the loot is more satisfying, but it only applies to those who actually play the content the way that it's, like, supposed to be. Like, it's supposed to be a dungeon where you fight another player for who gets to loot it, you know? Essentially. Although the dungeon, the PvE part has kind of died out, you know? I think a lot of people do the same thing I do, especially in Slayers. They just go from fight to fight. But yeah. No problem. It is not awesome. Why not, Nicole? Why is it not awesome? Isn't it the case that if they loot any sort of PvE loot, then the rats will come back, the people who only play the dungeon in order to get the PvE loot and just break crystals whenever somebody invades? Is that not true? If you read Corrupted Dungeon description, it mentions that you can slay demons or you can slay demon slayers. Okay, so this is like a lore reason, you know? Like, in terms of, it doesn't feel like a dungeon, it feels like a 1v1 arena, 100%. You're right. Unincentivizes players to finish the dungeon. Okay, that is a decent point, yeah. So maybe they could do something that... I mean, but then again, it's so nice to have this sort of instant PvP where you can just keep playing and playing. I don't know. I'm happy with it, but I understand that maybe I'm happy with it because, like, I'm a niche demographic of players who are obsessed with getting into PvP, you know? And I'm not less interested in the rest of what the dungeon or the game has to offer, I guess. Maybe that's why. Another guy breaking crystals. Interesting. I'm fine with healers being an equal option. Unkillable healers are no fun. Yeah, 100% said. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, it's nice in theory. I like it, but in practice, it's the problem is it's just very, very difficult to balance in any sort of way. Okay, interesting. He doesn't want to fight. Interesting. I don't know why. Maybe he has already fought somebody with my build, so he thinks that he has no chance against blasters. That's the only thing I can kind of make out from this situation. Okay, he does want to fight, just... he just wants to be able to go and rat the other crystal, yeah? This seems a bit scarier, the build, but at least it also means that he will take a lot more damage himself, you know? Oh, here's another W, that's interesting. Oh, man. This guy broke 2 crystals, you know, to start the fight. Let's go in, but the problem is with these boots, he has a chance to actually get away later, you know? Nah, unlucky that I actually ran into the mobs and then I couldn't keep moving. And also, he actually hit spells, but on green boots it would have been better. This is, I mean, the tilting part is that this player not only is playing life touch, but he makes sure to destroy crystals before he even sees who he's fighting. But at the end of the day, I messed up a lot. I didn't throw my poison, potion right away. I used my... I could have used the other boots. The problem is on these boots, it's not so easy to catch up. If I use my rejuvenating sprint at the beginning, it's not so easy for me to catch him later. But still, like, nah, man, I could have... I need to rejuvenating sprint and just full YOLO and send it. I was overthinking a bit by keeping myself on Royal March. I could have even kind of started with E. That would have been fine as well. But anyway. And I was so slow with my potion. And he was also on the wrong... oh, that's why I went into the mob. He pushed me, right? He had the wrong W even. And the wrong passive. Holy shit, I could have actually cancelled his E, right? Or his E is uninterruptible at the beginning, right? I think he can interrupt your boot with W.
Welcome, friend.
Can he? Yep. I think so, yeah. It says that it's a knockback. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, the other boots. The problem with other boots is the moment I throw a good potion, and he starts actually understanding that he's losing, he will just fly away with those boots. And since I used my regular sprint to get close, it's gonna, even with caltrops, I'm not really gonna be able to catch up. That's the problem. That's why I chose to be on Royal March. But I think it was a wrong decision. And I think next time I'm not going to overthink it too much. And I'm just going to use the regular sprint for that. E isn't uninterruptible. It gives other players crowd control immunity, not yourself. Is that going to happen later then? Is that the change that they have talked about for next patch? Grants other allies immunity. Cleanses all crowd effects debuffs except... so I guess it's in the next patch, right? You could interrupt boots as well. Yeah, you're right, of course. Okay. Nice. Life touches are finally flowing in, and yeah, of course I can just... I don't have to worry about those boots. Damn it, this fight should have been so easy. So, what irks me, so you can see this, like, I'm losing to a spear who outplays me. So satisfying. Losing a fight against a dude who is trying to, cheese the corrupted dungeon with life touch staff, and whose strategy to play is to instantly break 2 crystals, to God forbid actually risk his tier 7 items, and then realizing that I lost because I was like brain farted like a stupid mistake. This is much more tilting. You know, someone had before said like, it's surprising that I'm dying so much and I'm like emotionally not affected. And in fact, I was like saying, "Oh, that's so awesome!" Like I was so happy to lose some of the fights against some awesome players. So if you're still here, whoever was wondering about that, you can see my tiny tilt from this sort of situation, both because of the way that the enemy played, but of course, at the end of the day, it mostly like it comes from the fact that I just like it's a couple very stupid mistakes from me, you know. So the thing with yeah, you're right that it doesn't give him it's not uninterruptible, but I think if you check out the next patch, I don't know, maybe I'm too lazy to do it right now, but if you're not too lazy, you can check out the next patch. I think that they were trying to do it, right? But I guess the patch is not live yet. I think they announced already that the way that they want to oh wait, no, it's not that it's they're not gonna change the spell to be uninterruptible, right? They're just gonna, how much does the passive cost? Last not here. 2.5 seconds. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not that. They wanted to make the Holy Touch, the E, longer. Yeah. So they said that the passive is only going to protect the first 2.5 seconds, but since you're going to heal for longer, but, you know, less healing per second, then at some point, like the first 2 seconds will still be uninterruptible with the passive. Yeah, of course. So they're not actually changing the E spell, they're just, I mean, they are changing the E spell, but they're not making it uninterruptible, they're just making it longer, so that the passive only applies to the beginning of the spell. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so he was not only on incorrect W, but he was also on a completely wrong E. I could have, I'm sorry, completely wrong passive. I could have just interrupted his ulti also. Okay. Ooh. I just did some guild content and back right now. How's it going? Hey, Seven, it's an amazing day, man. It's in terms of silver, no, but in terms of how much I'm learning, it's, and I have had so many good fights and good fight against good players that I've won, and good fights against the good players that I've lost, where I feel the progress, you know, like my head is getting bigger. Again, the dude who breaks crystals right away. This I have like, you know, if double-bladed staff, like playing high IP double-bladed is kind of like the Mist's equivalent of, I don't really want to risk anything, you know, I'm playing Albion, but I want to be as safe as possible kind of thing, which irks me a little bit, because it makes the game, I like the variety of different playstyles. I love that you can rat, that you can go for fair fights, you can go high IP to bully lower IP, you can go low IP to rat and outplay attackers. I love it, but it irks me when people play so safe that they make the whole game, the whole content, less fun for everyone. You know, if we all just played double-bladed staffs and mists, and no one would ever take a fight whenever there's risk, we wouldn't have a game. We would just have to go and play Counter-Strike together instead, you know? We could delete Albion. There's zero reason to play the game if we all played like that, you know? So I don't want to be a guy who contributes to that, and it irks me that there's people who, instead of like, you know, this whole idea of being the change you want to see in the world, they're kind of being the opposite, you know? They're playing in a way for personal gain, they're making the game more shit for everyone. That irks me a little bit. Not as much as it might seem right now from this rant, but it irks me a little bit. I feel like breaking 2 crystals in Corrupted, it's the equivalent of that. Like, breaking 2 crystals is the Corrupted equivalent of playing the double-bladed and making sure you never risk, you know? It's the same. For your personal gain, you mess up the content for everyone, because if everyone played like you, it would be the same. We could just go home and play some other game, you know? Or like, I am home, but you know what I mean, right? Rant over, but I'm learning now that this is kind of the Corrupted equivalent. It feels like that. Obviously, we just found out that the guy in the last dungeon was not actually trying to be super safe. He just didn't want to fight at all. He just breaks all crystals whenever he gets invaded, you know? So we have already 2 guys today who are ratting Corrupteds. Ratting in this context means something else, not like ratting a fight, but just playing Corrupteds for PvE loot and dodging every fight, essentially. So we have 2 people now who have done this, which is not bad. I mean, over the course of 7 hours, almost 6 hours. I mean, it's not a big problem, but yeah. But I thought originally that it's another guy who breaks, like the life touch staff, who breaks 2 crystals to try to be as safe as possible, so that if he starts dying, you know, he can kind of probably get out of jail for free. And a lot of these situations, it ends up like just with double-bladed. It ends up that if you're playing against it, you have to choose Do you intentionally give yourself a disadvantage so that the little guy playing the other weapon on top on the other end of your screen, so that they could even participate, you know, because they're not willing to fight unless you give them like a very big advantage. So you're kind of faced with a similar choice a little bit in Corrupted, you know. If someone breaks 2 crystals and they want to fight like in a place where they can break the other one, you kind of have to do the same thing. Like, do you give them, okay, you know, little princess here will only fight when there's no risk? Do you actually take a lot of disadvantages for yourself to get into the fight? After which you feel bad if you die because, you know, it feels like you didn't deserve it. And if you win, it feels good, obviously, always, but... Or do you just play the game with them and you kind of engage with this and just, you know, just stand in a corner for 5 hours so that somebody inevitably breaks the last crystal? It's kind of, you don't have a good, like, you don't have a good way out. But at the end of the day, you know, like, if I am a little bit unhappy about that sort of play, I feel like mostly my unhappiness will come from my own mistakes. So. Against that life touch, if I played it well, if I didn't like brain fart the fight myself, okay, and then what? And then he goes and breaks the crystals because that's how he plays, you know, he broke 2 crystals to be ready for that. I would be okay with that. I would be pissed at him. Wait, what? I would be pissed at him, but I would be okay with that. We had this bug again just now, I don't know if you saw, but sometimes after using E, the spells don't, the next spell doesn't work. And that just happened to me, like the Q was bugged. So yeah, at the end of the day, this is like, the reason I'm mulling about it at all is just the fact that I messed up the fight. And in a silly way also, it wasn't like a good outplay, it was just me being bad. And being a bit tired also now. It's time to maybe end the stream soonish. But yeah, if I had played the fight very well and he still gets away because he prepared the crystals, I would be less unhappy. I would still think less of the enemy because, you know, as I said, they're kind of, for their own personal gain, they're messing up the game for everyone. But I wouldn't be that unhappy, I think. I would be okay. Need to be a bit careful here to not get into a situation where I'm aggroing a bunch of mobs like this and I'm not even full HP. The guy is again breaking crystals. No way. This is why. This is the biggest reason not to buff corrupted loot ever. Because I understand that, you know, like you said earlier, like people don't finish dungeon, that sucks. And the whole, like the idea, it's like you have to choose. Do you do the dungeon or do you do the PvP? I understand, but essentially, like people who want to PvP, this is such a nice content, you know, such a perfect way now that you can get there from the city. IP capped, so you're not worried about risking 30 million every time you buy, like, just to be able to compete with everyone. You can buy a 3 million set and, okay, we have that guy again. It's so nice, but... the problem is with the face killer robe. No! Damn, I thought I clicked it. Nah, this is a free fight for him now. Now that I messed up my potion, this is just a free fight. What a shit way to play, but... kind of, like, I countered his robe very, very nicely. But unfortunately, after I mess up my potion, because I already have something else clicked, you know? This happened also before. Like, I know he's about to use it, but I already have another spell clicked. And he has omelet, so he's gonna catch up very fast. Do I need to wait for my cape, or can I somehow do it with one potion or not? This is another guy, by the way, who started quickly destroying a crystal, you know? And this is an experienced player, so as I said, also what I said earlier about the fate of Kong, I think. I had the same kind of feeling, you know? No way, and he actually got close enough, yeah. No, I'm not having fun like this. Man, this is just so pointless. This is pointless. Rat him, yeah, but he has omelette, so you saw he got on top of me, and he was able to cancel my boots. And with green boots, I will never get away. So I had to switch my boots. I forgot to overcharge. I need every bit of damage I can get there. I want to, like, this is 100% something. I need to learn from this. Because I mean, this guy is also, I think, a very active player who plays a lot. By the way, once again, you know, you see, even like the best players, their strategy is to just break a crystal right away because, you know, fuck it, you know, don't want to risk it too much. But he only broke one crystal, so whatever. But let's look at the beginning. Everything went so well. Okay, I got double Q, I hit both. E, he's missing everything. I use Q, so my potion is a bit late. Man, if they could add delay to that. So he got one tick without potion, but still it's fine. I'm standing on top of him, so I'm still fine. Wait, did I mess up my double Q there? Let's see. I double Q here. I use potion, other Q, nice, everything good. I didn't mess up my double Q. Another E to proc, double Q again. Hit every single Q right now, okay. This is the problem. Now, because of this circle, he got away. I should have just walked. I shouldn't have done this. This is why, you know, it's so popular, because I mean, so far, I feel like I've played it very, very well. And I've even hit all my double Qs. We're not just talking about tactically, like, doing the right thing, you know? But here, this is a mistake. Okay, I understand he gets one stun. This is a mistake. If I just walk after him and wait for this to end, he cannot hit me either because of Mage Rope. Okay, I'm still kind of close. And you see, again, like, if I already have inputted something, I hit my Caltrops, and I already clicked Q, so I'm not able to react. It's kind of shit like this. I need to predict this. If I throw a potion here right away, I mean, even then I don't probably kill him, right? But here he gets way too much value. And now the fight is kind of over, because he still has boots. I had to use my boots to get close. So one thing I can probably do in the future is not use my boots at the start. Essentially, like here, what I can try is just Caltrops. But yeah, I mean, I don't think he's gonna come close enough for me to Caltrops. I don't know. If I hit Caltrops, I can maybe get close to him without boots. And now here in the end, wait, let's go. Potion again a bit slow because I'm using my Q. And now since he has boots, I cannot hit my spells. I mean, I missed them also when he comes back, as you can see. But you know, I cannot hit the Q because he's out of range. The other Q, I hit into his helmet. I actually did hit it, it says 0. I missed the Caltrops, which isn't a lot of damage anyway, but... And now the fight is over because I don't have any more potions. Absolute bullshit. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, this was the big mistake here. Everything going very well so far. Hitting every double Q, every single spell I've hit. This is the big mistake. Had I hit his stun. I just need to walk along with him. But I don't think I have enough damage still. Oh, wait, my helmet is also wrong. That's another thing. I need the extra damage from helmet also. I just realized. This lets me proc double Q one more time. But the other helmet would actually give me like 400 extra damage. And I desperately need every little piece of damage. Ooh, okay. Losing to life touch is a bit more tilting than anything else. I mean, this time, interesting, because I thought I would be more tilted at my own mistakes. But this time, it's just, I did so much correct that against a lot of other builds, obviously. That's why life touch is so problematic right now for a lot of people in Corrupted. I did enough things correct where, against most builds, they have to play like very, very well to still beat me, you know? Because I hit every single Q and I proc every single double Q as well. And the potions are good. The second potion is a bit slow because then, yeah, I should predict that. But still, like there's a couple clear mistakes, like hitting his stun on his face scale rope, very clear mistake, you know. But he doesn't like. For him, it's like the pressure is not really on. He can mess up everything. He does not have to hit his Qs, you know. He can pretty much not hit a. Like he can hit 1 Q out of 3 or out of 4 maybe for the first minute of the fight. I mean, he essentially the stun ring was the only thing that he had to like. He had to actually play, you know, not just randomly press all his buttons, kind of, but he had to actually figure out. Now is the time to use the second spell of the face scale rope. And that is a bit tilting, I must admit. But I don't think I don't know if I can do anything. I mean, if I need to change my helmet, yeah, but I can't change the gig pot either because I mean to get over the face scale that doesn't help because I need damage. They bring infinite amount of IP to the shop, so it is time for me to spend all my money to get 100 specs in gathering. Infinite amount of LP. Oh, learning points. Yeah. I also have a lot of learning points all of a sudden. I don't know if I got some back or why I have so many. Life touch is frustrating. Yeah, it is. How about demon boots instead of royal? Won't it be easy, or you won't be able to chase? I feel like royal boots gives me more options. Like with the demon boots, some fights against those bows and frosts is just GG right away. So I have no way to catch up or to get close right away. But I don't think like it's not like it's not overall bad choice. Demon boots definitely works also well with this build. With demon boots I have to bait a little bit more and then use also the demon boots extra damage to surprise people with the big burst. Also, yeah, to be honest, like I'm not really in a good position to talk like shit about meta because I'm playing Arc-Light Blasters, which have become also meta now. So if I was playing like a one-handed spear or arcane, I could say like, oh man, you know, the life touch player, you know, like Flamewalker player, you know, just trying to play whatever is easiest to make sure that they have advantages, right? Which at the end of the day, I mean, fine, play the game whichever you want, you know. It's stupid to assume that other people will play the same way that I want to play. But I just wanted to say that, you know, I don't even have the plus karma or the moral high ground because I am also playing one of the weapons which has now definitely become, like, I feel already for weeks, ever since Hamster showed this to me and showed how he started playing it, I felt already for a while that this is a S plus tier contender for sure for solo PvP. But now it's not just like a niche, but like strong niche weapon. Right now it has become actual meta. So I don't have any moral high ground, you know. I'm also playing a very meta weapon here. Bro, I love your stream. What's up, Anland? I'm very happy that you are enjoying it. It is time to call it day soon, though. But this week, every day is a stream. I mean, every weekday. Saturday, definitely taking off, and Sunday, I'll see how exactly it will come. Maybe Sunday streams will be like a different time. Anyway, this week I should have... Again, somebody breaking crystals, by the way. I should have... a lot. We should have a lot of fun together this week, if you want to. If you want more Albion in your life, it's the same guy. Okay, I'm not changing... I mean, I'm changing my helmet, and we're gonna go for it again. Because fuck that guy, with a passion. No! Fuck. I clicked the wrong button. Now I'm just dead again. Nah, it's pointless. Yes. Heal forever. Piece of shit. I messed up again. But you see, I mean, okay, I have to be punished for misclicking my potion, you know? In a normal fight, if I waste my actual, like, healing potion, I don't expect to win, you know? If I just throw one potion away, you know? Throw it on the ground, I don't expect to win, like a normal, actual 1v1 fight. So I shouldn't be mad here either. But holy shit is it annoying, man. Now I need to wait for 3 minutes. Which means I'm gonna get a bunch of bats, I think. I think for life touch you probably need some poison potion. Well, I think this is like a better version of poison potion. Hamster used poison potion, but I think it's because he, like, for him, he feels that's all he needs. But this is just a better poison potion, Arland, because it removes 50% of his heals. If I don't throw it on the ground like an idiot, this is just a better healing poison potion. I mean, this is just for damage, you know, nothing else. No. Damn, not bad. Not good, I mean. Man, his boots are already so much quicker with Omelette. I mean, he must have cooldown reduction on his weapon also, right? He must have. I have to collect bats for 2 minutes now because of this shit. Can I just break crystals, actually? I mean, he doesn't do a lot of damage if I dodge his spells, right? I'm not a huge fan of this, but I mean, I've already learned what a good amount of bats can do to a guy, you know? Man, if I get out, because this player already broke 1 crystal earlier, if I get out just because of that, I'm gonna be so happy about my life. That is gonna be such nice payback, you know? Nice fucking player, man. Okay, I'm sorry, but you know, on Friday we had this tilt day where I said that, you know, let every problem you have in your life and with Albion, just let it out. And I didn't actually run into, like, I had really good fights and it was very difficult to get tilted. So here, it's actually, I am getting slowed though, which is gonna be a big problem soon. I have just enough mobility to get to the crystal and maybe destroy it, we'll see. Unfortunately. Now I have to clear the dungeon, actually. But I need also new potions. So after this, I need to surface, get potions, and come back. But hey, that was a chance. Like, he used his Gig Pod there. Again. But I think when he was chasing me and he got really low, there was at least some chance, you know? Maybe that's why. Maybe this is teaching me to become the abuser of the environment. I say abuser like it's a bad thing. No, the user of the environment, you know? Maybe this is teaching me that sometimes the way to victory is to make it seem like you are you don't want to fight, and then when the person chases you through 50 mobs, like he did, and gets damaged because I don't know why he got damaged so much and I didn't, but anyway, and gets damaged like he did, then the solution is to take advantage of that. But unfortunately, I don't think I had enough damage. If I turned and I perfectly double queued, maybe I had a chance to kill him there. I'm not sure. But okay, it's also nice. I'm so happy. I mean, I could have probably broken crystals anyway, if I wanted to. But I'm so happy that he couldn't stop me, because his approach is, oh my god, you know, I need to quickly break a crystal at the beginning of the Corrupted. So, it's kind of, it bites him in the ass. There's at least some downside, because, you know, if you're reducing your own risk, then you're also making it easier for your enemy to leave, which is awesome. Man, this is becoming a really tilted stream all of a sudden. Friday was supposed to be tilt day, not Monday. Monday is happy day. Won't one-handed arcane be good against life touch with silence? Yeah, it is. But the problem is, I mean, I don't think the one-handed arcane E will cancel the life touch E. You need to purge. Essentially, not necessarily just one-handed arcane, but if you have both a purge and an interrupt, then you can first purge their passive, and then interrupt it. But not a lot of weapons have that. And if you're thinking mage drop as a purge, it doesn't work because, you know, he's not gonna attack me while he's healing. But if you have like a Helmet of Valor, you can use Helmet of Valor and then your interrupt, if you have one, to actually interrupt, because he's no longer an interruptible, you know, the passive you can remove. But obviously the cooldown on all the purges is pretty long. Longer than his omelette cooldown reduction E. Is cold beet soup a thing in Estonia? It hits hard in this heat. Interesting. Beet soup, like the same thing as in Russian borscht, or I think in English they call it borscht. Yes, definitely. But cold beet soup, I don't know. It sounds like absolutely something I've seen like on menus in Estonia, so it's definitely a known thing. I don't know how popular it is, but it's also not something that I personally remember eating or ordering anywhere. Very interesting, yeah. Haven't really thought about using food to cool down. I mean, a cold beverage, definitely, but... Bro, the only thing can stop that life touch healing is Great Arcane. Try it. I mean, I'm not gonna play a weapon just to be able to stop life touch. My build is good enough, you know? Obviously, it's annoying that I have to do a lot of stuff right. Like, I have to do 99% correctly. And if I make one mistake, it's just over, you know? There is nothing he can, like in most matchups, you know? I make a mistake, but the enemy can also make a mistake, and then we're kind of back to square one. If I miss 2 spells, he can miss 10 spells and he's still winning, you know? If I miss my potion, it's just GG. Like I misclicked my potion, it's just GG, right? So, I mean, not GG that I lose, but you saw GG that I cannot kill. So, it's more about that. That is the kind of annoying part. But other than that, like, I mean, it's still fun for me to try to figure out how to take this fight and how to actually win it. And I'm not going to change builds just to handle life touch staffs. Also, we haven't even seen a lot of life touch staffs today, by the way. We've seen like 4, maybe. How is my... I'm back, by the way. My infamy is pretty much exactly where I was. I think Lithuania has a whole day, like cold borscht or like cold beet soup day. I haven't heard about that. Interesting spelling, by the way. Borscht. I know, yeah, borscht is the hot, like actual soup. But I think, maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to Google it right now. But I think in English I've heard this borscht, which I mean in Russian it's borscht, you know, in Slavic countries everyone kind of knows, like a regular beet soup. I think in English I've heard people refer to it as borscht, like with a T. T like Tyrannosaurus Rex, you know, the T in the end. So that's what I was saying, you know. But yeah. In Ukrainian it's only one letter, she, but in English and German... Oh, wait, but she is not like a cold soup. She is also a hot soup, right? She is the... Oh, wait, you're not talking about soup. You're talking about the letter. Yeah. Because the letter sh that you say... Yeah, it's 2 letters. Sh and I. There's also a soup called she, which is like cabbage soup, but it's not a cold one. Yeah, I'm getting lost in soups. Any fires you fought today? Yes, definitely, but not many at all. It might be time for me to stop saying that Flame Walker is the clear S tier most played weapon. Very few. I don't remember. Have I died to any fires? Like, this is one of the main fire players, and after dying to Hamster, he actually started playing this weapon himself. Did I die to any fires? I don't remember. We killed the fire, definitely. This guy. Oh yeah, I died in Stalker to a fire, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm... Yeah. I saw a couple wildfires also. I started warming up with Stalker at the beginning of the stream. I'm never getting premium until I use my hack Noah's credit card. 51 mil in Asia. Damn. I mean, it always goes a little bit hand in hand with the rest of the economy. So for players who are playing very actively, the price increase is not as big of a deal. I know this might be like... I hope I'm not making anyone angry. And yeah, it's easy for me to say, you know, because as a member of the content creator program, I don't pay for premium, right? But I get it from the program. But for players who are playing very actively, the fact, like, usually the cost of premium, the cost of gold rather, is also somewhat tied to the rest of the economy. So as I was saying before, premium goes up. It also means that everything you do in the game also is usually more profitable. It kind of inflation carries over, you know. So if you gather, if you refine, if you PvP, you get items, like you sell a bunch of tier 8 items to the shop that you got from some player, you also get a bit more money for that. But it's not going to be as, like, it's not going to cover for the whole difference, but it's just going to make it a little bit less painful. And obviously for anyone who is not actively playing, unless you keep your money in gold in Albion, or some skins or whatever, I don't know, I don't invest, as you can see, all my silver is liquid. It's going to be very painful. If you take a break for a year, you come back, you have a bunch of items in silver. The items are maybe more expensive, but the silver is worth a lot less now because of the premium cost. I earn like 1 to 2 mil a day, and premium price goes up to 2 mil. Yeah. By the way, what did he have as he had the attunements, obviously, yeah, 4-4. He has 4% cooldown, 200 and defense. So he has also perfect attunements on his weapon. And he has a lot of, like, he's one of the guys who was last week's, I think, top PvP fame earner in Corrupteds. Well, I'm overcharged at least, which is something I should do more anyway. I don't think so. Econ feels the same. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it definitely is rising. You were asking about fires, by the way. That's stupid because he can always catch up now, and he has the very good mobility and very good brawling. No, mobs, please don't. Yeah, he's just gonna catch up. Haven't I learned anything? Running away doesn't accomplish anything in Corrupted. It's just a free fight for him. No. It's pointless. Didn't even have to switch to artillery. It's pointless. There is no distance at which I am strong enough. I just need to full YOLO. But since he's on... yeah, also I was already overcharged, so I can't match his IP anyway. But since he's on Q1, can I just full YOLO? I guess I still need to just full YOLO into him. I mean, like, I need to brawl him, what I mean by full YOLO, right? Might be tripping, but is there a blurry line on the left side of the stream? Is there? And the chat is cut. Wait, you might be actually. You're right. Ah, you can see the chat. But why is the chat cutting off? You didn't use Mage Robe. Yeah, but what do you want me to Mage Robe for, Logna? He was on Mistwalker. I need to just full divide. Boots, yeah, but I mean, he's gonna catch me later anyway. Or you mean just to try to reset with it? Maybe, yeah, but I don't think it's gonna matter much. But the chat is actually cutting off weirdly, right? On actual... is it like that also on the actual stream? Oh, wait, it's because I have display capture on. I see. Yeah, we're back. Thank you for noticing, Voodoo. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. It's because... it's because I was transmitting my whole screen and not just the game. That's why also the chat that I was moving also here. Okay, nice. Yeah, this happens because when I watch replays, you know, I showed the whole screen. Okay, it's almost 7 hours. Let's go for one more last run, and then I think it's time to take a break. Which means continuing tomorrow type of break, you know? By the way, thank you. It's very good that you mentioned it. Yeah, it's because the new chat is not like... anyway, doesn't matter. It happened because the new chat, which includes both Twitch and YouTube, is a bit different, and I'm keeping it in a weird place, and it kind of overlapped with the screen, and since I was sharing the whole screen and not just the game, whatever, doesn't matter. It's very nice that you noticed. The IP capping Corrupt Dungeon makes it interesting and different how hard it is to keep a winning streak. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, there's a lot of players. There, make no mistake, a lot of players who play like 8.3s, 8.4s in solo mists are really good players, and I mean, Hamster is a good example. There are guys who can come to Corrupted and own Corrupted as well. And a lot of the guys in Corrupted are very, very, very good. Although, just like I'm adapting to Corrupteds, a lot of them they have to adapt to Mists. You know, like more mobility, stuff like that. Enemies, if you're just playing super safe, like a lot of Corrupted players do, enemy will just run away, you know, and reset, stuff like that, you know. But at the end of the day, they have all the necessary skills and they can transmit. So, make no mistake that. But it is true, it is a good point, that running 8.3 like consistently profitably in Mists is so much easier than running like being this guy who is playing I mean, this is not super expensive set, but like this guy putting a lot in his attunement. This is so much more difficult, like consistently winning fights and keep. I know we talked about life touch, fuck that weapon. It feels frustrating to play against it because you cannot make mistakes and they can. But if you take that aside, this guy, like, consistently running this sort of set in the Mist is going to be so much easier. The fact that he's able to do it in Corrupted is a big achievement, and like still, like, it takes a lot of skill. In Mists, it's very easy to just run around and not risk stuff, you know? Just only take convenient fights, you know? But in Corrupted, obviously, good players, and I'm learning also to break crystals, you know? I broke crystals against him just before, so I'm getting better at this, but good players still in Corrupted, they are forced into a lot more inconveniences and actual fights they might not know exactly or might not want to take. The guys who played Corrupted for a long time, maybe it's not such a big problem. What happened there? I just had a huge lag spike. I'm being moved already, okay. I feel like, yeah, he didn't even use his helmet on Cultist. I feel like I should have just stayed and brawled him, right? Yeah. It's unfortunate because if he's on Q1, he brawls very well. But since he was on Mistwalker Jacket, I could have just changed myself to Frost Shield and just brawled the guy. If I run into him again, and if he doesn't change to Inferno, I might need to do that. Just full brawl. I have to go early. Bye Voodoo. Yeah, we're just reaching the philosophical stage of the stream. Usually when we reach 6-7 hours, it gets really deep and philosophical, you know? Because my brain stops processing the game and starts processing the meaning of life. But since I am planning to stream very consistently this week, I also don't feel like, oh man, I want to play one more game, because I know that tomorrow I will have a chance to continue. And also, it reminds me that I need to sell a lot of stuff. Because I'm down to 900 million and it's so much worth it, man. This is what silver is for in the game, you know? To actually get this sort of fun that I'm getting, but I do need to make it back at some point. And right now, what I need to do is just to sell a bunch of items. Let's see, does he actually change his helmet or not? I mean, his Mistwalker. Oh, yo, I'm gonna break the yo. This is Corrupted player. This is actual Corrupted playing, like here. Look at this, I'm breaking crystal. I'm not actually gonna break it. Oh, he's on artillery. And Q1. I mean, okay. Let's make Hamster proud, you know? So, he's good at long range, he's good at short range. And what can I do? Not much. Damn, he actually changed. Yeah, man, he's gonna have E again. Wait, did I drink both potions already? Ah, man. He actually changed. So this time would have been maybe better to have a Mage row, because he had free Inferno and I had free Frost Shield, but obviously Inferno is better. And finally, Flamewalkers are here. So I'm very happy that I did not publicly say like, oh, Flamewalker is not S tier anymore. Flamewalkers are finally back. And this is what Hamster was struggling with initially when he started playing this in Corrupted. Q1 and artillery. Long range, you struggle against artillery because it's my job to get close, right? Because it's so easy for him to just artillery. Close range, he can just Q and look at the movie at the same time. So it's kind of my job to figure out how to play it. One thing I did not well is not use my E when expecting his E. Although, like if you saw the guy from before, the Beburi guy, he baited it out, you know? He ran towards me, I eat, and he was just looking at me, are you okay, bro? So he didn't have, like, I mean, I had to react and not predict. I tried to predict, but I need to react. But he also doesn't have book, actually. Yo, he doesn't have book, man. I should have maybe brawled more. But yeah, the Inferno is a big thing that I did not see that he changed. That probably they are always going to do that. If I'm on Mage Rope, he's going to be a Mistwalker, and if I use Frost Shield, he's going to be an Inferno. In this case, it's better to be the to have Mage Rope. Other than that, I mean, even if he completely misses his E, I don't think I'm winning the brawl. But I have to try, and it's... Okay, one more. Almost ready. One more, last one. It's just, I want to get a good win as well, although I'm not sure if my brain is capable of that. It is a bit tired from all the playing and talking, but it is this is a winnable fight. But it's another one where it's so much easier from the Flamewalker side. But if I get really good at my build, I don't want to say that I counter. It's not like a counter matchup, but it is definitely... I think if I do everything correctly in that fight, even though it's much easier for the Flamewalker, because it's I can make a lot of mistakes. I mean, I can make a couple of mistakes and die. He can make a lot more mistakes. Even though that's the case, I feel like if I do play correctly everything that I have, I should win. I have a feeling like I'm winning this fight. I am below where I started now, though. In terms of infamy, definitely. I started the day at around 200k. He's still upper fight to brawl for the fire shield. Yeah, you're right. Streamers are really hard working consistently, considering. Kind of, yeah, but you know. Yes, for sure. Like being successful. Like if you see someone who's successful over the years, for sure. No way to get there without a lot of consistent hard work. I'm sure. I mean, you can get lucky for a couple months, maybe a couple weeks. You know, I know some streamers from other games. Maybe like by friendship or association. You know, like you get like a couple lucky. Like you get you play together with somebody very popular, or I don't know. There's a Dota streamer which is one of the biggest Dota streamers who initially like blew up instantly because he was kind of associated with another very popular player and they played a lot together. So you can get like a very lucky start, but if you don't, I feel like but it's probably like that with any kind of job, you know. If you don't do it very seriously, consistently, that lucky thing you have is gonna be over in a month and that's it. GG, goodbye. So if someone is successful long term, yeah. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm a new streamer, so I shouldn't really talk. I don't know that much about it. It's still very new to me. But it is still my feeling that, damn, it's not that difficult to play the game. I mean, there's a lot of other things that are difficult about it, but, I mean, it's easier to sit and play the game and struggle a little bit with some challenges, but it is definitely easier than some of the jobs I've had. I've had some real-life jobs which I absolutely loved, which were also easy for me because I just really liked like the actual thing I had to do for 8 hours a day. But I've also had some jobs where it's clearly a struggle to force myself to do it. Yeah, okay. Okay, oof. Let's get one good fight. Where's the middle? Oh, it's all the way up there. Okay. Overcharge. Boots, everything ready. The final big win of the day. Full focus, although brain is dying slowly. Still. Shield on cooldown, but everything else is ready. Oh, he's down there. Okay. Oh, look, we have another guy breaking crystals. I mean, last time I also started, but you know, I didn't actually break it. So next stream going to be next weapon, or are you going to try to master this crystal crossbow? I think I need to take a break. I want to go further, right? There's a lot still for me to master, and it's not just crystal crossbow, it's also understanding how to play corrupteds. But I definitely need a bit of a break from corrupteds also, so I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow or Wednesday, but I do want to go back to mists and play something else. I still haven't finished my love relationship with Grove Keeper. Man, it was so much fun. Where is it, my dear? Keeper of the Grove. Man, this thing. But I am getting used to corrupteds though. And it is much more fun than I thought. Mostly because there's a lot more activity here. And also because I have money to spare, you know. I don't mind. I'm probably down like 50 or 60 mil. Maybe not down, but I don't know. There should be extension under the stream, which counts also. Approximately. Anyway, like it's a bad day in terms of silver, but you know, I'm in a position where I don't have to worry about it, which allows me to enjoy corrupteds a lot more. In a mist, having a minus 50 million silver, playing tier 8, tier 7, which is what I usually play, is almost impossible, right? It will happen if you play higher AP. Let's see, what is he doing? He destroyed the crystal down there. Now I don't see him. Full YOLO. Whoever it is, full crazy YOLO. I don't care what or how. And if it's a fire staff with Q1, let him. I'm just gonna eat all of his Qs. I don't care. Oh, come on. Is it really another guy breaking crystals? Come on. And this time I'm not the one invading. He's the one who invaded. So this is not the guy who only wants PvE. Because players who are like 100% just PvE players... Oh yeah, of course, it's this guy again. Okay. Players who are 100% just PvE players, don't break crystals right away. Let's see what he wants to do. Absolutely pointless. No. Drag him, not me. Man, this is... I'm sorry, but... I don't even know. I need Hamster to analyze this. This is getting out of hand. I need Hamster to analyze this. Why am I not doing enough damage? I understand that he has good attunements and stuff. Did I overcharge? I actually didn't overcharge, but... Damn, I should have used the bat too slow. Man, I'm collecting bats much faster than last time, which is annoying. I kind of feel like I did everything this time. I mean, at least I didn't waste a potion randomly, right? This is not the satisfying ending I was looking for, but I guess it's the one I deserve. 11 bats. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to run away for much longer. Even with these boots. Now I need to go destroy the crystal. Probably gonna die, but not much I can do about this. It's the only thing I have at my disposal, I think. No, no. And I don't have the potion now. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die to mobs, probably. He has so much cooldown reduction that he can kind of catch me always. Or can he? No! This is the guy, and he started killing the other crystal, man. Ah, this is not fun. But I don't okay, I ran around for so long I probably don't even have the recording, right? Because I recorded the last 5 minutes. Mostly. Let's see if I do. 22-12. Do I have the initial fight? Okay, yeah, I do. Okay. I don't know why, but you can't broke last one, no? Or it was not the last? It was last. I don't think I had damage to break it. Did I? I don't know. Maybe I should have tried. But I didn't have anything to proc my double Q. I didn't think that I had the damage. Maybe Hellfire works in it as well. I don't know. Yeah, but this I need to look at this with Hamster. I need to understand what went wrong. I did not like mess up my my potions or anything this time. I start off well, you know, I get on top of him without using my boots. Double Q, potion pretty much fast enough. Double E, double Q. Another E. Unfortunately, yeah, he goes for this. This is annoying, like the phase scale gives him enough time. You can see I'm using Mage Robe, but since I cannot force him to purge it, it just buys him time. And he doesn't need to do anything. The only thing he needs is to just not die with while I have my potions, you know? And now he uses Gigpot, and I don't have the damage to go through it. He's queuing on the crystal also if you stay. Damn, Logmir, you're right. That is good. That is good, actually, yeah. If I stand on the last crystal, not only am I doing damage, but he also will do. You're right, I could have actually broken. That would have been satisfying, because it's him being... I mean, he's already playing this weapon. By the way, that's actually a thing, maybe. You know, I said earlier, like, you know, the guys like who are very successful in Corrupted, like, it's much easier in Mist, because you can choose the fight. And in Corrupted, it takes much more skill, because you're put in bad situations. But maybe that's why the best players, like, well, not best, but, you know, players who play it a lot with expensive... That's not that expensive, but you understand what I mean. Like, guys like him, maybe that's why he always breaks the first crystal. That's why he's able to play the same set for so long, you know? Because if he does run into someone who is considerably better and has a very good counter matchup, he just... Well, I mean, he has a good chance to destroy crystals. I mean, maybe there's correlation there. So maybe I was giving a bit too much credit earlier. But yeah, I definitely would be very... I want to know what happened with this fight. And now I don't have the potion, and you know, now it's, I mean, 0 chance. He heals for 1 tick, and his phase scale is ready again because he's running Omelette and cooldown reduction. And not only if I waste my potion, you know, if I miss a Q, it's also over. I mean, even right now you see that I hit, let's see, I hit both of my Qs. Potion, double E, 2 Qs. I should have not used my double E right away, probably. I should have used E and Helmet, but anyway. Double Q, both hit. He doesn't care. Like, he doesn't have to think about dodging, you know? There's 0 reason for him to think about dodging. He doesn't need to do anything, essentially. Whereas, he obviously can miss all of his Qs, unfortunately. But yeah, okay. So the mage drop doesn't work. He knows that I'm gonna mage drop. Well, again, he gets a tick. What happened? He gets a tick of heal because, you know, I'm using my Q. I throw the poison. And now the Gig Pot, and I don't have the damage. I use boots. Okay, I did miss a Q there, right? After using boots, no, wait, I didn't miss. I actually hit this Q also, and hit this Q also. Caltrops missed. Okay, and now I cannot actually proc my double Q anymore. I mean, he did hit a spell, but it doesn't matter now that what I dodge or don't dodge, because the fight is over. If I didn't kill him in 2 rotations, like in 2 potions, not even 2, his 2 rotations, the fight is over. There's 0 chance that I have enough damage. And here, man, it would be so nice. In a couple seconds, I am ready to do big damage. Double Q. Maybe here I can actually turn, but you can see his E is ready again. So 0 fucks given. He's just gonna E through all of my damage anyway. I don't know what to do about this. I feel I'm losing a bit of heart, feeling that my build, which I was confident is very good about against specifically Life Touch, my build actually is not good enough, or I'm doing something very clearly wrong. In this, this was actually a different fight. In this matchup, I feel like I'm doing something very wrong, and he still has second Gig Potion for later as well, by the way. Which he didn't need to use. I don't know. Nothing is really good against Life Touch. I mean, this seems good enough, and Hamster definitely was enjoying. And I also, like, when I played first this build for Corrupted, I was enjoying Life Touch. Yeah, I still made some mistakes, but it was clear that what I did wrong. And yes, it's annoying that I have to do 99% correct, and he has to do about 40% of his spells, like hit spells and be correct, right? Maybe even less. It is annoying, yeah, but I'm choosing to not play Life Touch because, you know, I want the world to be more fun for everyone. It's the rant I was giving before. If we all played Double Bladed and Life Touch, then in a couple weeks, PvP would just be over. We would go play another game and Albion would die, you know? So I'm choosing to invest silver for everyone to have more fun and for me to have fun. He's choosing to, you know, maybe for him it's fun, but he's choosing to get silver out of the system and make it less fun for everyone. However, at the end of the day, I mean, it's still, I don't know. When I played at the beginning, I felt like I had a good matchup, and I'm still playing a very good meta weapon, and it's one of the best meta builds to burst down this build. But I don't know what to. I really don't know. Like when he uses the second thing, the Storm Shield, I don't know, man. I need to ask Hamster. I need to get some sort of understanding of what I'm doing wrong here. And if I'm doing something wrong at all, I don't know. I could be a little bit more efficient for sure, but I output so much damage and it's not even close. It's not even like, oh, he survived. Like on 150 HP, he clicked his E and he like, you know, he narrowly survived. It feels like it's hopeless, you know? Like even if instead of 99 or 90% of my spells, I hit 100%, I hit all the Qs and caltrops every time, it still feels like it's not even near enough. I get him to maybe 40% HP and then he just drinks the Gig Pot anyway. I feel like 100 IP and the Awakened Weapon makes difference. Yeah, you're right. Not game of mistakes or build. Yeah. It is part of it for sure. Like him specifically, yeah. This build, yeah. I should have overcharged that. Maybe I did. No, I didn't, right? Yeah, I didn't overcharge. Yeah, for sure. That's part of it, but I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, against some builds, like if I outplay another, like this build, okay, he's also tier 8, but you know, if there's some builds where I can outplay, like this you saw, like here I can outplay. If he misses enough spells, I made like, this was very nice, like learning fight, because not this one, but later when I dodged him one time, and he started running away from me because, you know, he ran into me, I took advantage of it, but then I didn't take enough advantage, and Hamster pointed it out. It was a very good learning experience. But this fight, if he misses enough spells and I hit my spells, you know, I'm winning. So IP doesn't matter that much. But here, yeah, you might be right, you know, as it comes down to essentially it's like a DPS check. If I do hit everything, I still barely have enough. All of these are actually 50%, right? He doesn't have the full traits, he has 50% of these traits. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Hopefully SPI do something. So their plan for next patch is for the Life Touch to heal over longer period of time, but I think less for one tick. So their idea is that the first 2.5 seconds of it will be uninterruptible, but after that you can interrupt it at least. I don't know. I don't remember the exact numbers, but they already have like given some sort of solution. But I don't know if they. It's difficult. I did not go deeply enough to see if it's one of those let's nerf cripple because fuck it. Why not just change something? Or if it's actually like someone who has played Corrupted who understands that this is the kind of change that would make it still viable but more fun for others to play against. I don't know. I feel like 100 IP. Oh yeah, okay, we're talking about that. In Corrupt Dungeons, no debuff for healing cast in the mist. So light touch is getting behind. Yeah, but wait, isn't there? In Corrupted, there's no debuff to healing? Are you sure? Oh yeah, there's no 30% debuff. There is the stacking healing debuff, right? Although no, that doesn't work either, the healing sickness that you get in the open world. I don't know. Okay, it's time for us to say goodbye and choose someone to raid. You are my favorite bold man after Rock. Thank you, sir. That is a good starting point, but I'm hoping to progress from there to being number one above Rock. So thank you, Sebastian. It's good to know where I'm starting this journey, you know, of being the best bold man. Who we have? Let's see, who do we have in Albion category? Who is streaming in English and doing something PvP related? Zizaran, actually. Yo, he's doing it. He's actually playing the man, Zifra is doing it in Spanish. Otherwise would be nice. Oh, can we raid Onesim actually? Yo. Let's see. Onesim's, yeah, he doesn't have English marked though. Okay, he speaks like he's mostly streaming in French, but he does answer and he does talk to English in English to English questions like when there's in chat. But he was mostly speaking French, so maybe something else. So I'll see you in the next one. Nice play. Yes. Again tomorrow. If you're on Twitch, then stay for the raid, so you get channel points, so you can make me play all kinds of weird builds or do weird stuff later. But I guess we just go for Scribble. 4 hours in though. Hey, Chakanas. I'm still choosing. Yes, see, I'm still choosing who to raid because I want those people who who are interested in drops as part of why you're here, especially of course for Twitch viewers, because you don't get drops on YouTube. I want to make sure that you get a cool place to go. And if you wake up at some point, you see. But what about, let's see what Megs is doing. It would be nice to have someone who recently started the stream. Megs is BRB. Come on, guys, give me quickly. Give me. Something. Otherwise, whatever. Let's go randomly. Search filter. Albion Online. And English. Nomad. I didn't see Nomad, I just browsed to the category. Nomad, uptime 2 hours. Abyss with human beings. What is Abyss? Like the depths? Oh, wait. We have Ace actually. I have wanted to raid Ace so many times. Yo. I want to raid Ace. Okay, because we already raided Nomad. Okay. So let's go for Ace. And hopefully he will introduce himself. But I know many of you already know because he's been suggested before, and I watched a couple of his videos about healing. And I, as a dude who has no interest in healing in Albion, really loved his video, his explanation of how to be a good healer, especially the nature stuff video. Just amazing. I watched until the end, even though I have no interest in actually playing as a healer, as a nature healer. So he can do a lot. Bro, streaming on YouTube now too. Yeah, Bloodrest. Yeah. I am absolutely. Today is the first stream. Anyway, see you again tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, I'm not that dead.
No. There's one that's low.
Yo, Zane, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Okay. Don't mind the previous conversation in the chat. That didn't happen. How you doing, man? We're just doing some Iron Man depths right now. Trying to make some money for our premiums. We chase? Or... Whoa, wait, hello? Wait, whoa.
What the fuck?
I think we actually shouldn't chase them.
Boss probably more important. I don't think we can chase them, honestly.
I should have them here now.
Like, Firewall is just destroying us.
It's unfortunate. That's hard, man.
Go for a debuff on the northeast, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. They don't want to fight. They don't want to fight. It is what it is. Dude, that Mispers just almost one-shot me off screen. Dude. He was just trying to hit Wix. He just accidentally hit me.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're coming back. Coming back. Careful, guys. Careful. Don't get too trapped in there, please. Don't get 3 men in there, man. I use E for myself here, so be careful. I don't have E for you guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
Soldier helmet, thank you.
Oh, I need help. I'm fucking rooted.
Yeah, you're really far away. Helmet on you? Oh, too late. Yeah, we gotta stay together. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. I know we can't.